think some of you are getting used to me having to start a couple times over. This is just a matter of Twitch's quality options. I've noticed a little detail in terms of the OBS version that I'm using, which I don't know how perfectly it predicts, but it definitely seems to be giving me it seems to give me a little bit of an indicator ahead of time, as to whether or not I'm going to have those quality options problems. So um, that's good to know. It's that it's solvable, um, but a little frustrating anyway. So we're back to Mass Effect 3. I do feel a little bad because I've been really enjoying Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, and I liked having that on Fridays. But for those of you who didn't catch Wednesday's broadcast, my hope right now is to try and engage with games a little bit more deeply, like I used to. So now that I'm going to be moving Cultist Simulator to some VODs on YouTube and try and do something that's maybe a little bit more geared towards that style of broadcast. Hopefully that'll be a little bit better for people who want to watch that sort of thing. It does mean that I'm going to try and do games, multiple days in a row, or multiple broadcasts in a row is probably the better way to put it. And I've been wanting to play Mass Effect 3 for a while. There was I did get sort of scooped with the leak of what seems to be potentially a remastered edition of the Mass Effect trilogy on Wednesday. I've been wanting to do this for months. I'm a little worried that I sounded a bit lukewarm on Mass Effect 3 when I was playing it last time. And there's definitely some things where I sort of it moved in a slightly different direction than what I thought it would be, but I also think to a certain extent I'm a bit spoiled by the quality of a lot of the stuff that I've been playing too. So hopefully I come up with a slightly better balance between commenting on my experience of the game. This is the first time I'll be playing the third one. I played number 1 for the first time on stream. I'd played number 2 before. And then this is my first experience with the third game in the trilogy. And a quick note, which probably won't be relevant this early on in the game, but again, my great love, my EA Origin, formerly known as EA Origin Access, now EA Play Pro. I love that service. I think it's very good. Even if you don't get the pro one, I think the base level one is a very good value, given the non-EA titles on it. Mad King Brutus. What a swell guy. Thank you very much. I should actually, I suppose the alerts are a bit louder because Mass Effect itself is so quiet. But thank you very much for the 13 months. I hope you are doing well. What was I trying to say? First time playing Mass Effect 3... right, the subscription service. So I did notice that there was an upgrade option, which I hadn't done. So I was playing the version of Mass Effect 3 that I had bought, which was just the base game. And by having this subscription, I can upgrade. Now, it warned me that apparently it can mess with the compatibility of saves, but then there was another window that said that it was reverting. So if I want to load my save when I don't have the deluxe edition, i.e. I don't have my subscription, apparently that will corrupt the save. I'm hoping I don't have to go back from the beginning again, but it's not the end of the world if I do. But on the odd chance that there is some special content from the opening for owners of the deluxe edition, I unfortunately I stumbled and I didn't properly put that in. Normally, EA Origin is pretty good at letting me know when I have an upgrade for something, but on the odd chance that you happen to have a copy of Mass Effect 3 on EA Origin, and you're a subscriber to their EA Play service, you might want to right-click on your copy of Mass Effect 3, and there may be an upgrade option waiting for you there. So, Mad King Bruto says, you are currently posted up in bed recovering from knee surgery, and you find out that the surgeon needs to go back in. Oh, no! And if you ever want to dive into the multiplayer, I'm super keen. That might be really interesting, Mad King Brutus. I'm usually not very good at working, at doing plans, but to my understanding, and maybe you can help me out on this, so I've been playing with the app for this galactic readiness rating. I think you all probably remember it was at 50% at the start of the last stream. So I've been doing a little detail. Allied forces are holding steady and winning in key locations. Hey, Uncle Cranky. It's fun. It's a very simple little app. So like, it's just, spend 1 hour, 3 hours, or 5 hours to move the readiness by a certain percentage. I think the best return is if you do the 1 hour missions and then just keep coming back to them. But of course, you might have better things to do than check an app every hour. I'm kind of curious why they did it this way. I suppose in a certain way it keeps your mind on Mass Effect. It builds up your anticipation for the game. But to my understanding, multiplayer apparently also does something in terms of helping out with your readiness. So yeah, Mad King Brutus, I really don't like being this person because like I find it very, very hard to make a plan with anyone and have them actually keep it. And most of the time people don't actually say, that they're canceling. It's just all of a sudden I don't see where they are, and it's like, okay, well, I guess we're not doing anything now. And then of course there's the ever famous, oh yeah, we should do something. You're never going to see that person again. Like, unless you actually have concrete plans, that's simply not gonna happen. Talk is incredibly cheap. So unfortunately, Mad King Brutus, I am going to be in this point of, I'll put it to you this way. I am legitimately interested, and I do not have a problem telling people if it won't work for me, because I don't do a lot of multiplayer for games. This in particular, because it does seem to affect the single player game, I am interested. I am, however, going to need to work out some kind of a schedule in that for it. I suppose the same could go for anyone else. Like for people, you'll have to keep in mind, like I've never done multiplayer on a game like this. I am going to be an anchor. But this is one of these rare cases where I'm actually kind of interested in trying it out. So we'll have to work out another time, and I'm going to be my same self in terms of being really hard to schedule stuff around. But particularly because you've got knee surgery and it looks like you've got a response, or like you're gonna get the thrilling sequel. I think it would be really good if I can specifically make the time. So is Twitter the best way to get in touch with you, or is there another way? Oh my God. Well, first things first. I hope you get better soon. And yeah, I'll get in touch on Twitter when my own stuff gets sorted out. This weekend I'm kind of full because I'm due to chat with a friend from Vancouver who had to move back to the UK. But when I have something a little more concrete that I can get into touch with you about, I'll ping you on Twitter and we can sort something out. And maybe, I don't know how you feel about that, but for anybody who does come into this multiplayer thing, I might even just record it in the background, and I can upload it later. Anyways, I'm filibustering, although it is 10 minutes. I try to not go too much longer than 10 minutes. So yeah, a couple of things I do. So even though I wanted to talk about the Galaxy at War, so I'll take a little bit longer. I think this feature is kind of neat. I don't know how it affects the gameplay. I really do like the idea of something that you can mess around with on your day-to-day. I wish more games would do. I wish more games would do this in terms of sort of, as particularly in the idea of, whoa. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, I just got a notification from my phone. It's like a it gave me a notification about a particular thing using my location like multiple times in the last few days. It's something for a camera, so like it's to find the location of places I've taken photographs. Um, that's really cool that my phone kind of let me know that there was something suspicious going on, though. So, anyways, sorry about that. But yeah, so apparently World of Warcraft might have something like that. I've not played World of Warcraft in a really long time, so. But yeah, this idea of sort of especially because in the case of Mass Effect 3, the Reapers have finally arrived. You need to get the galaxy together, and you are taking on this commander role. Obviously, playing Commander Shepard, you've sort of been this commando who, goes in and shoots up the bad guys. The leadership thing, the leadership aspect of being the commander, being the hero or the icon, has been something that's maybe reserved for cinematics, if at all. And this idea of sort of organizing forces. Actually, I guess the end of I think one of the things that made the ending of the second game really effective for me too is the fact that you actually got to do a little bit of the command. That you had to pick teams to go off and coordinate the final assault on the collector's base. And if you did poorly, if you assigned the wrong people, I mean, you get to be a manager, right? If you put the wrong person in the wrong position, then there would be casualties. So, seeing this, again, just like from the second game, which is individually focused, this one is definitely much bigger in scope. And the idea of coordinating this defense, this resistance against the Reapers in the, in an app when you're walking away, when you're out doing your own thing on the game, I think that's a really neat idea. And it'd be neat to see if more games would do that. You missed the end of Mass Effect 2. How did it go? I believe it's the so the first time I played it, I think I lost the Krogan. I guess it's Grunt, right? The time I did it on stream, it was a perfect run. So I was feeling pretty good about that. All right, so I did promise in the tweet that before I went too much further, I would do some of the codices. So as always, I'm going to let the game do the talking. Please do let me know if it's still too quiet, because I can still bump up the audio. Not by a whole lot more, but I can get a little bit in. And then after that, we can, once the game's done talking, I can do some of the secondary codices, and you all get to hear my reading.
The Citadel is an ancient deep space station presumably constructed by the Protheans. Since the Prothean extinction, numerous species have come to call the Citadel home. It serves as the political, cultural, and financial capital of the galactic community. To represent their interests, most species maintain embassies on the Presidium, the Citadel's inner ring. The Citadel Tower in the center of the Presidium holds the Citadel Council chambers. Council affairs often have far-reaching effects on the rest of the galactic community. 5 arms, known as the wards, extend from the Presidium. Their inner surfaces have been built into cities, populated by millions of inhabitants from across the galaxy. The Citadel is virtually indestructible. If attacked, the station can close its arms to form a solid, impregnable shell. For as long as the station has existed, an enigmatic race called the Keepers has maintained it. Spectres are agents from the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance and answer only to the Citadel Council. They are elite military operatives, granted the authority to deal with threats to peace and stability in whatever way they deem necessary. They operate independently or in groups of 2 or 3. Some are empathetic peacekeepers resolving disputes through diplomacy. Others are cold-blooded assassins, ruthlessly dispatching problem individuals. All get the job done one way or another, often operating outside the bounds of galactic law. The Spectres were founded after the Solarians joined the Council. For many years, they operated in secrecy as backroom problem solvers. Only after the Krogan rebellions did their activities become publicized. Assignment of a Spectre is less contentious than a military deployment, but makes it clear that the Council is concerned about a situation. When humanity won a position on the Council for its part in defending the Citadel, the Alliance chose Captain David Anderson for the position. Udina became his advisor. Anderson eventually quit over frustrations with Council politics, and the Alliance named Udina to the office.
So I suspect that this part here is this was recorded, and I expect these other two, or no, that doesn't make sense. I wonder why there's only a partial recording for that. So Donald Udina is the lone human on the Citadel Council. Although he has a keen ability for furthering his own political career, Udina has long promoted humanity's interests first and foremost in the galactic arena. When humanity won a position on the Council for its part in defending the Citadel, the Alliance chose Captain David Anderson for the position. Udina became his advisor. Anderson eventually quit over frustrations with Council politics, and the Alliance named Udina to the office. Choices matter. Despite his unwavering focus on human interest, Counselor Udina is usually willing to collaborate with other species. Even his opponents concede that Udina gives fair consideration to non-human proposals so long as humanity also benefits.
Earth, the home world and capital of humanity, was enjoying a new golden age before the Reapers attacked. Disease, pollution, and other social ills were on the decline, thanks to technological advances and a wealth of resources from the colonies. Earth was an inspiration even to alien cultures, resulting in influence out of proportion with humanity's brief time on the galactic stage. The Reaper attack has put an end to any semblance of this former life. The great cities of Earth are storehouses of human DNA for the Reapers to harvest. Reaper gunships, capable of megaton-scale firepower, annihilated industrial centers in seconds. The militaries of Earth's disparate nation-states have retained only partial communication with the system's alliance fleets, leaving the planet's resistance efforts uncoordinated and vulnerable. The loss of the Combui network has cut off Earth's economy from the rest of the galaxy, sending shockwaves across galactic markets and a significant obstacle to receiving aid. A political economic pact for collective colonial security, the Alliance is the central galactic institution of human society. The Alliance gained associate membership to the Citadel Council in 2165 and full membership in 2183, with Ambassador David Anderson representing humanity. Human political economic relationships vary between combative and lucrative. The Turians, who'd fought humans during the 2157 First Contact War, have become valuable trade partners, despite residual social hostility. Other relationships are even more complicated. The rapid rise of human political influence on the Council, achieving in decades what others waited or are still waiting centuries to acquire, has galvanized suspicion and resentment against humanity. That negativity is vastly outweighed by the respect and trust humanity earned by saving the Council during the 2183 attack on the Citadel, at the cost of Alliance cruisers Cairo, Cape Town, Emden, Jakarta, Madrid, Seoul, Shenyang, and Warsaw, and their 2,400 crew. The Systems Alliance is an independent supranational government representing the interests of humanity as a whole. The Alliance is responsible for the governance and defense of all extrasolar colonies and stations. The Alliance grew out of the various national space programs as a matter of practicality. Sol's planets had been explored and exploited through piecemeal national efforts. The expense of colonizing entire new solar systems could not be met by any one country. With humans knowing that alien contact was inevitable, there was enough political will to jointly fund an international effort. Still, the Alliance was often disregarded by those on Earth until the First Contact War. While the national governments dithered and bickered over who should lead the effort to liberate Shanxi, the Alliance fleet struck decisively. Post-war public approval gave the Alliance the credibility to establish its own parliament and become the galactic face of humanity.
It's worth mentioning here, there's actually an interesting game coming up. So there's a company called Pavonis Interactive, and this group is best known for the Long War mod for XCOM. They were invited to do some mods for XCOM 2 on release, and I believe they've also done a Long War 2, although that was done on their own, not necessarily in collaboration with Firaxis. So their first independent game, standalone game, is called Terra Invicta. There's a trailer out for it now. There was an indication that they are getting ready to do a Kickstarter, although that hasn't yet materialized. Although they do have a publisher now as well. I don't know if this publisher has done anything else before or if Terra Invicta is going to be their first project, but it's it's going to be a grand strategy game, and it actually deals a little bit with the Systems Alliance. So in this particular game, it's going to be, I think strategy is really something for everyone. I've been reading Sid Meier's memoir. That is the name of the book as well as what it is. And for the longest time, strategy has been sort of thought of as sort of this thing that nerds play, like adventure. Actually, this is a funny thing. Adventure was something that was okay as a genre, despite the fact that for a very long time, adventure games were effectively a text parser. And a lot of it was really just not so much solving the puzzle or solving the story, so much as it was trying to discern how the developer wanted you to think about the problem. I actually don't really like those kinds of games. I know that it led to the graphical adventure games, the LucasArts style games. Those are quite enjoyable. But I haven't been able to do Space Quest 1 through 3. Haven't even touched Leisure Suit Larry except for the ones that have the point and click interface. So what I think most people think of as the first Leisure Suit Larry game is actually a remake of the first one. And then of course that later got a remake. Not that Leisure Suit Larry really needs 3 different versions. But yeah, even with that background, strategy was the one that was considered too niche, which is, it's kind of funny. I don't know if anybody cares. Well, people will care. I just don't know whether or not this is something for a chat. But Ruth Bader Ginsburg has died. I'm sure Twitter is going to be very even-handed for the next couple of minutes. But the biggest thing is that I think to a certain extent, Civilization is actually quite an approachable game. Obviously, command modern operations is going to be something very intense, and that's going to appeal to a certain type of person like myself who, wants a very complex kind of a game. But, even chess, right? Chess is a game that, in terms of the moves, is a relatively straightforward game to understand, and it's how you can manipulate it's the details in terms of all the different combinations that you can move. And all the positions you can get in, that makes it such a satisfying game. And I think to a certain extent that strategy probably has a little bit worse of a reputation for approachability than it should. But what I had meant to say about the Pavonis game, so essentially it's limited to Earth, but it's a lot like what they were talking about with the Systems Alliance. Oh, it's going to start reading again. But this idea of there is an alien threat at the edge of the solar system, but humanity does not immediately unite on dealing with it. Part of your job is actually to gain some credibility as the people who can solve the problem and to deal with the disparate interests while simultaneously preparing for the invasion and pushing it back. So that's why I wanted to bring it up. I don't mean to talk about stuff that's not Mass Effect 3, but yeah, the fact that basically there's going to be a game coming out, and a game that'll be getting a Kickstarter soon, that is kind of dealing with the problems it was talking about in the Systems Alliance as a strategy game. So. All right, planets and locations. Aya. Humans detected Aya as an Earth-type world via telemetry in 2165. After probe surveys indicated life, lush vegetation, ample fresh water, and breathable air, the Alliance upgraded the planet to a garden world colonization priority. Commanded by Captain Ronald Taylor, the crew of the Alliance survey vessel Hugo Gernsback made planetfall on the jungle world in 2173. Soon after, ship transmissions inexplicably stopped. While the precise fate of the Hugo Gernsback command and crew is unknown, they are presumed killed in action and their vessel destroyed. Yeah, exactly, Mad King Brutus. I mean, this is the thing. Like, XCOM actually deals with this too. The council does not necessarily... the council doesn't give you a blank check. They expect you to perform, and if you don't, you lose your funding. So it looks good. I mean, it's in early stages, right? So it definitely looks a little... It looks a little bit like a prototype on some of the preview shots, but I'm very interested to see what Pavonis does with it. Pharos is a habitable world in the Attican Beta cluster. 2/3 of the habitable surface is covered with the ruins of a crumbling Prothean megatropolis. In the millennia since the Prothean extinction, the ruins have been picked over by looters many times. Pharos was considered a poor prospect for colonization, as little open ground remains for agriculture. The only sizable freshwater sources are the poles, which are tapped by the decaying Prothean aqueduct systems. The dead cities, while in good condition considering their antiquity, are of uncertain stability. Ground level is congested by a dozen meters of fallen debris, and the air is fouled by dust. In 2178, the Human Exogeny Corporation announced its intention to place a permanent colony on Pharos to thoroughly explore the ruins. The pioneer settlement was placed on the upper levels of several intact skyscrapers, using the surviving Prothean aqueducts and rooftop hydroponic gardens to support the population. Freedom's Progress. Freedom's Progress colony was once a typical Alliance settlement, but following complete communications blackout and its apparent destruction, is now a lightning rod for anxiety and dread in the galactic human community. The communications blackout followed an upgrade to the colony's small military force, supplemented by mechs and security drones with high-powered tower-mounted guardian lasers. Colonists complained about construction cost overruns, delays, noise, and damage to the local environment. They also feared the defensive array could be seen as provocative to their world's neighbors. Such fears may not have been baseless. Authorities have still offered no explanation for the communication blackout, fueling rumors of plagues, natural disasters, or occult-inspired mass suicide. Located in strategically insignificant space, Freedom's Progress colony had once offered residents spectacular rainbows, lush marshlands, and stunning mountain ranges. Its potential as an agricultural settlement and tourism wonderland rivaled that of any Alliance colony. Haystrom. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing that's so interesting about the background of XCOM. I've never really talked about it explicitly, but what interests me is that the strategic layer of XCOM is dealing with a genuine problem in contracts and treaties, which is it's all well and good for people to put their name to a document. You can have an alliance of nations, the Council of Nations saying it's like, okay, we've got this stuff, on paper, we're ready if the aliens come. But when it actually comes time to commit resources, when it becomes time to implement the plan that was agreed on, people are going to behave in accordance with what their interests are at the moment they make the decision. And of course, they sign at the time that their incentives might be different. And so there's a whole, branch of research in terms of thinking about how you enforce compliance, how you kind of ensure that these things are done. Like, so a real world example would be, NATO is rightly called, the most powerful military alliance in human history. But of course, that alliance is only as good as people's actual willingness to abide by its commitments. So, the really famous article, "An attack on one is an attack on all." If there is reason to believe that members of the alliance will not actually behave in accordance with that article, the utility and the credibility of that alliance is suddenly very different. And to a certain extent, it's not just a question in terms of what people agreed to at the foundation. It's how they behave at the time that event occurs. Similarly with XCOM, you have the council members. You have XCOM ready to go. You've been appointed the commander, but of course you have all of the different nations offering you different incentives to make sure that your base goes in their area, not in the other one. You have the black market, where clearly nations are doing their own independent research. You would normally think that, everyone bands together and, and does the research and develops it. But in fact, one of the ways that you can bolster your funding as XCOM is to sell the things that you will use to fight the aliens to the nations that are funding you. Everybody's sort of pursuing their private interests in that. And the game doesn't make it very elaborate, because the heart of it is the tactical game, of course. But it's a really interesting idea in the background. So, before the Geth Revolt, before the Geth Revolt of 300 years ago, the Quarians colonized Haestrom to study the mysterious instability of its sun, which threatened premature eruption into a red giant. As a scientific outpost of minimal military value, Haestrom was ill-equipped to repel Geth forces during the insurrection and fell quickly under their control. Captured Geth planetary survey data indicates that despite sustaining damage, Haestrom's architecture remains as it was before the war, preserving a Quarian architectural style that no longer exists anywhere else in the galaxy. Because Haestrom's sun has overwhelmed the planet's protective magnetosphere, humans foolhardy enough to venture into the Geth-controlled Haestrom must exercise extreme caution. Minutes of radiation exposure will overload shields, and hours of exposure will kill. Furthermore, solar output renders surface-to-orbit communications nearly impossible. This is a lot of reading, so I'm going to do Ilium, and then we will save the rest for another session. Ilium, a regional hub of Asari commerce awash in riches. Ilium is infamous for its abusive labor practices and legalization of nearly everything except murder. As such, Ilium is the preferred production site for weapons and pharmaceuticals that would be illegal nearly everywhere else, and is made even more lucrative by legal indentured servitude. Among its biotics-related pharmaceutical producers is Dantius Corporation, a rising star in galactic commerce. Despite the dangers of its products, Ilium is renowned for glamour, luxury, and safety provided by near-total surveillance, making it a favored tourist destination. Countless celebrities maintain palatial estates on Ilium and its capital, Nosastra. The sole obstacle to businesses on Ilium is its extensive bureaucracy, tolerated only for its provision of security. Regardless of the character of its economy, Ilium's self-congratulatory media exalts its own society with provincial arrogance of new money glorifying in sexiest CEOs and 10 richest residents lists. All right. And then we've got some new, well, actually, we may not necessarily have new... Okay, no, actually, it looks like we do have some others. So we talked about the fleets. Diana Allers, Alliance News Network reporter Diana Allers, has been broadcasting from the Normandy, interviewing crew members and high-ranking Alliance officers to give the galaxy an insider's view of the war. Alliance frigate Normandy SR-2. When the original SSV Normandy was destroyed, Cerberus rebuilt the ship from stolen Alliance plans. Dubbed the SR-2, the Alliance took the new Normandy apart and refitted some of its systems with new technology of its own. As a result, the SR-2 Normandy is the highest-performing frigate in the entire Alliance Navy, and possibly the fastest ship in its class. The Normandy is commanded by Shepard, an Alliance officer and humanity's first Spectre. That is true, Mad King Brutus. Everybody told me that apparently the best way to play was with Lady Shepard. and I just went with whatever. So this is the character that I brought over from the from the second game. So it doesn't quite look like the character that I had before, but I'm just going with what the game told me. Updated to bolster the Normandy's firepower, Commander Shepard installed a Thanix magnetic hydrodynamic cannon on the ship's undercarriage. Based on Reaper technology, the powerful weapon fires molten metal accelerated to a fraction of the speed of light. Before taking on the Collectors, Commander Shepard's reinforced the Normandy's superstructure with Solaris armor. This protective layer of carbon nanotube sheeting can withstand temperatures that would instantly vaporize more conventional armor. The Normandy has been upgraded with cyclonic barrier technology, allowing the ship's Mass Effect field projectors to fire rapidly oscillating barriers that deflect rather than directly absorb kinetic shocks. Mineral resources. Commander Shepard uncovered significant elemental deposits while scanning planets with the Normandy SR-2. When the Alliance dry docked the Normandy, they seized all recovered elements. This material surplus has gone towards building the Prothean device discovered on Mars, and Khalisa bint Sinan al-Jilani, Westerland news reporter, I'm not going to try that again, reached out recently to her viewers with a wartime plea for unity and cooperation among all galactic species. Her sincerity touched extranet viewers, and donations for war relief efforts are pouring in, both to the Alliance and its alien allies. Crucible. Completing the Crucible device will require entire systems of resources and skilled workers, as well as the galaxy's brightest scientists and ex-Cerberus. As the elusive man's methods became more extreme, skilled operatives abandoned Cerberus. They have offered to help stop the Reapers any way that they can. Thank you, Mad King Brutus. I can't promise I'll make the right decisions in this game. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it all ties together in the end, but... Now, I don't know if I've actually explored everything inside of the ship yet, and it does look like the layout's a little bit different. By the way, is the game too quiet still? It's quiet for me, but...
Never know there was a war on. They'll know soon enough. All those refugees have to go somewhere.
I guess it's a quiet part of the game anyway, but...
Commander?
Oh, okay. So I'm going from the old character that I had before, so an infiltrator. Currently I've put my points into Disruptor Ammo, Incinerate, and Operational Mastery. I think I'll wait for the 6 so that I can max out the ones here. I didn't do Sticky Grenade just because I'm really bad at using consumables in games, so... I do want to get on with the game, but I am just going to take a quick minute to explore the ship a little bit.
At your private terminal, Commander. Commander?
Let's go to the captain's cabin first. Apparently I don't get to keep all my ships from the previous... that was Cerberus property. They had to remove it. The new power combo system. Not quite sure I follow what you mean, Brutus. Where's the dance button? We'll worry about that when... Oh, actually, casual outfit, though. That's a lot more variety. I think I went for the proper... you know what? For my casual, I won't keep... It's a desperate war. I can't do the formal stuff. Private terminal. Okay. K9, subject, my dog. Dear Commander Shepard, I was a contractor working on the Normandy's haptic interface when it was in dry dock. Your VI, ED, emailed me to let me know I left my dog mech on board. I'm all the way out in Terra Nova now and would hate for you to go a million clicks out of your way to drop off my dog. Please just take care of her. She likes exploring, sniffing chemical trails, and 750-volt outlets. Thank you, and sorry for the trouble. I promise she won't be too much of a headache. Andrea Brown. Without being specific, powers now have two types, primers and detonators. You literally give them the good old 1-2 for bonus damage and big dooms. Oh, I didn't know that. I remember that from the Secret World, so I tend to like systems like that, but I had no idea it worked that way in this. So, N7 weaponry from Lieutenant D. Eugene. Commander Shepard, your VI ED put in a request for me for a handful of N7 grade weapons. Happy to oblige. I led the engineers who retrofitted the Normandy when it was turned over to the Alliance. ED kept me company while we were overhauling the Normandy's interior. She's a beautiful ship, Commander. I'll miss working on her. I left the guns in your weapons locker. Best of luck, Lieutenant D. Eugene, Alliance Engineering Corps. Welcome back gift from Edie. While we were in dry dock, Joker suggested a small welcoming gift would be appropriate to have on hand should you be reinstated as commanding officer. As the ship does not have the capacity to accommodate the dancers he suggested, I chose something from the official Systems Alliance catalog. Soldiers who have held an N7 designation for 5 years or more are entitled to a commemorative hooded jacket for wear on off-duty hours. You will find it among the selection of casual clothing in your cabin. Priority mission Eden Prime from the Alliance Command. Commander, Cerberus has attacked Eden Prime and is now occupying the colony. Alliance forces are stretched too thin right now to attempt to liberate the colony, but we've been doing what we can to covertly aid the local resistance. In the process, we've learned that Cerberus has uncovered a major Prothean artifact. We don't know what it is, but it appears to be the reason for the attack on the colony. We need you to infiltrate the colony and recover the artifact. All right, let's go to the crew deck. Oh no, there's no Samara. So I don't know about you guys, but whenever I see bookshelves like this, I always try to see if I can read the titles. I did that in Half-Life a lot. I'll do my best not to gush about everything. System Knock to my day, you still do 300% trilogy playthrough as a different class every year. Oh, that's wonderful. I actually really like... So even when games are not necessarily to my taste, one of the things that I... Oh, this is a nice touch. Oh, this is fun too. They've closed off the men's room for me. You know, even if a game isn't to my taste, I think one of the really big things is that I know when I'm talking with someone about a game I'm really passionate about, even if they're not a gamer. And sometimes it's nice just to sort of see their smile on their face, because they realize it's something that means a lot to me, and they, you know, again, like, I know I'll never turn them into a gamer, but they're more than just tolerating me. Like it's the enjoyment that someone gets from it, that goes on. So like, this is the big thing. The friends that I have tend not to be... I wonder if you're allowed to play poker in this. That would be kind of fun. I'm not very good at poker, but it's fun to play, and I guess practice makes perfect. You know, this is the thing. Like, of the friends that I have, not a lot of them are gamers, and so I know I'm never going to necessarily convert them, but I like the fact that they're able to like something because I like it, or, you know, be able to feel enthusiastic about something because I like it, because it's important to me. And I feel a similar way when people talk about games. So like, Fortnite is not my cup of tea, but given how much I love talking about Civilization and what that game means to me and such, I always love hearing people sort of say, what really what really keeps them gaming.
Commander?
Everything okay down here, Doctor?
The Alliance team cleaned up and restocked, but it's still my old med bay. Feels like home.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Let's waste no time. If I may, I'd like to examine you.
Nothing wrong with me, is there?
No, but we should keep an eye on all those cybernetic implants Cerberus grafted into you.
Expensive stuff bringing me back.
And worth every penny. Let's just make sure everything is okay.
Yes, a checkup never hurts. Just no scalpel this time, Doc.
Alas, to my great disappointment, it is nothing invasive. I'm just going to run some diagnostics on your implants, and it'll take a few readings. Good. Your implants are showing little sign of rejection. Just keep up that positive outlook of yours, Commander, and your scars shouldn't return. That's it. You're the picture of health.
I actually kind of like the fact that some of you who are fans of the trilogy know some of the decisions that I made previous based on how the current game is looking, because this is sort of knowledge that I don't always have, just because, this is new to me, and I remember the decisions that I made, but I don't necessarily always notice the signposts that the game puts in.
You never mentioned any of your family.
None to speak of, really. I'm the last of a prestigious line of medical professionals. The Alliance is my spouse, and you're all my children. I'm blessed with many close friends. But with each Alliance vessel taken, I lose one or two. We need to end this war.
Do you ever regret working for Cerberus?
We didn't work for them. We used them. If I were to feel anything, it would be guilt. We took their money, took their best people, took their best ship. We used them to defeat the Collectors, and now we are using their resources against them. So no, I don't regret it one bit.
I really like her.
How's their inventory of meds?
The medbay was fully stocked before you left Earth. We should be good for a long time, even given the amount of fire you take each day.
I'll see you around, Doctor.
Take care, Shepard.
By the way, I do apologize for those of you who just like the action bits. I'm a creature of habit. Is that? Oh, right. That's the Cerberus operative we picked up. Okay, I'm updating my wish list. If you all like the stream, please buy me 99 more monitors.
Greetings, Commander Shepard.
What are you?
I'm Glyph, a VI assistant to Dr. Tassoni. I help her sort and catalog collected data. She's asked me to draw your attention to a terminal connected to her information network. It analyzes information packages. If you find any useful data, I can research upgrades for you.
And what should I be looking for?
I'll inform you if you've found relevant data. When you do, return to this terminal for your choices. In the meantime, Dr. Tassoni would like to speak with you. Have a pleasant day.
This is kind of a wow, she made good pace. I was going to say, it's kind of a dick move to be in the same room and send off an artificial intelligence to say, it's like, my boss would like to talk with you. Just say hi.
Liara? What is all this stuff?
After you left for Earth, I had the chance to track down the information trader who'd kidnapped my friend. It wasn't easy, but I found the Shadow Broker and took over his information network.
You're running that from the Normandy?
What I can. Not all of the old broker's networks remained intact, but I have agents.
So you took over as the galaxy's most famous information trader.
Notorious might be a better term. At least it means I can help research this Prothean device. It's far too dangerous to use until we understand it.
Did the Protheans actually complete this weapon?
You mean, will it work? They wouldn't have poured their last resources into this device if they thought otherwise. But we really need to find out just what kind of weapon they left us.
It'd be nice to know we're not kids playing around with a loaded gun.
Absolutely. The damage it could cause if it backfired is unthinkable. People were finally starting to listen before the Reapers came. If we'd had a little more time, maybe Earth wouldn't. I'm sorry. I understand if you don't want to talk about it.
The thought means a lot, Liara. Thanks.
You're welcome. And since I didn't mention it before, it's good to be back, Shepard.
It's always a little jarring when you do a cutscene and the person you're talking with winds up in a different location. Oh, this is a nice touch. I don't know why it suddenly turned away from me, but I do kind of like the fact. Yeah, like this is really neat. I don't know what triggers it to look at me, but all right, no upgrades.
Hello again, Shepard.
How much do you know about this Prothean artifact?
Very little. We're fortunate enough Data survived to piece together the blueprints. Decoding them will require as many specialists as we can find.
It's that high tech?
I'd have killed for a glimpse of it during graduate school.
So is that drone your new secretary?
Glyph is a VI shell that indexes my search functions on the data feeds. I couldn't work without it. Although I'm lucky Edie let Glyph on board after it tried to rewrite her scheduled tasks.
I was merely attempting to standardize the ship's automated systems to our own, Dr. Tassoni.
Yes, that's precisely why you're confined to the cabin.
Yeah, my King Brutus, I did do a mission for Liara in Mass Effect 2, but I don't know about the Shadow Broker DLC. Apparently, even for Mass Effect 3, there's stuff that you don't get with the with like the subscription version or like the deluxe edition of the game. So I don't know, anything that doesn't kind of come with what you would get on EA Play Pro, it's safe to say that I didn't do.
How did you take out the old Shadow Broker?
It cost me. I had to hire dozens of mercenaries just to storm his lair.
You really wanted him dead, huh?
The broker captured a friend. I swore I'd get him back.
And?
I was too late to save him.
What happened when you became the broker?
I made what use of the network I could, but my main base of operations was scuttled when Cerberus attacked. I saved whatever crucial hardware I could, but I'd rather not talk about it. The important thing is that I still have data feeds and agents, although the war's taking a toll on the latter.
What have you been up to since we last saw each other?
After the time I saw you on Ilium? Well, apart from becoming the broker, I spent my time looking for any defense against the Reapers. The only substantial records were the Protheans. I knew the elusive man was hunting for the same thing when our agents began crossing paths.
Like on Mars.
I thought I'd covered my tracks, but he had surveillance there all along.
How much do you know about this Prothean artifact?
I just forgot what she said.
Very little. We're fortunate enough Data survived to piece together the blueprints. Decoding them will require as many specialists as we can find.
It's that high tech?
I'd have killed for a glimpse of it during graduate school.
Right.
We'll talk later, Liara.
Of course.
For some reason, I thought there was like a mission embedded in that. And maybe there is. I just didn't realize it at the time.
This
So
terminal contains non-essential correspondence from your allied forces. Dr. Tassoni has granted you access.
Prothean Notes 2071 to 2185. Glyph, remind me to clean up these old notes. Perhaps reviewing them will lead to something useful for the Prothean device. Liara, 2171. The universe of, is it Cerise? Agreed to sponsor me at the Prothean dig on Drytop. Drytirop. Very exciting. Professor Hanel is leading the investigation herself. Maybe I can even ask her for an opinion on my thesis outline. Attachment, thesis on Prothean first contact protocols. 2174. I believe Dr. Jashawan was right to suggest that the Prothean artifacts we unearthed are from the Third Age, not the Fourth. What an embarrassing mistake. At least he seemed to approve of the rest of the paper. Attachment paper on a comparison of Prothean technology to modern Asari circuit logic. 2183, Part 1. I'm going on the Theorem expedition. I never thought I'd gain permission to visit the Prothean ruins out there, but the University of Cerise must have secured the funding after all. Now to pack. Attachment paper on the end of the Prothean Empire. 2183 Part 2. Good goddess, this human, Shepard, has the key to comprehending the Protheans on an instinctual subconscious level. If only I could have been there when the commander touched the beacon on Eden Prime. I'll try to learn more about this cipher on board the Normandy. The involvement of the Reapers is troubling, to say the least. Attachment paper on the end of the Prothean Empire with correction notes. 2185. I reviewed the old Shadowbroker's footage of the Collectors. It's chilling to know that they're the Protheans' husks. At least nothing sentient could possibly remain after what the Reapers did to them. Attachment paper on Prothean biology. I always felt really bad about that, actually, whenever I killed one of the Collectors. I've only a few more rooms to investigate, and then we'll be able to get on with the shooting. I'm assuming probably... Oh, hang on. Looks like I can talk with this person. Nah, or they'll just salute. I suspect probably the first few missions are going to be bringing the gang back together.
Commander, welcome back to the Normandy. Or maybe you should be saying that to me.
Engineer Adams, what are you doing here?
I was put in charge of the drive core retrofits. My experience on the Normandy SR-1 made me an obvious choice.
So, what do you think of our SR-2?
She's incredible. If there's one nice thing I can say about Cerberus, it's that they know how to build a ship. And about that, Cerberus, I mean, I owe you an apology.
How so?
Back when you got this ship, Dr. Chalk was contacting me, asking me to help with your mission against the Collectors. I refused. I didn't have your back, and I'm sorry for that.
Why didn't you join us?
I saw what happened to you when the Normandy went down. I didn't trust that it was really you, and I certainly didn't trust Cerberus. Also, as an officer of the Alliance, I don't just leave my post, you know?
I'll have to look into it, Mad King Brutus. I don't know offhand. Let me just see if there's something in the game that I can see. It doesn't tell me directly on the screen, but I'll check it out. Okay. I'm also assuming, because nobody hasn't said anything about the volume, that even though the game's a little quiet for me, it seems to be okay for stream.
Your Alliance first. That's the way it should be.
Thank you, Commander. Glad to be aboard.
What do you think of Edie?
We had a good talk during the retrofit. A little strange at first, talking shop with an AI.
AI? I thought Edie posed as a VI to keep the likes of you from unplugging her.
Yeah, but I saw through her. Have you seen her hardware? Processing power is off the charts. And then there were the problems that kept fixing themselves. If I hadn't had her pegged, I would have sworn I was losing it.
You never expressed any skepticism, Lieutenant Adams.
I figured I'd better play it safe with the Cerberus AI, Edie. No offense.
None taken. As long as you keep your fingers out of my cognizance processors.
In the beginning, I tried disconnecting her from key processes without giving myself away. Easier said than done. But Joker seemed to trust her, and in time I saw her advantages. Even grew to like her.
Does the new Normandy stack up to the old SR-1?
Stack up. It blows the old ship away. The Tantalus drive core has been completely overhauled. The SR-2 might be nearly twice the size, but the new drive core is 3 times bigger. This ship can fly. That said, Cerberus isn't too high on safety. If pushed past her limits, this core would vent into engineering. Guess it gives my team incentive to keep her well balanced during a firefight.
Do your job or get vaporized.
Pretty much. I noticed you upgraded the kinetic barriers with cyclonic technology. Should help reduce the draw when under missile fire.
Hopefully that means fewer vaporized engineers.
The IES stealth system is significantly improved. It can handle a higher blue shift of our emissions.
And that means?
We should be able to drop out of FTL without triggering every sensor in range. Very handy for stealth reconnaissance. All in all, the Normandy is a marvel of engineering.
Is your family okay?
My parents are serving on Viridian Zenith, an Alliance agricultural vessel. My sister is a navigator on the SSV Benjamin Davis. Happy to report that both vessels are safely under Hackett's command.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, ma'am.
You know, one thing that seemed to really annoy people when I was talking during Mass Effect 2 was how it sort of feels like there's a cover-based shooter game with... Oh, is that the dog? Oh, no, there's the Space Napster. Very nice. But yeah, I sort of kind of have this feeling that like Mass Effect, if you were to like try and break it down for somebody who maybe played things primarily on mobile devices, so you know, like tablets and phones and that, I'd kind of say that it's like playing a Telltale game, but there are a few like action sequences in between. So then you'd have to like explain what a cover-based shooter is to someone like that. But you know, all of the little conventions of so-and-so will remember that, or, you know, picking your dialogue options and seeing how things play out kind of does that. Like it sort of seems that there's the two halves of the game, which is there's the action part, and then there's sort of the movie game almost that you're doing. I wonder if this is, yeah, this has got to be her set. I'm Commander Shepard, and I approve of this.
How's your new assignment working out, Allers?
Fairly normal, except for the unshackled AI, Matriarch Benezia's daughter, and the communicator that can reach Earth. The first two, I can deal with. That last one gets my attention.
So what are you asking for exactly?
Anything from Earth is the lead story right now. That's not opinion, it's fact.
Maybe I can pass on a few non-classified progress updates.
Seriously? You just doubled my ratings. I don't need FaceTime, just a data upload.
Tell people what's really happening on Earth. We need long recruiting lines on every planet after you air a story.
I can do this, Commander. Remind me to tell you about the time I made an Elcor cry. Commander? Do we need to talk, Commander?
Not right now, Allers.
Let me know when we do.
One other thing I'll say too is, again, a lot of what I've been talking about has just sort of been the shift in scale inside of the game. But I do like the little details of, you know, sort of trying to attack on all fronts. So the fact that bringing people on, you know, bringing reporters on, keeping people in the loop, getting the message out, is a touch that I like. Hey, it's huge. So why would I take... I guess it's because of the mods that it seems so much better, but... Yeah, I definitely want to go for something that's stronger. In this game, I don't have an opinion yet. I actually quite like Tali, which I realize is not a very original opinion. But I think she's kind of an interesting character. She has abilities that I like. And I don't know, just it, I found a lot of the interactions with her to be very enjoyable, and I think it hit the right balance in terms of I think with her in particular, there's enough kind of moments that make you laugh, while also still being a character who I have a lot of sympathy and interest in. So the whole story about her, going to be able to see the migrant fleet and whatnot. But on the other hand, you have like the Baldur's Gate. I don't remember if it was. I think it was 2 or no. Minsk is in 1, right? But the go for the optics, Chuchika. That sort of stuff is really fun. So, no, I did not.
Hey, Shepard. How'd it go with the council?
Same as usual. Non-committal, unhelpful.
Bet they still wanted you to help them out, no?
Yep. We're going to rescue a Turian Primarch from Palaven.
Sounds like fun. Never been to the Turian homeworld. You come down here for something? Or are you just looking?
I did just come to chat, but I might stay for the show.
Have to work harder than that if you want me to blush. Not sure what there is to talk about. You already know my service record.
I don't, actually. I didn't have access to personnel records when we met.
Right. Forgot about that. Well... Think you can dance and talk at the same time?
Yes, I can, Lieutenant.
You pulling rank on me, boss? We're just soldiers down here, no?
Sure. But this soldier will clean the floor with you if you step out of line.
Ha! You sound like my old CO.
Oh, yeah? And who was that?
Captain Tony. He was a hard-ass son of a bitch, but a good leader.
Was?
Died. With most of my squad. Protecting a civilian colony from a collector attack.
And the colony?
It was either them, or the intel we had on the collectors. Intel we could have used to destroy them. I chose the intel.
Sorry. That's a tough call.
The best part was, we didn't really need the intel in the end. Because you were out saving the galaxy by taking down the entire collector homeworld.
You didn't know. You can't blame yourself, Vega.
Who says I'm blaming myself?
Just a guess.
You a shrink too?
No, but that stunt back on Mars was reckless. You're lucky to be alive.
So?
So, maybe you don't care if you live or die.
Or maybe... I'm just willing to do whatever the fuck it takes to end this goddamn war!
Maybe you are. But if you're half as good as I think you are, we need you alive.
Thanks for the pep talk.
Anytime.
Hey. Thanks for the dance, Lola.
No nicknames, Lieutenant. Okay?
Your ship, your rules. Your loss. Commander.
El Canoe, thank you very much for the host. I actually really liked that sequence. I think, I don't know, there's something about being able to have a dialogue scene like that, or be able to have a little bit of the character realizations to, in something maybe a little bit more dynamic. Let me just take a quick minute here because it has been a little while since I've seen El Canu. But I know you were doing Bloodborne the other day. I was at work, doing work, so I watched but didn't participate in chat. But for those of you who, first of all, everybody from El Canu's channel who stopped by, thank you very much. I realized that I am an English broadcaster and that you've all been enjoying a very talented French broadcaster, and that perhaps I'm not that easy to understand or intelligible at all. So I completely understand if I am not your cup of tea, and I really appreciate you showing that support for El Canu through coming along for the host. But I think about 4 p.m. That sounds about right. But I work 10 to 6. So I've noticed the habit that if I start typing in Twitch, it's really easy for me not to, because I'm at work from home. It's actually really easy for me to shut off from work because it's sort of like the last 2 hours of my shift. So I feel like a little bit of a scumbag because you've been really supportive, and I haven't quite been giving the same level of dedication. So, but anyways, I do want to take a minute here and let you guys know about El Canu, because El Canu, for a while, and particularly when, I was helping out with a stream team and letting people, basically kind of telling people who maybe hadn't necessarily made the cut in terms of being invited in. I'd occasionally actually point out El Canu because I said, it's even if, so most of the people who'd be working didn't speak French. But he says, you can take a look. So the usual thing that you hear, right, is well, I don't have anybody watching my cast right now, so I don't have anything to talk about, or, there's a few variations on the same thing. And I actually used to kind of give him an example. Is what's really interesting about El Canu is that even if you don't necessarily understand what he's saying because of a language barrier, the nonverbal communication is coming through, and the pure enjoyment of the game is something that really makes him an attractive caster. There's 2 reasons I originally watched him, which was one, I live in Canada, and now that I've moved to sort of the eastern part of Canada, it is much more bilingual, and so it is actually, it would be beneficial for me to actually properly finally learn both of the official languages. Also helps career stuff, but honestly, there's other places I can work. On top of that, though, I checked out El Canu. So one was the French connection, so to speak. But the other one was I was interested in the game Satellite Rain. And all of the English broadcasters actually made the game look quite boring. It was a little slow paced. They didn't have a lot to say about the game. I didn't really get what was going on, and I almost didn't buy it. But I checked out El Canu when he was playing the game. And again, despite the fact that my understanding of French is very imperfect, he really showed why that game was interesting and why it was fun. And I bought the game off of him. And it's actually the main thing. I mean, I feel bad saying this because El Canu is a really nice guy, very supportive of my broadcast. And, it's always weird to say, the F word in relation to anybody that you know online, but definitely he's been very friendly to me, and he's somebody who I really value in terms of a connection on Twitch. But what really has really interested me, and one reason why I keep checking out his stuff, is that he's got this great taste in games, and he's actually one of the broadcasters who I think has really kind of given me the largest number of things that I wind up putting on my wish list. And sometimes that'll be some older games that he really likes, and sort of a chance for him to connect with stuff that meant a lot to him. So for instance, you can see usually on his intro screens, there's a lot of references to Lemmings and such. But El Canu really, in terms of even playing new things, does a really great job of sort of highlighting some things that maybe I wouldn't have paid attention to, or really showing me how a game that maybe I didn't have on my radar is really worth watching. So he's definitely a very strong broadcaster, and I encourage you, don't let the language barrier keep you from checking him out. He's somebody who I think if you are a broadcaster yourself, you can actually learn a lot in terms of how to communicate and how much, I think there's very little that you will fail to understand watching El Canu's broadcast, even if you don't speak French. But on top of that, if you really want to see some excellent games played well, I can say from my own personal experience that I've gotten a lot out of checking out his broadcast. Also, he has a really wonderful mod, Pompaneko, who gave me a copy of the game The Sea Will Claim Everything, which is really good. So that's another big detail. Oh, no problem at all. I mean, if I'm not going to be providing you, chat activity that's not in your broadcasting language, the least I can do is tout you to the people watching.
Lieutenant Steve Cortez, shuttle pilot.
Hey, it's Michel.
Got news about our supply chains, Commander.
Nice to meet you, Lieutenant. What's going on?
Sorry to just jump in, Commander. There's so much to be done, I get caught up in the tasks at
Hey,
hand.
correct, Steve.
He's always like that. You need to chill out, Esteban.
So you do care, Mr. Vega? Or is that the Cerveza talking again?
So what's happening with our supply chains, Lieutenant?
Alliance procurement chains are in chaos, but the Citadel's economy is still running. I can network to Citadel retailers. You can view inventory and make purchases right from this console.
When I network to a new store, I'll let you know.
It does cost more to coordinate delivery to the Normandy, so it's cheaper to buy supplies when you're there.
So, you're my shuttle pilot, but you're setting up procurement chains?
I wasn't assigned as Normandy's pilot. Not much need for one on a dry dock ship. I was overseeing the retrofit of the cargo hold. I'm quite familiar with the operation and maintenance of the UT-47 Kodiak and the M44 Hammerhead. In my experience, it made sense for me to take over as shuttle pilot when we left Earth. I'm also responsible for logistics, making sure the armory and shuttle are properly stocked and maintained.
How long have you been with the Alliance?
About 10 years. I enlisted in First Fleet serving on the SSV Hawking, flying F-61 Tridents mostly. I love the Trident. It practically dances in low atmo. I spent as much time tinkering on my bird as flying her. Got a bit of a reputation.
So you can fly fighters and fix them?
Yeah, and I got a knack for procurement too. They were grooming me for CAG, but my skill set made me more valuable commanding a flight deck. They assigned me to the Normandy retrofit team about 5 months ago to oversee all cargo bay modifications.
I should actually mention, Crack Steve, I can't remember if you and Mad King Brutos have been in chat together before, but I think you two are definitely both very dedicated fans of Mass Effect 3.
What happened to the M44 Hammerhead?
It was sent to the tech labs for a retrofit. To afford mobility with such a small ESO core, its design sacrificed armor plating. The lab engineers are trying to improve that. After the Reaper invasion, those labs are probably just a pile of rubble.
This is their way of telling me that I don't have certain things from the previous games.
The Kodiak seems a bit different.
Good eyes, Commander. This is the UT-47A Kodiak. It's got an upgraded ESO core and prototype stealth technology based on the Normandy design. For quick drops, I can get you in and out virtually undetected. She flies like a brick, so that's why you need a good pilot.
Do you maintain this armory?
I share that duty with our illustrious Mr. Vega. Though I believe the only weapon he really cares to maintain is himself.
You know you love the show, Esteban.
I do like that wide
First
cut.
retrofit we did was to move the armory down from Deck 2. I'm not sure what Cerberus engineers were thinking. Now you get off the elevator, pick your gear, and head right into the shuttle.
Just like the original Normandy.
Welcome back to the Alliance, Commander.
You were stationed on Earth. Do you have family there?
I'm an only child. Lost my parents years
How
ago.
much armor rating do you get
I
from
had a
that too?
husband back when I was stationed at Ferris Fields. The Collectors took out the whole colony. I'd rather not talk about it.
Keep up the hard work, but don't kill yourself.
Yes, Commander.
All right, I know it's been an hour since we and we haven't done any combat yet, but this is where we are right now, right? Yeah. So, and I think we've already, yeah, these are the same details. So, given what Bruto said about the tech like powers and whatnot, I know I've read basic power use in that. I am actually going to watch these videos because it seems like there's a difference for number 3.
Tactical control, bring up the power menu. This pauses the action, giving you time to evaluate the
I would never
battlefield,
want to belong
target
to any
new
club
enemies,
that
and
would have
select a
someone
power.
like me for a member.
Bruce Production, thank you very much for the follow. How you doing?
Attack an opponent, target the enemy before pausing the game, then highlight and select the power. The power will fire at the targeted enemy as you return to action. For maximum tactical effectiveness, use squad mate powers in combination with your own, hitting enemies with up to 3 powers at once.
Sure, what would you like to ask Bruce Production?
After using a power, you must wait for it to recharge before using it again. This is called the cooldown period. When a power is in cooldown, its icon is gray. A red icon indicates that the power cannot affect the current target. Some offensive powers are guided and can be aimed to hit enemies over cover and around corners. There are other useful tools on the power menu. To use powers in real time, drag and drop them to quick-fire keys in the power menu. If you have enough metagel, select First Aid to revive a squad mate and to recover a portion of Shepard's health. You can also activate ammunition powers, like cryo ammo and incendiary ammo.
Don't worry, you don't need to worry too much about your English. I'll try and help as best as you can. So I'm not much of a Linux user, but what specifically are you looking for, Bruce?
Issue orders to your squad mates by using the following keystrokes. Press Q or E to order a squad mate to attack, move to cover, or take a position. To order a squad mate to attack with a power, press Q or E while targeting an enemy. Z issues an order to both squad mates to open fire on the targeted enemy. And pressing C rallies the team to your position.
I know a little bit about Linux. I'm not sure specifically what you're asking, though, Bruce. Okay, that didn't really tell me about builders and destructors or whatever it would be. But let's take a look at the journal and see. So, I mean, it says priority. I'm going to assume priority moves the story forward. So we'll do Shrike Abyssal Prothean Obelisk. Volus Diplomat needs a Prothean Obelisk. Recover it from the Shrike Abyssal and deliver it to him at the Citadel Embassy. Nope. Let me just double check that I understand this properly. You have telephone and there's intern memory. You have something that you really need, but display is trash. I need with cable and with Linux this data copy. Yeah, Bruce, I'm not 100% sure what you're asking. Let me just see if I can find something here really quick. Do you mind if I ask what your what language you normally speak, Bruce? Android, I see. Okay, I actually have never I've never used Android before. You're from Slovakia. Okay, let me see. I was going to try Stack Overflow, but that doesn't seem like, if it's a mobile, how to do something on mobile. I'm not too sure. Yeah, so Bruce, if it's about Android, I actually don't know. I really don't know a lot about that. What I know about Linux is limited to a lot of very specific things to my work. You say that your friend says that Linux can solve this problem. Okay. So if your friend knows enough to say that, I think your friend should probably give you more help. Being able to say that Linux can solve that problem is a little bit like saying, a computer can do this for you. Like, I think they need to give you something a little more specific. I think probably... So taking a look at what I think I know what you're saying here. I think what you're really looking for, and I don't think it has to be Linux, but basically if what you're saying is you have files on your phone. So what I think you're saying is that you've got your phone and your phone is not, you can't see things on your phone right now. So what you're trying to do is transfer files from your phone to your computer. So that really, the operating system, so whether it's Linux or whether it's Windows, probably shouldn't matter that much. Now, I don't know if what you're asking is there a way to do that without a cable? There probably is, but it may need you to look at your phone's display, because generally you can't just connect to a device remotely without getting permission. If you have a cable, that will likely make things easier. But I suspect you don't have to use Linux for that. I think really what you need is just to have whatever USB cable your phone will connect to, and plug that in. And whether you use Linux or whether you use Windows, really what you're looking for is just the ability to use your Android phone sort of as a hard drive. Yeah, so I mean, whether or not it's on, it's a question about whether or not you can access the thing that you're trying to get. So, for instance, what I'm trying to say here is if you want to be able to connect remotely and you're not able to use your display, usually when you want to do a connection like that, it's going to say, do you want to give this computer permission? And if you can't give it permission, then you're not going to be able to remotely connect. But I have the suspicion here, I don't mean to, I don't mean to sort of minimize what you're going through, but I'm not entirely sure I'm in a position to be able to answer your question. Can you write? You need to translate. Okay. Let me, I'm just going to write this in text really quick and then we'll get back to the game. Okay. All right. Hopefully that gets you started, Bruce. I'm sorry I can't do a little bit more, but I'm probably not the right person to help you with file transfers on a phone like that. Okay, so I went to the journal so I could say it's from Shrike Abyssal. This is the weird part for me, though, is I don't know where Shrike Abyssal is. Sorry, I should have looked at what the other... I want to look at what the other... Ah, damn it. I want to look at what the other mission names are. See, this makes me think that this is the priority mission. But I suppose I don't really have... I mean, like, unless I want to just randomly check out the other systems. I guess we can go to the Exodus cluster. Yeah, that's Eden Prime. All right, well, that's life.
I found something.
Wreckage of a fuel depot destroyed by enemy forces. Fuel can be salvaged from the debris. Recovered 200 units of fuel. All right, have a good one, El Canoe. Sorry, I know you probably wound up with more tech support than you wanted there, but it's always great to see you again. I hope you're staying safe and your family's doing well. I really hope to get a chance. I have been really liking whenever I get a chance to see you play Bloodborne. I actually quite like seeing you play that because I don't have a PlayStation, so I'll never get to play it. But until next time, I'm hoping the next time I get a chance to talk with you, it'll be in your chat. Zion. Zion is a hydrogen-helium gas giant, even larger than Jupiter. Despite its deep gravity well and lethal radiation, it supports a small helium-3 mining industry. The reason is simple. As the only gas giant in the Utopia system, it is the only local source of fuel for Eden Prime's power stations and spaceports. Zion has 112 natural satellites ranging from orbiting asteroids to the moon of Asphodel, which is large enough to retain a thick atmosphere. Population 1,062. Population estimates are pre-invasion, and I think I'll skip the other details. This is definitely an interesting way to sort of handle the exploration compared to the other Mass Effect games. Really? I thought I would have had it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Do it quickly because you're almost at the end, I think. Yeah. Well, actually, this is the other thing that's nice about it too, is that I don't need to worry about spoilers for a game that I'm likely not going to be able to play. So given the fact that, what I'm doing here, I know I've got my primary mission, but seeing as I'm in the system, I'm going to try and recover whatever assets I can.
Signal confirmed.
Holy crap, that's a lot of stuff. Tyr is compositionally similar to Earth, however it lies over 4 AU from Asgard and possesses an atmosphere primarily composed of nitrogen. Yeah, Bruce, I mean, if somebody in chat will help you out, I don't mind them doing that, but I'm not quite sure how to help you personally. So if anybody would like to help out Bruce, feel free to do so. But I don't have a lot that I can add because I'm not an Android phone user, and I'm not sure what I would recommend. Well, potential target for terraforming, the proximity of the shirt sleeves habitable Terra Nova relegated tier to a support role. Okay, no problem, Bruce. Have a good evening. I hope you get the help that you need. Nearly 100 corporations, human and alien, constructed teleoperated mining, refining, and manufacturing facilities across the planet. The Reapers immediately targeted these, seeking to cut off the Alliance's supply of hydrogen fuel cells. Colony founded 2156, population 44,000. All population estimates are pre-invasion. Capital, Caladiller. So I've talked about the origins of Mass Effect a couple of times before, how this series was inspired by a... it was sort of inspired by an old game. It was also an EA game called Starflight. And I haven't really... So if I'm honest, I haven't really played... I haven't really played it all that much. I have a PC version of it, and there seems to be a much improved Genesis version of the game, which chances are you'll play that through an emulator. I don't know if it comes on that, like, you know, how there was that updated Genesis like mini console, like the Super Nintendo ones that they did. But what was neat about it was you'd put together your crew. So depending on what races you had, you would get these different reactions from different groups. So there'd be some animosity between certain species, and if you had an enemy species on, people would be more hostile towards you. But one big thing about it was one of your jobs was to go out to different systems and find these rare resources, which you could then sell back at the home station. Your other job was to find habitable worlds while the sort of suns were suddenly going nova and destroying the systems that they were in. And I think the game still has just this real mind-blowing ending, which obviously I haven't experienced personally. It's you know, I know it through reputation. But when you think about it, like, if you play Starflight and you play the parts where you're on planets exploring for minerals and whatnot, you really get to see in the Mass Effect games the influence of that particular part of the game and that experience. And the other thing that I point out is that if you read that Kotaku article about the making of Andromeda, you can also see that really they recognize the one thing that they always sort of wanted to do in Mass Effect and never quite pulled off was the idea of being able to explore all of these other potential worlds, potentially have procedurally generated planets, and to really kind of get the finding suitable colonies for habitation part. And that was one of the ideas that was going to be driving Andromeda. And in fact, from what I understand of the plot for that one, you are looking for a suitable world. So in some sense, you sort of see the series come back to that original influence. But unfortunately, it seems like the effort to try and make a very large number of planets without doing it by hand was something that proved infeasible for the project, and potentially dedicated resources that could have been used in other ways. Which is why I sort of think there were two really notorious games that seemed to come out around that time, No Man's Sky and Mass Effect Andromeda. And it's really funny that these two games that were widely derided by gamers actually potentially, had they joined forces, would have produced exactly the vision that they had for the game originally. But it's a path we may never see. Although I think it would be really interesting to see if they manage to crack that nut, to see what a Mass Effect game that's a little bit focused towards the exploration and colonization from Starflight. It'd be interesting to see how they do that. Bohr is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with over 90 moons. The light of ionized hydrogen filtering through an upper cloud deck of sodium causes its striking coloration. The source of the ionization has not yet been confirmed, but Bohr's mass, equal to 6 Jupiters, and high temperature suggests that it may be a brown dwarf, a gas giant that gained almost enough mass to ignite into a small star. The Reapers destroyed Bohr's extensive helium-3 infrastructure, although wreckage indicates that the Sixth Fleet did not give up the planet without a fight. Well, you know, this is the other thing about the idea of the flop. To my understanding, Andromeda was financially successful. Obviously, any game that is, you know, widely derided does not, like, so the financial success is not the only measure. But I know people get really uncomfortable with the idea of revenue as a measure of quality. Like, obviously, if you want to answer, most people want to answer a very specific question for themselves, which is this game for me? Do I, you know, would I enjoy playing this game? This is so risky to do, but they're mad. Small terrestrial world with little to recommend it. Loki's one hemisphere is largely covered by ice and the other by craggy basaltic highlands. The rough, varied terrain suggests an ancient cataclysm caused by significant damage to the planet, reaching 6.5 AU at Perigee and 7... Yeah, I kind of want to see what causes this to happen. I probably should have saved before I did that, but I'm probably gonna get screwed. But yeah, like the one thing that I definitely want to say with people is that it is true that revenue is not just a measure of quality. There is an important question to be asked, which is, if this thing is so bad, why do people with full knowledge of the ridicule and whatnot, why are they still buying the game and why are they still playing it? This was the big thing about No Man's Sky, was that Hello Games actually revealed sort of the player information, how many people were playing the game. And this is before they'd done any patches in that. And there were a lot of people playing the game and enjoying it. And so it's always the difference between public perception and the story you hear. Anyways, the reality. Beneath Loki's ice cap runs a naturally formed network of subterranean tunnels. These have proven useful to Alliance forces in retreat. Nevertheless, any organics hidden here remain in peril, as Loki's atmosphere is inhospitable and Reaper scanning technology is efficient, as we just found out. So it's nice of the Reapers to let me get my investigation in. All right, let's see if I can. Holy crap!
Evasion successful.
Terra Nova. Terra Nova was one of the Class 1 colonization prospects discovered by the first wave of Alliance surveys in 2150. It was the second human extrasolar colony and the first beyond the Charon mass relay. It once boasted the highest population of any formally endorsed Alliance colony, but in recent years, threats of Batarian attack caused many to emigrate. The name Exodus Cluster became all too apt. The Reapers landed on Terra Nova after a brief battle with the Alliance 6 fleet. Aware that it would lose, the fleet retreated in hopes of meeting with allies and retaking this planet. Intelligence indicates that the Reaper force here is light, debatable, and debate rages over whether to try and liberate the planet or if such an effort would prove futile if the Reaper sent reinforcements. Jesus Christ, I wonder if Joker broke a wrist pulling off that evasion. That's clearly the Commander Shepard maneuver. I really like the big scary music for when the Reapers come after you. All right. Let's see if we can do the magic again. Run!
Reapers eluded.
Eden Prime, this idyllic agrarian world, was one of the first human colonies established beyond the Charon mass relay. Eden Prime's fertile biosphere drew heavy immigration from Systems Alliance and other human organizations. In 2183, Eden Prime was attacked by a Geth force led by a rogue Spectre Saren Arterius. Commander Shepard, responding to the attack, encountered a Prothean beacon that warned of imminent Reaper invasion. It is thanks to this beacon and the commander's quick action that the galaxy has any chance of survival today. Although the Reapers rushed past much of the Exodus cluster in their plan to take Earth, it is clear that the war has come to Eden Prime. Distress signals have jammed all available frequencies, fires burn in vast swaths across the arable land, and its once extensive monorail system is twisted metal. Cerberus has much to lose if word of their ruthless attack on the human colony gets out. What they stand to gain must be equally valuable. Colony founded 2152, population 4.2 million pre-invasion, and the capital is constant. Apparently, there's a very big news item that's happened recently, and my phone's been responding to that. Okay, I think I'm gonna stick with the Mantis, and I suppose I could, you know what, I'll even it. I always hate it when I'll be honest, I do prefer to sort of specialize on stuff, but I haven't actually really locked in what I like about certain characters yet, so I'm gonna work with what I've got.
Eden Prime. This is where it all began. Where the Prothean beacon gave you the vision that warned us about the Reapers.
Thanks, I was there.
And where you went up against Saren and the Geth for the first time, no?
Yes. And now, with Cerberus here, Eden Prime's colonists are under attack again.
Seems like more than just 3 years ago.
How bad?
A lot of dead civilians. Lost one of my men, Jenkins, to a Geth drone.
Reports that Saren had bombs set up to wipe out the whole colony.
Yeah, tell you what, Mad King Brutus, I may not. I'm gonna run with it right now. I would eventually like to try it out, but how about I'll mention it when I'm ready. Okay.
Not on my watch.
Damn straight.
Cerberus hit Eden Prime hard. Whatever they found here was worth a major offensive. There are survivors elsewhere on the colony, but they killed everyone near the dig site.
They deserve better.
I know. The Alliance did what it could to evacuate colonists, but Cerberus came in so quickly.
If we find survivors, we'll do what we can. What about this artifact? Is it part of the Prothean device we found on Mars?
The Alliance didn't get any specifics about what Cerberus has uncovered. But whatever it is, it's better off with us than with Cerberus.
I'm bringing you in as close to the dig site as I can. No way we'll avoid detection, but you should have a few minutes.
Understood. All right, everyone. Get ready to move.
With luck, we can get to the dig site before Cerberus knows we're here. No sign of survivors. Come on, we need...
So I'm just taking a minute to review. So freeze, burn, potential to stun, heal. Got to remember to do this one.
Need to find the dig site.
This was a beautiful colony once.
They came back after the Geth attack. They'll come back from this.
I grew up on ships. Lose one, you can always move to another.
But you'd still remember.
I really like that they chose to return you to this environment. Also, I usually equip my pistol first, and then so I figure if I can snipe something, I have the time to switch to the other weapon.
Look at that. Bits of Prothean tech sticking out of the ground like an old bone.
Hey, Liara, you ever find dinosaurs while you're digging around?
No, dinosaurs and other fossils would be paleontology. I'm an archaeologist. I study artifacts left by sapient species. The two fields are completely different, and... you were joking.
Nope, that's the right response.
I just like dinosaurs.
Give James a completely serious response to his dumb question. Processing update. We've taken more able-bodied men and women from pacified neighborhoods. The colonists generally have accepted the story that they have gone to perform tedious but safe manual labor in a Cerberus research camp on the other side of the planet. When we increased food rations as payment for the work, most of the complaints died out. Maintain the story as long as possible. We don't have the manpower to fight the entire colony, and if these families knew that they were never going to see their sons and daughters again, there's no way they'd cooperate.
Shepard, this Cerberus data could help the colonists still alive on other parts of Eden Prime.
How?
I can get this intel to Eden Prime's resistance. Maybe it will help them fight back against Cerberus.
I'm never going to get used to the fact that if you do it to the side, you don't run, you roll. Mind you, the ability to roll is kind of cool in this.
There. That's the elevator that leads down into the dig site. Goddess, that doesn't seem possible. It's not a Prothean artifact, it's...
a trap!
a Prothean.
You mean a collector? Those things the Reapers turn the Protheans into?
No, an original unmodified Prothean who's still alive.
You're right. That doesn't sound possible.
You saw Prothean stasis chambers in the archives on Ilos. The only reason those failed was a lack of power. Cerberus found this in an underground bunker. It still has power. He's been in stasis for the past 50,000 years, waiting for us. Think of what we could learn.
What can you tell me about the Protheans? The people, not the technology.
Given your experience with the Prothean cipher, you probably know as much about them as I do. The Prothean Empire spanned the known galaxy. They uplifted countless other species to help them join the galactic community.
Uplifted, huh? Like when the Solarians helped the Krogan to evolve a little... faster.
Yes. Judging by the dig sites like the Prothean Archive on Mars or here on Eden Prime, the Protheans wanted other species to learn. It's clear that they prize knowledge, growth, and cooperation with the rest of the galaxy.
The way you describe them, they sound a lot like the Asari.
I'm certain I'm coloring their culture with my own perceptions. Whatever the Protheans were, finding one alive represents an incredible opportunity.
Good thing we brought our Prothean expert.
I hope I can help. If this single Prothean was sent into stasis, he could be the foremost scientist of his time, or perhaps the wisest counselor. Cerberus damaged the life pod when they excavated it. The life signs are unstable.
Then let's get him out of there.
No, breaking open the pod would kill him. We have to find the command signal that ends the stasis mode. We also need to figure out how to physically open the pod without doing more damage. Cerberus took over the labs nearby to research what they found at the dig site. That's likely our best bet.
Heads up!
One thing that amuses me about the idea of all right, well, oh, this is bad. I'm not good at this. I don't know if I'm going to survive this. I'll admit, one of my favorite features of this is the addition of the smoke.
All right, let's get moving before more of them come back.
Troop deployment update. Local resistance is heavy in the south and west sections of the colony. We've pulled out most of our troops from the northern neighborhoods to assist. All remaining troops in the north neighborhood continue to standard patrol activities to maintain the illusion of a large presence in that area. If the locals knew we were understaffed, they could do some serious damage. But yeah, this
help the colonists. The more we find, the better chance they'll have.
The smoke definitely forces me to behave quite differently from what I did in the original game. There was something else I was going to say, but the moment escaped me. Oh yeah, I'm actually rather bad at commanding my allies, and I have a feeling that's going to be particularly troublesome as I get deeper into the game. And tell you what, Mad King Brutus, you can sort of see that the way I do combat, I haven't had as many opportunities to do the power combos. But I think given the fact that I don't pay attention to that sort of stuff as often, if you want to tell me how it works, go ahead. But maybe just keep in mind if I don't do it, it's not because I'm ignoring you. It's because as you can see, I'm a simple man who just likes to fire his pistol as many times as possible at targets. Oh, neat. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm pretty sure I'm dead. All right, so you can access right now the biotic combo. You can use Liara's singularity power once it comes off cooldown. Get her to use her warp power on someone in the field. But they can't have shields or barriers. They need to be on a health bar. Okay, so I'll wait for a time where I want to use that ability, and I'll check it out then. So here's a question for you: is this something that was brought up in the tutorials that I just didn't realize, or is this something that the game brings up later, or was this something that was never really revealed and you learned through practice? Resistance information update. We've gotten word from our source within Eden Prime's resistance movement that we can expect an attack on our security center between 2200 and 2300 hours tomorrow night. They're pulling in forces from across the colony. This gives us the perfect chance to destroy their leadership. Once the attack is contained, allow Dr. William Cambiata to escape, firing near-miss shots to keep it realistic. He's given us good information, and with luck, the locals will see him as a daring hero and the only man to escape the Cerberus trap. They might even put him in charge. Ah, crap. I'm gonna get Liara to use Singularity just to get that guy out of where. Move, 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 move! That's frustrating. I was trying to get the thing to... I was trying to move while the grenade was going on, but... Okay, I was probably a little distracted with the news during the advanced power tutorial. So one of the things I always find hard in terms of navigating these levels is I obviously like picking up the little details, and what's nice here is that in addition to... Oh, that's neat. So you get the experience and the metagel. I've been hoarding the metagel thinking that you get the experience for not... like for having the surplus. Looks like you get the experience no matter what. But yeah, so what was I trying to say? I kind of like the fact that, so to me, like getting the little bits of lore and the story, like, you know, the combat is, you know, combat's is enjoyable in its own right. But I will admit, like, kind of exploring the environment and finding out little details about the places that I'm in is kind of the thing that really, like, I really like about these games. And the fact that picking up these details are things that will later go on to, you know, affect the state of the colony. So, you know, in this case, being able to help the resistance is, I don't know, like it's a touch that I quite like. But yeah, I think I did watch that one, but I'll admit I was distracted while watching it, Brudos. So, oops. Oh, so it does look like you get extra experience. Oh yeah, I was going to say something about this Prothean character. I'll wait for the cinematic to finish, though.
Victory! Field of motion! Acknowledged. How many have we lost?
Reaper forces have destroyed approximately 300,000 life pods.
Third of our people.
Alert! Broadside bulkhead cannot be sealed. Hostiles detected.
Then all forces to the north.
I think I can duplicate that to open the life pod.
You understood that?
You didn't?
No. All I saw was static. Cerberus was trying to make sense of it without success. The Prothean cipher you received on Pharaohs, it lets you see the images as a Prothean would and understand their language.
Whatever it does, I saw the video and how they sealed the life pods.
Perfect. Then we just need the signal they use to activate stasis mode.
So the idea of it being like the most important scientist or whatever, I'm sort of reminded about how we have a lot of classical works. So, you know, the funny thing about keeping great works in libraries is that obviously some of the greatest libraries in the past are ones that wound up burnt down. And then, of course, you have, different, kind of different priorities, different people in control over history. and certain ideas about what and what isn't legitimate knowledge. So one of the funny things about a lot of classics is that we know what people thought because people are writing these documents against the heretics, and they're quoting them, and ultimately it is through those works that we have the fragments that have survived. The other thing that's kind of interesting is that a lot of the works of antiquity that we've gotten have been found in garbage dumps. And it just so happens that they're particularly well preserved because the places that were dedicated to the preservation of that knowledge ultimately were compromised in some way. But people throwing their stuff out, they didn't think too much about it, and we have the means of recovering what we can from those documents. So the thing that's funny is that we have this assumption that the person that we found was this great individual who was worthy of preservation. But I love the idea that it's like, yes, the prisoner pod.
They were gunned down while having drinks and watching the game.
Son of a bitch, this was somebody's home.
Ugh. I gotta use to the... I should probably hack that thing again if I'm not gonna blow it up.
There. That lab found footage of the Protheans. Cerberus is studying it to find the stasis deactivation signal.
Actually, as a side note, it doesn't seem that it would be related to that idea, but it's one of the reasons why I still like going to physical libraries. So online bookstores are wonderful because, there's the books category is absolutely enormous, and there's always new ones being produced all the time. And clearly it's a bit much to expect that people will be able to, to have them all in one place. I know I'm kind of going in circles, but it gives me a chance to chat. Actually, I'm curious if, find the remaining pod data. But it gives you a little arrow. That's nice. I just kind of want to reorient myself. All right. Okay. So I definitely remember where that was. But one of the things that I think is missed with online access, so like in one sense, it's very hard for me to argue against online access in terms of just the sheer volume of knowledge that I'm able to get, or at least have access to. Maybe, obtaining that knowledge actually involves me reading those works. But the thing that I do like about libraries, and actually very specifically why I miss being in Vancouver, where I've got my my alumni status, which gives me a little bit more wider access to the library than just some random person off the street. I'm pretty sure, this is the spot where we already... Oh, maybe it's not. Oh, is this going to be the same? No, it's not.
I never thought our empire would fall. It won't. We will sleep here until the Reapers return to dark space. Then we will rise 1,000,000 strong. For the Empire. For the Empire. Get to your stasis pod. Victory. Broadcast the stasis readiness signal to all life pods.
And the refugees who have yet to reach the bunker.
Their sacrifice will be honored in the coming Empire.
You understood that one too?
Yeah. I've got the signal the Protheans use to activate stasis mode.
Excellent. Then we have everything we need to open the pod.
Backup forces are here.
Ah, damn it, I got it slightly off. I really want to get that achievement. There we go. Music tells me there's people still here. But yeah, so the thing about libraries, and one of the reasons why I miss my access to the UBC library, which is really well stocked, and I mean, it's just a nice location. The thing that I miss the most about it is actually the very inefficiency, like the thing that a lot of the thing that a lot of online libraries are trying to solve, which is the inefficiency of libraries. To me, is the desirable feature. Being able to walk through. I'm always just a little bit off whenever it goes slow. Okay, this is gonna suck in a minute. This might be a moot point in a second. I suck. That sounded like a turret. Yeah. But yeah, basically the fact that you have to walk through a library and see shelves of books that you weren't looking for is the thing, for me at least, that has kind of gotten me in touch with stuff that I didn't know I would be interested in, but wound up being really helpful. I don't even know what was hitting. Oh, it's the turret again. Anyways, that's definitely kind of a long way off of the idea of
They've retracted the bridge. We have to find another way across.
the most likely way of finding, or sorry, the fact that you could find that pod doesn't necessarily mean that you found a hero in sight. To me, the ideas are related. I'm sure to chat, they're wondering what the hell I'm talking about. I'm still getting used to the controls. I'll admit it's a little ropey for me. Like basically the idea that I wind up diving or jumping when I mean to run, or the fact that I don't quite seem to stick on certain surfaces, it's still taking a little getting used to. They're not gonna guide me on that. Honestly, I think I'm going in circles here, but... Alright, so I need to cross that. I would have thought that kind of going through this lower level might be an opportunity, but it doesn't look like it. Well, there are ladders here, though. See, it always feels like it's just on the edge of letting me down there, but it never actually delivers. I'll admit, I kind of wish shift was run. The other possibility, of course, is I just need to be on the roof and jump, but... yeah, I think I'm wasting time doing this. Oh. If I vault over that, I fall. Let me down.
I will.
Yep.
Right.
So yeah, here's what I'm thinking. Like, whenever I see little lights like this, usually in a game, it's a big signal saying, "Hey, you want to go down here." So I'm kind of like a moth. Every time I see a bright light, I just wind up running to it, and I've gone around in circles a couple of times now. So I explored this idea of jumping. Oh, are you serious? Is it gonna let me? No, it's not. Yes, it is. Okay. That is rather embarrassing that I did not try to do that. Then again, like introducing, oh no, the bridge is out. We're going to need to find another way around. Like walking on the dirt to the pod is... maybe, I don't know. I don't think I'd have spent as much time on that if the characters didn't say, oh no. All right. I'm not allowed to play video games anymore. Sure. I feel like that ladder attachment could have been done a little better. So I'm just going to take a second here. Yeah, this is just back to the start. I just wanted to see if there was there were any other goodies for me to pick up before I do it. This is me getting burned a couple of times by Mass Effect. I think it was Mass Effect 1, where I got the impression that like if I went to the wrong area, I wouldn't be able to explore anything else.
I'm transmitting the signal.
Perfect. It'll take a few moments for the life pod to process it.
Lots of bogies inbound, Commander. We'll have to hold this position.
Well, I said I wanted the achievement.
Here they come.
Ah! I hate it whenever I get that just slightly off. as I was mentioning before, like I really like the addition of smoke, because obviously this is the thing that I would do all the time in Mass Effect 2, but you really just need one commander to obstruct that vision, and all of a sudden I'm given a very good reason to move out from my position. Oh, I'm out of ammo. There's nothing more embarrassing than getting caught on furniture in the middle of the firefight.
Looks like we got a second to catch our breath.
Wish my corner man was here. I could use an ice pack.
Has the life pod ended stasis mode?
We're almost there.
If anybody's low, there's a Cerberus supply cache in the building next door.
I can lay down
How you doing?
singularity to block
Oh,
enemy
sorry.
access.
I've already said hi to you, Crack Steve. How's it going? Sorry, I always look at the Oh, Jesus. I always read the message first and then and then the name, and then I feel like an idiot when I say hi to people that I've already greeted. So I mean, it's cool that it's hacking the, you know, the mech to ruin its allies' day, but at some point I'm going to need to break the thing's shields, and all right, well, that didn't work. Again, the smoke ruining my day. Ah, crap. I'm apparently fine going into virtual melee range with with the Atlas, but as soon as a grenade shows up, it's a bridge too far. I don't know if that thing's dead yet, but...
There. You can open the life pod now.
This place feels oddly empty and silent, like an MMO with no players, like those yellow photos of abandoned office spaces. Like my workplace, actually, when I went to go pick up my private stuff. I mean, this one, it's a little more justified. The place where I felt the most... Where I felt it the most was when we went to Ilium in Mass Effect 2, because you expect that place to be really crowded. It's actually why... You know, finding out that, you know, newer BioWare games would use... I mean, it's not just an Unreal Engine thing, but, like, you know, would use something like Frostbite where maybe they don't need to worry so much about resource constraints, or at least in the way that... I mean, it's obviously a few years between games, too, so you can have higher expectations for hardware. But, you know, I think one of the places where I really felt the limitations, the technical limitations in Mass Effect 2 was Ilium, which is supposed to be this kind of very vibrant hub of commerce. And there's more NPCs than you'll see in most of the other locations inside of the game. But it definitely doesn't feel as crowded as sort of what a lot of its text implies. And of course, for Eden Prime, they've justified that by saying that this place has sort of been the subject of an attack, and as a result, that's why you would expect it to be... That's why you would expect it to be empty. But you're right, like a lot of this stuff feels quite empty, especially compared to modern games.
There, you've got it. Goddess. It may take him some time to fully regain consciousness. Be careful, he's confused. Remember, it's been 50,000 years for us, but for him, it's only been...
A few minutes!
No, the bunker is falling. There is no other option.
There are pods online! Those soldiers are still alive!
Their sacrifice will be honored in the coming Empire. Preparing neutron bombardment. Get to your life pod now.
Clarify.
Sensors are damaged. Automated reactivation is not an option. You will remain in stasis until a new culture discovers this bunker. This may lead to a power shortage.
Do not shut off more pods. I need the few that are left.
Power needs will be triaged appropriately. You will be the voice of our people.
I will be more than that. How many others?
Just you. You can understand me?
Yes. Now that I have read your physiology, your nervous system, enough to understand your language.
So you were reading me while I was seeing...
Our last moments. Our failure.
Your people did everything they could. They never gave up. And I could use some of that commitment now.
Shepard, whatever you did got Cerberus interested.
Asari. Human. I'm surrounded by primitives.
It's not safe here. Will you join us?
You fight the Reapers?
Yes.
Then we will see.
A living Prothean.
That's correct, Admiral. But he's not quite what we expected.
Commander, our scientists barely understand what they need to do here. If the Prothean can help us construct this device, we need his cooperation.
Understood, Admiral.
We're losing colonies faster than we can evacuate. We've never seen a force like the Reapers.
He has, Admiral.
Can he help us?
I intend to find out.
Good. Cerberus slipped up and gave us a new weapon. Don't let it go to waste. Hack it out.
Shepard, I need you down in the port cargo hold. It's about our new guest.
I'm on my way. What's the problem?
I've tried to make the room more accommodating, but they're not letting me talk to him.
Apologies, Doctor. Contact protocol with a new species. Assume hostility. We had to dust off the regulations.
But he's not new. I've spent my life studying Protheans.
At ease. I don't think our guest will be a problem. Will he?
That depends on you. I can sense fear in you, anxiety and distress. The Reapers are winning.
What do you mean, you sense?
All life provides clues for those who can read them. It is in your cells, your DNA. Experience is a biological marker.
Then what exactly did I experience back on Eden Prime? That was a hell of a flashback.
The battle left its own mark on me. I communicated this to you. It can work both ways.
Like your beacons.
Yes. Which... You found one. You saw it all. Our destruction, our warnings. Why weren't they heeded? Why didn't you prepare for the Reapers, human?
It's Commander. And nobody could understand your warnings. The beacon nearly killed me.
Then communication is still primitive in this cycle.
We pieced together what we could, and used it to stop a Reaper invasion 3 years ago.
Then the extinction was delayed.
Now we have your plans for the device. We're going to build it.
Device?
The weapon your people were working on. I'd hoped you could tell us how to finish it.
We never finished it. It was too late.
Then I take it you don't know anything about the catalyst.
No. I was a soldier, not a scientist. Skilled in one art, killing.
What was your mission?
Among my people, there were avatars of many traits. Bravery, strength, cunning. A single exemplar for each.
Which are you?
The embodiment of vengeance. I am the anger of a dead people, demanding blood be spilled for the blood we lost. Only when the last Reaper has been destroyed will my purpose be fulfilled. I have no other reason to exist. Those who share my purpose become allies. Those who do not become casualties.
Nothing in our fight against the Reapers has been that cut and dried.
Because you still have hope that this war will end with your honor intact.
I do.
Stand in the ashes of 1 trillion dead souls and ask the ghosts if honor matters. This silence is your answer.
We found this at the dig site. I assume it belongs to you.
It is a memory shard.
Could it help us with the device?
No. It contains only pain. But I will help you fight. And the last thing the Reapers hear before they die will be the last voice of the Protheans, sending them to their grave.
If you don't mind, I have a few more questions I'd like to ask.
Here it comes.
I've written over a dozen studies on your species. I've published in several journals that...
Amusing. Asari have finally mastered writing.
I'm sorry?
Never mind. What do you wish to know?
Before I do the dialogue, actually, this is a really interesting character, just in the sense, obviously it's sort of the failed Commander Shepard, you can sort of see. But there's also a very interesting implication with the fact that, so obviously when we ran into the Protheans in the first game, it sort of described this really horrible process through which the AI needed to decide which pods to shut off, and sort of this hierarchy of importance. And of course, now you're given an example of someone through a similar process. You have the Protheans who are kind of this universe's version of the monolith in 2001: A Space Odyssey. But unlike what you would normally expect something like that, when that civilization needs to decide what is the most important thing to preserve across 50,000 years, it's not the scientist. It's somebody who actually has no knowledge of the science, and has been pretty open in the statement of basically being designed to be the avenging angel of the Protheans or something like that, which is obviously not the first thing that you would expect. I am pretty sure nobody would have had this guy on their list in terms of who would be the top one. I like it. It's an interesting character. I mean, particularly from the idea of sort of the this is potentially who you become in this game, both in terms of the level of extremes, but also the very real fact that there's no guarantee that we win this war.
Is there anything more you can tell us about this device your people were trying to build?
We heard only stories. They said our scientists were constructing a great machine that had the power to defeat the Reapers.
You never saw it?
By that point, the Empire was smashed into pieces. None of us knew what the others were doing.
Well, if we don't finish it soon, the same will be true of us.
We've never seen a species with this sensory ability you have.
It was common among my people, imparting experience through touch, the chemistry of life. Complicated ideas could be absorbed in seconds.
That sounds very useful.
We evolved as hunters. Reading 1,000 details in our environment ensured our survival.
Beginning to understand the beacons a bit more.
Later, we developed technology to harness our ability. Information could be stored in certain objects through touch. Memory has its own biomarker, its own chemistry, as do knowledge and skills. The beacons could remember these things.
Things like Reaper invasions.
Yes, I can still sense the turmoil in you, witnessing the extinction of our empire. The fabric of your being was forever marked that day.
So, could you read something about this room?
There was liquid, a form of incubation. The DNA of a Krogan who lived here. He was powerful, prone to violence.
I'm impressed. His name was Grunt.
And if he were my enemy, I would have given him a wide berth. There is great strength in his genes.
Liara here would never forgive me if I didn't ask you. What was Prothean civilization like?
Yes, I've always wondered. What sort of government did you have, and can you tell me about your religious beliefs, or perhaps the...
We are dead now. What does it matter?
I'm sorry. Studying your history has been a lifelong passion of mine.
When I was born, our empire was already at war with the Reapers. The first thing I remember was seeing my planet on fire.
What was your civilization like before the Reaper attack?
We were the dominant race of our cycle. We ruled the galaxy.
My studies indicated you were the only race engaged in space travel at the time. I always found that curious.
We were one empire composed of many subjects. All eventually called themselves Prothean.
What if they didn't want to?
They weren't given a choice.
Are you saying you enslaved the other species?
Any could oppose us if they wished. And if they had won, they would have ruled. Many tried. None succeeded.
I had no idea Protheans were so... severe.
It was by necessity. Very early we encountered the dangers posed by machine intelligence. They rebelled against us.
We've had the same problem. They're called Geth.
We could not allow the machines to surpass us. It was decided the only way to win was to unite all organic life within our empire.
Did it work?
For a time. The Metacon War. We were turning the tide. Until the Reapers arrived. Then we understood machines had surpassed us long ago, in ways we could never imagine.
I think one of the other things that's kind of interesting too, from the perspective of this Prothean, is to so the fact that people are referring to their cycles, and people are, so this is sort of adopting the way that the Reapers look at the galaxy, which I mean makes sense, right? Like it's not necessarily, you wouldn't necessarily want to think of the idea as to how long it has been since everything has been consumed, but it's an unfortunate feature of sort of the history of the galaxy. But it is sort of interesting to take on the perspective of the antagonist for the purposes of describing your relation to other civilizations.
Back on Eden Prime, it looked like there were other stasis pods. What happened?
The Empire had fallen, and we knew our cycle was lost. We were the final vanguard, the best soldiers left alive.
So more of you were supposed to survive into this cycle?
Yes. Under my leadership, a new Prothean empire would have arisen. We would have commanded the races of your time to prepare for the next Reaper invasion. But traitors within our ranks, indoctrinated agents, betrayed us, and the Reapers discovered our plan.
What if it had worked? Yeah, this is an interesting one. So, of course, we've, again, the connection with the monolith of 2001: A Space Odyssey, but we're finding out that these people would have enslaved us if it had actually turned out.
Out of curiosity, how would you have commanded us?
By leaving you no other option. You would have joined our army, or faced the Reapers alone.
We've uncovered quite a few Prothean ruins. Were you observing our ancestors?
Before the war, we cultivated species who showed potential. Eventually, you would have been offered a choice to join the Empire. But when the Reapers attacked, we ceased all study. We hoped they would see you as too primitive to harvest.
Well, thank you, I think. What can you tell us about your own war with the Reapers?
Many of the details were lost. The conflict lasted for centuries. Those that faced the Reapers in the beginning were long dead when I was born. There were memory shards, however, passed down from soldier to soldier. They gave us fragments of what happened.
Why do you think your own cycle lost the war?
What had been our strength, our empire, became a liability. All races conformed to one doctrine, one strategy. The Reapers exploited this. Once they found our weaknesses, we could not adapt. The subservient races became divided and confused. Then, it was only a matter of time.
I'm happy to say our cycle is different. Most races cooperate, but they still remain unique.
Then it may be your only hope.
Several years ago, we found a Prothean VI that called itself Vigil on the planet Ilos. He was the caretaker of a research project.
During my life, Ilos was only a rumor. It was said we had cities there, built on the ruins of a civilization before us, the Inusanon. If our scientists did have a research facility, whatever they were doing was secret.
Yes, Vigil said they wiped all traces of themselves from the records so the Reapers couldn't find them.
The scientists eventually went into cryogenic stasis.
More of my people survived?
No. But they did stop the Reapers from taking control of the Citadel in this cycle. It delayed their invasion.
I never saw the Citadel. It was captured long before I was born.
How did your people wage war against the Reapers?
Attrition. We fought them system by system, planet by planet, city by city. Entire worlds were sacrificed just to slow the Reapers down. Time they spent harvesting a population was time we could regroup.
That must have cost you in the long run.
Yes. Our own people would be indoctrinated, converted, then turned against us. But there was no choice. Mercy is not a weapon. It is a weakness.
I mean, this is a really interesting point, too, that, of course, it was the fact that people who were converted or indoctrinated were the ones who ultimately betrayed the final plan. So also the why did you lose? Again, it's presenting an interesting contrast between Shepard's mission and the Protheans' mission to the different approaches. One where effectively it's sort of subjugating unification through subjugation, whereas promoting the diversity through the galaxy is potentially something that will save this cycle.
Thank you for talking with me. I never imagined actually meeting a Prothean.
This has been amusing.
Oh?
To discover the most primitive races of my time now rule the galaxy. The Asari, the humans, the Turians.
There's also the Solarians.
The lizard people evolved?
I believe they're amphibian.
They used to eat flies. Commander, you may count on me. I am known as Javik, though I still need time to recover. The shock has not worn off yet.
I understand. This must be a hell of an experience for you. We're just glad to have you aboard, Javik.
All right, that was neat. That's obviously a lot of information, but I'll maybe just see if there's...
So much has been lost. So much has changed. And yet the Reapers are still here.
I'm debating as to whether or not it's a good idea to do more codices right now, because I realize that we're hitting the 3-hour mark and there's only really been one mission. But I got to get through them at some point.
Commander.
Can't take it anymore. Just jump into the device. I actually don't think it'll hurt for me to do each of the decks and talk to people just so I get the lay.
You mean the biggest story in 50,000 years that I can in no way talk about?
So yeah, I've seen him. Just wondering.
I think getting a handle on the ship layout would not be a terrible idea.
You know, in the old days, they didn't have automat on cameras. Reporters had to cake on the makeup.
I hope I didn't leave you hanging too long on that last Cerberus raid.
I'm just glad we made it out in one piece.
Been a while since I've seen a dogfight like that. Really missed my Trident. ACM isn't really the Kodiak strong suit.
All right, what does Big McLarge Huge want? Oh, he's not doing an infinite number of pull-ups.
Hey again. What's up?
What's with you and the nicknames?
It's just my way of remembering people. Some people just don't match their names, you know? So I just give them a new one.
Right. You mentioned a mission you had against the Collectors. What happened?
Pretty much what I said. Things went foobar, and I was one of the few to make it out. If you want the rest of the story, you're gonna have to get me really drunk, or...
Or what?
That's about it. Sorry, Commander. Just not interested in talking about that. Next topic?
You had a hard time leaving Earth. You still want to head back?
Hell yeah. But I get it now. It's not where I'd be most useful. Not yet, anyway.
We'll get back there.
I know. And I'll do whatever it takes to get us there, Commander.
Maybe no more shuttle crashes.
No promises now that I've gotten the taste for it. Besides, I like to keep Esteban on his toes.
Yeah, it was pretty clear that I was going down a romantic path in terms of the conversation. I think it's because for the longest time it was always the Paragon choices were at the top, and I do tend to make Paragon choices, so out of habit I just sort of, I would usually go to the top right out of, you know, it's not that I reflexively pick dialogue stuff, but this is, again, Telltale has the same problem too, which is you can't give the full line, and even then, like, a line read is going to be a bit different depending on, you know, the direction that an actor is given and also how an actor reads it. And so, you know, what you might think of as, you know, just kind of throwing it back at the guy might potentially turn into flirting. and then, you know, all of a sudden you're going down a romance path that you didn't want. That actually happened to me in Mass Effect 1, but fortunately we killed the guy, so.
You got family back on Earth?
Yeah, an uncle, retired military. Got a few cousins I haven't heard from in a while.
You and your uncle close?
Yeah. He was the reason I joined the Marines and was about the only good thing in my life after my mom died.
No dad?
He's there. Somewhere. But I'm not sure I'd call him family. Not anymore. I would like to find out how my uncle's doing, though.
I take it you and Lieutenant Cortez know each other?
Yeah, Esteban did a stint on Fel Prime where me and my squad were stationed. I caught up with him on Earth a few months back. He's a good guy. Just don't tell him I said so. It'd go to his head.
I'll talk to you later.
You bet.
I am debating for the sniper to switch to something that's a little bit more rapid fire, but it has been, I mean, the reason I like snipers is usually you point it at the thing that you don't want to exist anymore, you hit it once and you're good to go. What a beautiful, beautiful room. Truly, this is the Mass Effect experience. I think I will do a handful of codices before the next mission. It's kind of interesting that they're not unlocking these as people start inhabiting them. I suppose that gives me a reason not to visit them in future, but.
Dr. Tassoni found useful information in the data you recovered, Commander.
Remains of Reaper Destroyer. To avoid the risk of indoctrination, remote drones have been sent to study the salvaged remains of a Reaper Destroyer. The drones can dig under the outer hull, scanning circuits for technology that will increase the speed at which tech, biotic, and combat abilities can be fired. Alternatively, the Council has offered a Citadel-wide merchant discount for choosing the safer option and demolishing the remains. I'm going to opt for the power cooldown bonus. Prothean Notes 2186, Entry 1. The things this Prothean must have seen. If they had the technology to preserve someone for over 50,000 years, no wonder they were capable of building things like the device on Mars. I must give him time to get his bearings, but Goddess, when will we get another chance to learn so much about a civilization? Attached notes on Prothean.
A Prothean. A living, breathing Prothean right below me.
He's not what I expected.
Me neither. He was a little cold when I tried to talk. I understand the shock of waking up again. His species gone. But a Prothean, Shepard. There's so much he could tell us.
Yeah, just a couple. I actually do really like how they follow you around the room. That's a nice touch. I need somebody in here to be doing some calibrations.
Good to see you, Commander.
I'm assuming I'm not going to be able to do anything with the body we found. Let's take a look at my ships. So no fish yet. We do have our space hamster. All right, toilets are working. ANN Alert, new article on Eden Prime from Alliance News Network Information Partners. Alliance officials confirm a local resistance movement has successfully pushed Cerberus forces off Eden Prime. Cerberus attacked Eden Prime for reasons that remain unclear and set up facilities to occupy the colony. But after constant attacks from a united populace, Cerberus troops retreated. Alliance officials are sending in evacuation transports now to get colonists off-world before Reaper forces reach the colony. We owe this victory to the Alliance, Resistance leader Edward Krabs said in a prepared statement. The people of Eden Prime have always been ready to fight, but Alliance intel gave us the tools we needed to push those Cerberus bastards off our planet. Many Resistance fighters have said they plan to enlist to support the Alliance. You have one upgrade rating from Glyph. Dear Commander Shepard, some of the data that you found allowed me to research an upgrade for you. Simply access the terminal in Dr. Tassoni's office at your convenience, and you may choose how and when to implement it. Have a pleasant day, Glyph. I will admit, the model ship case does look pretty cool. All right, now before I move to the next area, actually there's some dialogue, I suppose, too, so we'll see if Joker has anything to say. But I do want to just take a look at the status of the, well, galactic readiness.
So a Prothean, a real live Prothean. Has Liara stopped bouncing yet? I'm guessing there may have been some bouncing.
If this was Space Quest, I'm pretty sure I would have been able to open that door and get sucked out into the galaxy.
The birds don't quit when things get ugly. I'll give them that.
All right, new Alliance Spec Ops Team Delta. Half of Team Delta's officers have an N5 designation, with a few N6 soldiers in the ranks. They specialize in conflicts outside Citadel space. Delta is known for strict admission standards, professionalism on high-stakes missions, and the Alliance loudest parties. When asked how senior staff looks on their off-duty readiness, Captain Matthew Brown was quoted as saying, "After the shit we went through in the Terminus systems, they're just happy we're not burning down the base." Alliance Cruiser Shanghai. The Shanghai's most important part in the Reaper War to date was the evacuation of the Kali Ukbar. Alliance intel reported Reaper forces headed towards Ukbar, but as a cruiser, the Shanghai was unable to land on the medium-gravity world. The Shanghai's captain quickly dispatched all its shuttles to help transport hundreds of colonists onto the ship, making over 41 shuttle runs in a single hour. The Shanghai managed to evacuate the entire remaining population. When the Reaper forces arrived, Ukbar's capital city was as empty as if it had never been inhabited at all. Alliance Naval Exploration Flotilla. In peacetime, the Alliance's naval exploration flotilla is used as a survey force to chart out new systems. The NEF came under fire in 2185 when several dozen service people were charged with withholding information on rich mining deposits in order to sell the locations to the exploration firm Barrier Frontiers. The Alliance attempted to hide this controversy to little avail. As more and more officers were indicted, eager to bury its shady history, the NEF has dedicated its entire flotilla and material resources to constructing the Crucible. And Eden Prime support. Eden Prime is an agrarian world producing millions of tons of food that is sold to less arable planets. The Alliance has set up supply lines from this colony to funnel excess provisions to its troops. Updated. A few researchers who studied Prothean technology on Eden Prime avoided capture by Cerberus. They forwarded copies of their work to the Alliance, hoping that it will help build the Prothean device found on Mars. Updated. Although its military defenses were seriously damaged by the Cerberus invasion, Eden Prime's remaining government has loaned the Alliance several Athabasca-class supply freighters. Updated. Eden Prime's colonists drove Cerberus away from their system entirely. With its shipping lanes secure, the colony is sending out as many supplies and equipment as it can spare. Crucible. Prothean data files. These Prothean discs were found years ago on Eden Prime, recovered a few months before the discovery of the Prothean beacon in 2183. For years, the data on the disk was incomprehensible until the Crucible's blueprints provided the key to understanding the equations. Locked inside the discs were theories on dark matter meant to be used with the Crucible's main power source. All right. Obviously, we still have all our work ahead of us in terms of getting the galaxy in fighting shape, but it's nice. I don't know. There's definitely something about this. So, I mean, obviously in Mass Effect 2, it was building sort of the ultimate team to be able to go through the Omega Relay and to take out the Collectors. Obviously, this one is a little bit more about uniting the galaxy and trying to bring the Alliance, Alliance into full strength. But it is still it's neat. I do like this ability to sort of check in and see the progress. And this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier by saying that being able to look at the little mini game, like the deploy resources across the galaxy. Again, it seems to me like the 1 hour option is the one that's best, as long as you're able to keep refreshing it. Otherwise, you do the 5 hour one to avoid spending too much time. It's just kind of neat to have these little check-ins in terms of the larger setting.
Those poor colonists on Eden Prime. First the Geth attack, now Cerberus. For what it's worth, our new crew member doesn't need a translator himself, but he shared a Prothean language tutorial program. It was apparently designed for servant races being inducted into the Empire. Charming cultural clue.
Again, I really like the fact that when they decided to introduce the Protheans, that they really decided to do something unexpected with them. I am just going to look at the advanced power use again, because it clearly wasn't paying attention.
Power, you must wait for it to recharge before using it again. This is called the cooldown period. When a power is in cooldown, its icon is gray. A red icon indicates that the power cannot affect the current target. Some offensive powers are guided and can be aimed to hit enemies over cover and around corners. There are other useful tools on the power menu. To use powers in real time, drag and drop them to quick-fire keys in the power menu. If you have enough Metagel, select First Aid to revive a squad mate and to recover a portion of Shepard's health. You can also activate ammunition powers, like cryo ammo and incendiary ammo, to upgrade your weapon.
Yeah, it didn't seem to have anything to say about the power combinations. I mean, it says it here, review advanced techniques like power combinations, but it doesn't actually say anything about the power combinations. Weird. All right, so again, the point of this little journey was to do the activity. I suppose actually I said I was going to do, okay, so I was going to do some codices. I also wanted to take a look at the, so obviously priority Palaven, but I'm trying to avoid doing the priority missions until I've got the side missions done. I'm not 100% sure where, it says the Shrike Abyssal. I'm not 100% sure what this is quite supposed to mean. And so what I think I might do is just try and get some resources from some of the other regions while I'm at it. Okay, known associates.
Admiral Stephen Hackett is a decorated officer in the Systems Alliance, currently assigned to Arcturus Station on the far side of the Sol Relay. In the battle for the Citadel, Admiral Hackett commanded the 5th Fleet. Following that victory, he was promoted to head of the Alliance military. Hackett was born to a single mother in Buenos Aires in 2134. When his mother died in the pandemic of 2146, he was placed in the Advanced Training Academy for Juveniles, where his superior talents in science and leadership quickly became evident. Hackett enlisted in 2152, volunteering for high-risk missions to colonize space beyond the Sol Relay. He was commissioned as a 2nd lieutenant on Arcturus Station in 2156, and soon proved his ability in the First Contact War. His rare ascent from enlisted man to admiral remains an Alliance legend. Admiral David Edward Anderson is a career military officer in the Systems Alliance Navy. Born in London in 2137, he later moved to Arcturus Station and became the first graduate of the Alliance's now renowned N-7 Marine program. Anderson is one of the Alliance's most decorated Special Forces operatives and served with honor during the First Contact War. He was the original captain of the SSV Normandy before relinquishing command to his XO, Commander Shepard. After the Alliance victory in the Battle of the Citadel, Anderson briefly served as the Citadel's first human counselor. He soon became embroiled in a Cerberus plot to abduct his friend Kaylee Sanders, however, and learned that he was unable to live a life without action. He stepped down as counselor and returned to the military to prepare for the Reaper invasion. The Alliance Parliament named Donald Udina as his successor. Lieutenant Commander Ashley Williams is a career military officer with the Systems Alliance. Born in 2158 to a military family, Williams enlisted directly out of high school, splitting time between Earth and hostile environment training on Titan. After earning numerous commendations early in her career, Williams became a platoon guide on Eden Prime, where she was the only member of her unit to survive the Geth attack. Williams then served as gunnery chief under Commander Shepard on the SSV Normandy, and was promoted to lieutenant commander after the Battle of the Citadel. More recently, an Alliance tribunal called on Williams to testify about her experience with the Reapers. Dr. Liara Tassoni is an Asari information broker with a background in scientific research on Prothean technology. Born on Thessia in 2077, she is the only child of the late matriarch Benezia. Although mother and daughter became estranged in the years before Benezia was indoctrinated by the Reaper known as Sovereign. Tassoni is also a highly trained biotic who served under Commander Shepard aboard the SSV Normandy before the ship was destroyed in a collector attack. Before she became involved in galactic affairs, Dr. Tassoni spent 50 years researching the Protheans' technology and the mystery of their extinction. She now divides her time between uncovering Prothean ruins and consulting with noteworthy representatives of the various Citadel races. Flight Lieutenant Jeff Joker Moreau is a respected pilot with the Alliance Navy. Born and raised on Arcturus Station, he is widely considered to be the best helmsman in the Systems Alliance. Moreau enlisted with the Navy directly out of school and quickly gained the respect of his superiors. He served as pilot of both the Normandy SR-1 and its successor, the SR-2, and was at their respective helms during the Battle of the Citadel and the assault on the Collectors. Moreau suffers from Vrolik syndrome, a rare debilitating disorder also known as brittle bone disease. Dr. Karen Chakwas is a trauma surgeon and a major in the Alliance Navy. She served on the SSV Normandy under both Captain Anderson and Commander Shepard, and was aboard the ship when it was destroyed by the Collectors. She later quit the Alliance in order to rejoin Shepard on the Cerberus-built Normandy SR-2. Along with most of the Second Normandy's crew, Dr. Chakwas was kidnapped by the Collectors and taken beyond the Omega-4 relay, where Commander Shepard eventually rescued her. After the Alliance impounded the Normandy SR-2, an inquiry found that Dr. Chakwas had no significant role in or provable knowledge of Cerberus's criminal activities. She has since rejoined the Alliance.
All right, I'm going to take a quick look and see what's in organizations. I may not do all of it, though. There's only two.
In recent years, the pro-human syndicate known as Cerberus has seen its influence grow galaxy-wide. The largely untraceable organization now includes private intelligence agencies, biotics laboratories, research facilities, and the lucrative corporations that provide a front for it all. Cerberus's charismatic leader, known only as the Elusive Man, drives the organization's philosophy and interests. The level of secrecy he maintains puts professional intelligence agencies to shame. As Cerberus grows, so too does public distrust of the organization. Some commentators have remarked that Cerberus is not so much pro-human as it is anti-alien. Others question the blind loyalty of its employees. The Elusive Man is a human loyalist focused on advancing the interests of his species, whatever the cost to non-humans, and reportedly humans. The Citadel Council regards him as a fanatic who poses a serious threat to galactic security. The reclusive tycoon is the head of Cerberus, an organization that furthers his pro-human agenda throughout the galaxy. His views have led him into questionable alliances. Recent rumors go so far as to suggest that the elusive man may even have allied with the Reapers.
All right. Mass Effect 3 from Ash. Oh, bonus. Okay. Planets and locations. Eden Prime. In 2151, as the first anxious settlers made their way through the New Charon mass relay, many of them wondered whether the reality of life on Eden Prime could possibly live up to the stories of pristine landscapes that drew them there. What the colonists found exceeded their expectations. The stable climate and compatible biology made the colony almost instantly viable. Over the next few decades, several million humans immigrated to Eden Prime, and a primarily agrarian culture developed. The new colony quickly became not only self-sufficient, but began exporting goods. Chief among these were rare plants grown from Earth's many heritage seed libraries. But in 2183, the colonists faced a true test of their character. Eden Prime was attacked by the rogue Spectre Saren Arterius and his Geth allies. Not long after, the Citadel was attacked by those same forces, and Eden Prime's neighboring world Terra Nova found itself threatened with a complete destruction. Faced with such violence, a lesser citizenry might have retreated back to the safety of Earth, but so many colonists of Terra Nova did. But Eden Prime's governing body refused to give in. Not only did the colonists vote overwhelmingly to block a measure calling for the building of evacuation ships, they voted to ease restrictions on immigrants from Terra Nova looking for a new home. As a result, Eden Prime's population has swelled. Whatever the war might bring, its status as a symbol of humanity's future in the stars remains unblemished. I like these little details. This is actually why I bother with the codices. Technology, Prothean Beacon. In 2183, human scientists uncovered a Prothean technological artifact on the planet of Eden Prime. While repelling an attack by Saren Arterius' Geth allies, Commander Shepard's squad came into the artifact's proximity and set it off. The object, described as a beacon, sent the commander jumbled sounds and images intended to warn of the imminent Reaper invasion. The beacon overloaded during the process and violently exploded. While the vision it provided was dismissed by the Citadel Council as a highly subjective experience, since that time the Council's Committee on Paleotechnology have analyzed the fragments of the beacon in an effort to understand how it communicated. What they found was not quite the telepathic technology that the Alliance Marines described in their reports. The beacon was equipped with a mass effect field generator to hold its subject immobile, a necessary step to minimize collateral damage during the rest of the process. The beacon then nearly instantaneously scanned the structure of its target's optic and auditory nerves, as well as many parts of the brain responsible for memory. Once its expert system determined the properties of these key features, the beacon stimulated them with pinpoint electromagnetic and other irradiative energy, using powerful programs to recreate any images or sound the beacon required. In principle, this was similar to the popular entertainment device known as SimStim, but vastly more comprehensive. SimStims detect the senses, not the memory. The Normandy's medical officer noted that the beacon delivered more information over the space of seconds than a SimStim could do in hours, and managed to do so to a species whose physiology was completely unknown to its designers. To a paleotech, the fact that Commander Shepard needed assistance to decipher the message is a minor footnote compared to the Prothean's accomplishment, getting any of the message to Shepard at all. And I am going to do... Oh, so it looks like we've got some entries in organizations. I do want to try and do some planets and locations. I know it's a slog, but I figure if I do a few each time, it won't be as terrible. All right, the Atlas. With the Atlas, Cerberus' research arm has combined the deadly armor and firepower of a Ymir-mech with the tactical superiority of a trained human pilot. An Element Zero core allows the Atlas to be airdropped onto a battlefield with minimal impact damage. Its thick armor includes a robust transparent canopy made from polycrystalline composite proprietary to Cerberus. Alliance engineers hypothesize that the material is some kind of synthetic sapphire composed with interlayers to resist cracking and thermal damage. Although the Atlas is somewhat unwieldy in the field, its anti-personnel machine guns and ability to shrug off damage from anything short of a heavy weapon makes it a fearsome opponent. Heavy loss of life is to be expected in any unprepared encounter with this unit. By the way, one of the things it was saying about Cerberus sort of interests me. So when you see the elusive man's approach, there's obviously sort of a comparison to what we were hearing about the Prothean. Again, this subjugation of other races and sort of the ability to unify through force. The other thing that interests me is with this rumor of the elusive man working with the Reapers, there's a couple of details. So obviously the Reapers were able to to undo the Prothean resistance through, the corruption of its citizens. So it does raise a couple of interesting questions. Do you have... There's a few different dimensions through which Cerberus can be very detrimental to the efforts to stop the Reapers. It could be through its actions on its own. It leads to a strategic approach that the Reapers have already been successful at defeating. And in this case, you don't really need any influence. You just simply need to make sure that Cerberus is in a situation where it can sort of take advantage. But then, of course, you've got the other element of the Reaper attack, which does actually seem to be to corrupt from within. And of course, if you give this Faustian bargain to the Elusive Man, he does seem to be the sort of person who would take it on. I mean, his real test was already presented in the second game through ordering Shepard to preserve the Reaper technology. And of course, in that case, that's a little bit more. So in one sense, you have Cerberus being self-interested and ultimately going down a path that is detrimental to humanity and the galaxy at large, but that is through its own actions. And you have the other path, which is the Reapers being a corrupting influence, and in this case, very deliberately going in, manipulating Cerberus's activities. Of course, there's some evidence that that's happening because Cerberus operatives believe that there are certain lines being crossed, and so there are defections to the Alliance. But it'll be interesting. I'm assuming that the game is going to put its foot down in terms of exactly what the relationship between the Elusive Man and the Reapers is. But it's kind of interesting to see that you can actually see how it harms our efforts in two ways, but only one of them requires sort of the outside force to corrupt, and the other one is just simply the fact that over the course of history we know that Cerberus's approach has failed through the fact that the Protheans were defeated. Right, Nemesis. The Nemesis is a Cerberus sniper specialist. Customized implants allow Nemesis to withstand the crippling kickback of the M98 Widow anti-materiel rifle, turning a redoubtable opponent into a force capable of inflicting instant death. A suite of high-tech scanning equipment makes the sniper adept at maintaining cover, meaning a Nemesis is usually spotted only after opening fire, assuming the target survives the first round. Because of self-destruct mechanisms that activate on the sniper's death, the Alliance has never retrieved an example of Nemesis augmentation technology. This fact, combined with Cerberus Force's penchant for suicide when faced with capture, has made scientific study of their implants impossible. Planets. Ilos. Like the ancient human city of Troy, Ilos is a world known only through second-hand sources. References to Ilos have been found at several other Prothean ruins. Through direct study of the world is unlikely to occur. I wonder, this has to be a human name that has been put to the Prothean world. Although, again, it could be the Prothean technology communicating to us in terms that we would know. Good to know that Homer still survives in the future. Ilos lies in a remote area of the Terminus systems, only accessible by the legendary Mu Relay. 4,000 years ago, the Mu Relay was knocked out of position by a supernova and lost. Since then, Ilos and its cluster have been inaccessible. Occasionally, a university will organize an expedition to chart the route to Ilos using a conventional FTL drive. These never get beyond the planning stages due to the distance and danger. The journey could take years or decades, passing through the hostile Terminus systems and dozens of unexplored systems. Corliss, known as the Starcraft Cemetery, Corliss was the regional toxic junkyard for centuries. Ships reaching astronautical near death at connecting mass relays were sent to Corliss stripped of every useful component and then dumped planetward to clear shipping lanes. Currently, Corliss hosts numerous merc factions, such as the Blue Suns, rumored to be using downed ship fossils to test advanced munitions. Massive gun batteries threaten anyone attempting planetfall with minimal defenses against ground attack. Because ancient volcanism greenhoused the planet, Corliss was too hot and CO2 rich to develop the biosphere, despite the abundant lakes that could have sponsored the development of life. Now cool enough for protected habitation, but too scorching for anyone but extremophiles and mercenaries seeking secrecy, Corliss supports numerous Krogan outposts. The Krogan have therefore seeded Corliss with hardy Varen, often kept as warhounds. Varen live primarily on a diet of geophagous vermin and each other. Noveria. Noveria is a cool, rocky world with most of its hydrosphere locked up in massive glaciers. A privately chartered colony world, the planet is owned by the Noveria Development Corporation Holding Company. The NDC is funded by investment capital from 24 high-technology development firms and administered by an executive board representing their interests. The investors built remote hot labs in isolated locations across Noveria's surface. These facilities are used for research too dangerous or controversial to be performed elsewhere, as Noveria is technically not part of Citadel space and therefore exempt from Council law. By special arrangement, Citadel special tactics and reconnaissance agents have been granted extraterritorial privileges, but it remains to be seen how committed the executive board is to that principle. Given its unique situation, it is understandable that Noveria is often implicated in all manner of wild conspiracy theories. Omega. Originally an asteroid rich in element 0, Omega was briefly mined by the Protheans, who eventually abandoned it due to its thick, impenetrable crust. Thousands of years later, nature did what even the Protheans could not. A collision with another asteroid broke Omega in half, exposing its trove of element 0 for easy mining. A rush ensued as corporations and private individuals tried to strike it rich on Omega, and as thieves and outlaws followed in their wake, as space became tight, construction of processing facilities extended vertically from the asteroid, creating Omega's jellyfish-like silhouette. To prevent future collisions, the station is ringed with enormous Mass Effect field generators that redirect incoming debris. Today, Omega is a major hub of narcotics, weapons, and ezo trafficking, without even a pretense of civilian government or military control. Only mercenary groups have been able to instill a limited order. The most ruthless is an Asari syndicate run by the notorious Arya Talak. And Pragia. Choked with the hypergrowth of non-native plant species, Pragia serves as a galactic reminder about the imperative for careful regulation during colonization. 2 centuries ago, Batarian agribusiness chose uninhabited Pragia as their empire's breadbasket. Colonization authorities introduced non-native industrial mutated plants that flourished in the world's fertile volcanic soil, synergizing with Pragia's natural geothermal conditions and chemotropic microbes. The imported species soon became a nightmare. Mutant strains of poisonous and even carnivorous plants arose, overgrowing colonies in days instead of years and causing the Batarians to abandon their holdings. Because the planet's small animal population is insufficient to check its plant growth, Alliance ecologists predict soil exhaustion in 400 years. Due to the relative isolation and lack of population, Pragia has become a regional haven for drug runners, weapon smugglers, pirates, mercenaries, terrorists, and intelligence agents seeking secrecy. I do like the history of these planets, but I do kind of question the decision to sort of include all of them in this one big lump here, because in the end, I'm really not sure what I'm supposed to be... I'm really not sure what I'm supposed to be doing with knowledge of Corlos right now. It doesn't really seem relevant to me. Anyways, I'm going to do something a little weird, but I'm hoping it will... Oh god, do I really want to... I think I'm going to worry about spots that don't have Reapers in them. So I'm going to try and get some resources if I can. It may not even be the case that there's anything there. Okay. I don't think I need fuel right now. I wonder if this forces me to the Citadel. This would not be a bad time to figure that out. We'll take a look.
We are transferring your docking clearance to an Alliance official.
Figures. Finally back in action, the Alliance already wants us tagged and collared.
Just our way of welcoming you back, Flight Lieutenant.
Yes ma'am. Requesting docking permission?
Docking permission granted. Would you like private transport arranged?
I'll handle it.
Yes, Commander.
I figure it'll give me a chance to see all the stuff going on the side.
back to docking bay D-24, Commander Shepard. How may I help you?
I
That's all.
don't actually think Aveen is going to have
Please
anything
speak
new
with
to
me again
say.
if you require further assistance.
So, you're just silent behind enemy lines until the war's over.
We're mostly in fortified holding zones until strike teams clear an area. Then we come in and set up medical bunkers and supply depots. And then the main fleet comes in to occupy.
I'm not wearing commando leather, honey. What does that mean?
We'll be perfectly safe. They don't put engineers on the front lines.
But you won't be able to talk to us.
Council called the invaders Reapers, the same term once used by a disgraced Commander Shepard to refer to a theoretical enemy. The Alliance military has abandoned
Welcome, Commander Shepard. Please select a destination. One moment, please. Now arriving at Presidium Embassy.
force that attacked Batarian space.
Good morning.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Hello, ma'am.
Ma'am? We've had this discussion, young lady. You're to call me Teresa. Maybe my son didn't have the chance to marry you because of this damn war. But you're still family in my book. Nothing will ever change that.
Of course, Teresa.
I'll come back later during your break if you want. Treat you to lunch. What do you say?
I would love that, Teresa. Thank you.
This is a really nice little touch. So, one of the things that I've liked about Mass Effect, sometimes it doesn't, in terms of the cinematics or the conversations, sometimes it misses, but little details like this, like suddenly seeing the line at this desk grow as the war progresses. I suppose even little things too, like seeing the the wartime advertising to enlist. I don't know. They're nice little touches. Like, again, I was talking a bit about how I like the fact that there was an app so that you can have a bit of influence on the state of the war. That you're able to sort of get these little indicators of your progress as you go, and it's not just a matter of you have the dialogue bits, you pick who you want to romance, and then you go and you shoot some stuff. To be able to just get this little bit of visual reinforcement as to how the war is going and the progress is something that I really like.
Hey, Commander. Liara told me the Council's not interested in helping us.
Something like that.
Why would they? Look at this place. There's no war here. People are whispering about it. They're talking about it, but they don't really believe it.
I take it this is your first time here with the elite of the galaxy.
I've been to the Citadel, but never up here on the Presidium. It's not right. It looks pretty, calm and peaceful. But it's not right. It's all just an illusion.
It was peaceful. Once.
But was it? Really? I mean, when push comes to shove, they're just gonna turtle up. Hope it don't hit them too, right? They'd rather believe in this than face the truth.
I kind of get where he's going with this, but I mean, this place has been the subject of a major attack.
I can hardly believe it myself. Like everything back on Earth was some kind of nightmare.
Yeah. That's what I hate most. It's like this place wants you to forget that.
So, you still want to go back to Earth?
Hell yeah, but...
But?
You were right. So was Anderson. We can't stop them alone. Besides, looks like you're gonna have your hands full convincing these pendejo politicians to help us. And I'm up for it. Whatever it takes.
Glad to hear it.
I'm gonna head down to some of the lower levels where they keep it real. You got some spare time? You should come and find me.
Maybe I'll do that.
We had a boss fight right around the corner. Oh, yeah. The corner. Okay. Sorry, I thought that was just the name of the area. I'm like, oh, I've never heard that before, but cool. But yeah, like it's like again, I get it because this is a structure that's specifically designed to be a fortress, right? It closes up in the face of an attack. And I mean, there's a thing. I heard this more in the context of film, but I suspect this can be made in a few different ways. Like, people commented on the different portrayals of things like World War II, European films versus American films, and pointing out that one potential source of the difference is, one is coming from the places where it was actually fought, whereas the other one was it wasn't necessarily fault on U.S. oil. There is a little bit. I think that's tapping into a view of the Americans that I think a lot of people really want to believe. But I mean, like, Pearl Harbor was the U.S., right? But admittedly, right, it's not like it's hard to compare that to to the European theater. But so you could sort of see a similar argument being made with the Citadel, right? That it's a place of bureaucracy. It's it's isolated from what's really going on. But it's really hard to say that this place is not aware of the enemy that it faces and the consequences. Though again, like, the reason I can't condemn his viewpoint too much is the fact that the Citadel, or the Council, either because they don't want to confront it or because it's politically inconvenient, has obviously sat on the threat of the Reapers despite Shepard's warnings and attempts to prepare. Obviously, we just need the military to run everything. Get the politicians out of the way and everything will be perfect. That's the lesson that we got from Mass Effect 1, right?
I'm up to my neck in trouble, but if there's anything you need, I'll do my damnedest to help.
I think this will all just be the same as last
Is the
time.
Citadel gearing up for war?
There's a false sense of security here. Even people from worlds that have gone down act like they're safe. Well, I guess it's not just human nature. We all lie to ourselves to deal with horror.
It was Udina who made you a commander, huh?
Yeah, he's become an even bigger shot around here. Got a lot of ambition. He suspected Executor Palin was conspiring against the Council and had me investigate.
Find anything incriminating?
Yeah, enough to arrest him. When Palin resisted, I was forced to kill him. Udina rewarded me with the promotion.
That is
Near
sinister.
As I can tell, being a commander just means I'm putting out different fires.
Shooting a political enemy and you get promoted? Good God.
Anything important going on around here?
You kidding? With the Reapers running roughshod through the galaxy, it seemed like the Council is in constant session. We got more ambassadors and dignitaries here than ever before pleading their cases. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, really.
Thought things were relatively quiet here.
Well, compared to where you're coming from, sure. But the war's being felt everywhere. Millions across the galaxy have been displaced, and most of them come here.
Must have you doing somersaults.
Yeah, already allocated the bulk of my men to customs, but we're still overtaxed, cataloging and processing them all.
You got loved ones out there?
Somewhere. Ex-wife I lost track of, and a son and daughter. They're still on Earth.
I'm sorry, Bailey.
Yeah, I'm just like everyone else. I'm losing myself and things I can control. And at the moment, that means creating the illusion of security here.
We both have jobs to do, Bailey. I suggest we do them.
Yep. Good talking to you, Shepard.
All right, these are where I get all the fancy weapons. I don't think I'm ready to do these. Well, Can't hurt to do a little window shopping. Non-human Metagel upgrade. Increased injuries among non-human patients at Huerta Memorial Hospital has led to a need for an improved Metagel formula. This would reduce fatalities and free up medical resources across the Citadel. Yeah, no new info. I don't know if that counts as a war asset or just something to upgrade me.
Shepard?
Any news from Earth?
There is constant news. All of it bad. The Reapers are destroying satellites in the old nuclear missile silos, along with everything else that could help. We have a handful of quantum entanglers spread out over the continents. All other communication is cut.
What's your read on the counselors? Any angles I could pursue?
Tavos is a diplomat and compromiser, but she's wrapped up in defending Asari space like a mother panther. Valern is out of his depth. The Solarians like their wars won before they start. They're frightened now. Use that. In Sparatus, I'd take what he offers. It's strange days when the Turians are the least hostile to humans, and there's a need there.
You're a Citadel counselor. Don't you have options when the others block you like this?
With Parliament destroyed and Shastri gone, I have more power than any human in history. But today, you saw how little that is. Rest assured, I will not be counted out long. I know I can move mountains. Do not lose sight of that, because the task before us is moving planets.
Anderson would be proud, so long as you deliver. You think you can do that?
You need a carrot or a stick to drive a mule, and humanity has neither right now. Our armada is tied down fighting or fleeing, and with Earth's comm buoys gone, our economy is reduced to an IOU.
Yeah, I've already heard
But
these
leave
before.
that part to me. I will lean on our colonies for all they're worth, and I can broker enough trade to repair and resupply Hackett's fleet.
I will admit, like I've come to like Udina quite a bit more than at the start of the series. And I actually sometimes wonder if the portrayal of him at the beginning, again, is just the, sort of the friction between the military and civilian branches. He's portrayed as a meddler and a ladder climber, because ultimately you're a soldier.
Did you know a lot of people on Earth?
Many. It's monstrous to think of them being snuffed out, of course, but the part that gets me is Arcturus. I must have known most of the Alliance Parliament on a first-name basis. I required a second VI just to track all their birthdays and anniversaries. Rose Garden stuff, but to have it all gone.
I should go.
I'll be here.
All right, let's. I'm gonna take a minute in the hospital, and then we'll go back to see if we can get any more resources, and then do some missions. So the going for the resources is it's kind of twofold. One, I want to see if I can find that side mission that's not a priority. But particularly now, because I haven't explored any of these other systems, it's going to be the time where I can sort of maximize my return for exploration. So now I'm able to sort of verify whether or not these I can verify whether or not these places have the like anything that's worth checking out. And if it turns out there's a pattern where it's only areas where there are Reapers, which are going to
little farm. We'd killed a few enemy scouts, and it's quiet. The shuttle gets called away for support, so I'm there for the night. The humans get me dinner, show me around. One of them, this freckled farm girl, maybe 15. She wants to hear all about what it's like to be a commando.
You were probably the most exciting thing ever to land at her farm.
Yeah. Well, she's saying she wants to be a pilot, and I say that life on a ship is grimy. And she asks if I'd like to use their shower.
Going by my records, you'd been on active duty for more than 3 weeks.
Probably no real chance to get clean in all that time.
Pretty much, yeah.
No, I mean, if you scan, you run the risk of them coming to get you, but they're the only places I've actually been able to get resources. So it could be that they're setting up sort of a risk-reward thing. Like, why would you go into a Reaper system but to obtain some kind of strategic advantage? But then it invites the question, why have any of the other systems until you're able to do actions in them at all? And I'm kind of learning that at the moment. By the way, I really love this level. I mean, it's a skybox now. Obviously, we were running around it in Mass Effect 2, but this just looks wonderful. It's funny that this, like, the higher view of it to me just kind of makes this level look so much more impressive.
Hello again, Commander. Here to see our patient?
How is Ashley doing?
The head trauma was severe, but we reduced the swelling quickly. These types of injury can go either way. She hasn't regained consciousness yet, but her vitals are strong, so I'm optimistic. You can go see her if you like. She's just down the hall.
This war may leave a lot of injured people homeless. Can the Citadel clinics care for them all?
We're fine now, but I'm worried. Every hospital on the Citadel is preparing for the worst. I hear the docks are tightly controlled, but we just can't leave people floating out there forever.
I'm pretty sure this is all going to be repetition,
How are your medical
but
supplies holding up?
We're well stocked now, but I can't say I'm not worried about the future. We've posted guards on our reserves. War profiteering has already begun.
With a center of this size, you must have a lot of direct reports.
We've got 12 full-time doctors and over 50 support staff. It can be overwhelming, quite different from my days in the wards.
Keep up the good work, Doctor.
You too, Commander.
I actually also kind of like the fact that I know there was the clinic in Mass Effect 2, but I do sort of like the fact that the hospital does sort of seem to be a major location in a game about a war, because I kind of have to assume that as you see that line extending, there's the possibility here of there's the possibility of seeing the effects of the war and the number of patients coming in over time. All right, apparently I cannot see the patients.
Yes, but clone tissue replacement takes months. You'll need a prosthetic.
Oh no.
I highly recommend talking to our resident psychiatrist before the operation.
I'm in the shower with hot water and everything. And that's when Neaira came.
Neaira was another huntress on your ship?
Yeah, a friend. I wanted it to be more than that, but she had a medical condition.
It's okay. It's in the file.
The farm girl calls in to me that another Asari is here. I thought the shuttle had gotten back early. I come out in a towel and Neaira walks through the door. But it wasn't her. Not anymore.
You can't just end on that. Come on, I want to hear more. All right, well, fair enough.
Welcome to Serta. Serta is a non-profit organization dedicated to the medical needs of all sapient life.
Be safe.
I can see, even though I don't use it that much, I can see some sense in the metagel capacity.
Commander Shepard. 1 moment, please.
All right. So I'm going to, just because I'm not 100% sure what the cooldown is like for the Reaper attention, I'm going to go to a couple of the sectors that don't have don't have Reapers in them, just to see if I can find any. See if I can find any items. And if I don't, then I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to get brave. So I believe we already checked this out. We're holding off on this. We've already checked out Exodus Cluster for 100%. So the Milky... Actually, sorry, this is the whole thing is the Milky Way. I used to remember what this was called. I think I might have my map up. It's the Earth Systems... Wait, is this really the Earth Systems Alliance? So I guess this is Outer Council space. This is Inner Council space. Huh, so the Citadel is in the Outer Council space? I wouldn't have expected that. But yeah, if this is the Earth Systems Alliance space. Oh yeah, well of course that would make sense if you know, if Earth was the kind of bore the brunt of the attack. Apparently, I think this is the Attican Traverse, and then this would have to be the Terminus systems. So presumably we would find Omega here. Okay, so we've got everything that we would have wanted here. Again, I have to assume that these will eventually get unlocked through the game. Otherwise, why, like through gameplay? Otherwise, why would they be included? And it actually okay. So Anos Basin. Yeah, so it turns out there was just one place. Okay, this is going to get interesting if the Reaper detection cooldown isn't completely reset.
I found something.
Whew. All right. Trebin was a modest terrestrial world with an atmosphere composed of nitrogen and argon. Its surface is mainly composed of nickel with deposits of silver. Trebin's environment is relatively mild, but the scarcity of water or similar enabling substances has prevented the development of any biosphere. Exogeny Corp recently performed a test impact of a single water-ice comet into the surface, the first step of a long-term plan to thicken the atmosphere and introduce water to the environment. A survey team is on the surface monitoring the geological and meteorological effects of the test impact. Most of the water released is still in the form of atmospheric vapor, but thick cloud banks have formed. There is every indication that this arid world will soon see its first rain. The survey team's progress has been hampered by frequent mechanical or computer failures in their GPS satellites. Cool, we got money. All right, so apparently there's still stuff in this system. Oh, they're gonna be mad.
Faster than light jump successful. Evasion successful.
Well, there's the last. So we're gonna be on our. We're gonna be heading there at the end anyway. So I'll go the maximum distance first. Gotta make sure that I don't get 500 used, otherwise I'm in deep trouble.
Signal confirmed.
Oh god. Oh crap, I really wanted to investigate that. Alright.
Faster than light jump successful.
I gotta be... Gotta be really quick with oh, I might get screwed. Oh wow. I don't know why it just failed me there, but I guess they caught up. Yeah, I guess they caught the ship while I was in the
Signal confirmed.
Gintama is a small broiling terrestrial world. Its thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane is being steadily blown off by the powerful solar wind from the star Farinata. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of copper. Its density is low enough to leave the world tidally locked to Farinata. The Alliance Defense Data Network notes that several ships have been spotted cruising near Gintama with transponders turned off, while the Alliance patrol attempted pursuit of one, the unidentified vessel rabbited to FTL. Its trail was lost when it obscured its light trace in the confusion of signals along with the Anansi Ishtar shipping lane. So I'll admit the cat and mouse game's kind of neat, although I'm trying to get a bit of a read in terms of how it exactly works. The wreckage of the fuel depot destroyed by enemy forces. Fuel can be salvaged from the debris. Recovered 200 units of fuel. Now the fact that I went so far away, so heading out to Dis is probably going to be a little difficult from Satis or Caddis, however it's pronounced.
I found something.
Oh, Jesus. Glenassel. Glenassel has a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. Its first geological surveys were performed by Batarians and suggested areas of great mineral wealth. Human mining concerns spent billions of credits hustling to the distant system and sinking test bores to claim the system for humanity. But Glensal had only an average level of mineral wealth, valuable but hardly worth the rush and expense. Merida Industria, a small Mexican company hoping to strike it rich in their first extrasolar mining venture, had to file for bankruptcy protection. Investigation revealed the Batarian crew had deliberately falsified their surveys, hoping it would encourage human rivals to invest in a costly boondoggle. While unethical, this was not technically illegal, and the Batarian government disavowed the personal actions of a few misguided patriots. The planet is still littered with abandoned mining bases, which are often used as temporary meeting places for criminals. More achievements unlocked. I shouldn't be as mad about just getting credits as I actually am, given the fact that I actually don't have enough to get the special Reaper weapons yet. I thought it said that it found 2 over here, but obviously if I'm wrong, there's going to be like 100 Reapers that come and pound me. Right, well, there it is. The wreckage of a fuel depot destroyed by enemy forces. Fuel can be salvaged from the debris. Let's make sure we don't get caught.
Faster than light jump successful.
Okay, this is going to be a tough one. It might be that there's just nothing here, but...
Signal confirmed.
Okay.
Reapers.
It's kind of neat how they get faster as the pursuit goes on, so this might be a death. Though it is one of the oldest entries in star charts, Nanuel has not yet been fully mapped. It is the largest body in the asteroid belt of the Blue Star. Plutus, not only large enough to maintain its spherical shape, but also massive enough to retain the noxious carbon and sulfur dioxides venting from its many volcanoes as an atmosphere. Nanuel is rapidly volcanic, and the source of its great heat is also the source of its inordinate mass. Nanuel is a secondary source of element zero, coalesced around a large chunk of Ezo injected by a supernova billions of years ago. Surface conditions are extremely hazardous. In addition to the thin crust and numerous magma flows, wide stretches of the landscape are coated with slippery ash and cinders ejected from the volcanoes. Okay. Are we ready to go? Run!
Faster than light jump successful.
All right, so the real question is, am I going to be able to make it to Cacus? Let's hope I have enough fuel left over. Oh, this is going to be tight. Kohei is a terrestrial planet whose surface is mainly composed of aluminum, with numerous deposits of calcium, though it has enough mass to retain a dense atmosphere. Kohei is nearly a vacuum. This lack of atmosphere allows a moderate average temperature, but the difference between day and night are extreme. The surface of Kohei's sunward-facing side is usually covered by a haze of volatiles, mainly water vapor and carbon dioxide, which return to the ground as frost over the course of the long, cold night. The Sirta Foundation has established a research outpost on Kohei to investigate the native subterranean life of Kohei, which shows incredible resilience to extremes of heat and cold. And I'm really hoping this doesn't say we found 100% of the goods, because it's going to be hard to make it back to the mass relay. Run for your lives!
Evasion successful.
Alright, this is going to get really exciting. Okay.
Reapers eluded.
Oh man, I don't know how I'm going to pull this one off. Yeah, so it kills me as soon as I, it kills me as soon as I attempt it.
Faster than light jump successful.
I kind of need the fuel though.
Evasion successful.
I mean, that's close, but I think it's still going to end me. Oh, maybe. Cool.
Reapers eluded.
I don't know why it kills me those other times then.
Faster than light jump successful.
All right, that was really fun. Obviously, that took me a lot of attempts, but really miss Mako and see. That's funny because I know a lot of people complain about it. And the Mako is really related. You know, I was talking about Starflight. The Mako is very clearly a thing that was brought over from Starflight, sort of one of the original inspirations. I'm going to avoid the fuel for the same reason. Verush is a hydrogen-helium gas giant named for an ancient Batarian monarch whose empire spanned continents. He had such a penchant for mating that 0.6% of modern Batarians claim to trace their lineage to him. The planet's moons were named after his many recognized wives. The largest, Bira, concealed Prothean ruins that helped the Batarians develop FTL travel. It is a Batarian point of pride that since the ruins were damaged by earthquakes, they had less information to go on than other spacefaring species. The Reapers have destroyed all obvious military outposts in Verush's orbit. The Batarians' notorious secrecy, however, may have allowed concealed subterranean facilities on Verush's moons to survive. Is it a compliment if the planet is named after the wife and it's the largest planet? Maybe the ruler's saying something that he's not able to say on his own. Oh god, okay. Looks like there's quite a bit for me to try and find here. Karshan, the Batarian homeworld, is wrapped less in mystery than in outright lies. Batarian propaganda claims the world has 15 billion inhabitants and an economy that rivals the Asari. Although the legal slave trade does boost the Batarians' profits somewhat, Citadel sanctions have left a paper tiger of an empire, one that fights rivals through deniable terrorist actions rather than the wars of its heyday centuries ago. The Reapers will likely be the death blow to that empire. Almost no information has escaped Karshan since the Reapers destroyed the convoys, but Batarian refugees say that resistance has created bond among the commoners. If a new government can rise from the ashes, that bond may sustain a new Batarian society. So that has to be the last item. All right, it's a slight relief that there's only one other component.
I found something.
Ooh. Okay, so now that we know that it's hard to get fuel while being chased, we'll be a little more prudent. Adek is a brutally hot and wet garden world covered with molds and lichen analogs. It has many viruses and bacteria lethal to Batarian physiology. The hegemony colonized Adek early in its expansion, but few of the colonists wanted to stay. The result was domination by a class of landed slave owners. A small cadre of well-paid engineers and skilled laborers kept the planet's mechs and infrastructure functioning. Alliance estimates put the planet's Batarian population at just over 6 million, but that number has likely fallen since the Reapers arrived. Actually, here's a question. For those of you who are watching and chatting, or would like to chat, I know lurking is a big thing, and I thank you for it, because concurrent views are concurrent views. But is anybody here familiar with Space or Starflight, the game that I keep rambling about? That's something I might do on stream if there's interest. The wreckage of a fuel depot destroyed by enemy forces. Fuel could be salvaged from debris. Alright, so here's the thing that weirds me out a little bit. So far as I can tell... Oh, you know what? This is the thing I messed up. I might have flown through these systems, but I didn't actually look for... I didn't actually look for the planet name that I was looking for. Oh, find someone on the Citadel you can use it, and Pillars of Strength, the Batarian artifact recovered from Kite's nest. Find someone on the Citadel who can use them. Okay, I will take a trip back to... the Citadel to drop these things off. But one of the reasons why I was doing all this exploration was to find out this Shrike Abyssal thing. So the Volus diplomat needs a Prothean obelisk. Recover it from the Shrike Abyssal and deliver it to him at the Citadel Embassy. I'm just going to take a quick second here. I'm going to do a Google search on Abyssal. I just want to see whether or not this is actually a... I actually want to see if this is a system or if this is something I'm supposed to find somewhere else. What does this have to say? It is in the Urla Rast system of the Shrike Abyssal. Okay, interesting. So I don't actually see the Shrike. So the Shrike Abyssal does seem to be a locate. It's possibly one of these hidden ones. I just want to see if I can find it on the guy. Yeah, it's absolutely a system. Okay, so presumably this is a location that will be unlocked later. I don't want to read too far. I don't really want to read too far into that, but I'm gonna make the guess here that not all the locations on the galaxy have been unlocked yet. So I'm gonna take one more quick to the Citadel. One more quick trip to the Citadel just to drop off the side missions. And then we will we'll do our priority mission. I will admit it's a little weird that they give me a mission that I can't actually go to the location for.
Do you need
but
transportation?
I need to get to the hospital.
Yes, Commander.
Okay.
She's got this glow. And the Reapers. They did to her what they do to everyone. She's covered in... I don't know. Glowing. She reaches out. Her eyes go black. And she touches one of the farmers and he just... dies. They panic. She rips them apart. Sometimes touching, sometimes opening them up with biotics. The humans are turning into... liquid. And I'm there, in my towel with no gun. And husks start pouring through the door. Goddess. So I ran.
Hello again, Commander. Here to see our patient?
How is Ashley doing?
The head trauma was severe, but we reduced the swelling quickly. These types of injury can go either way. She hasn't regained consciousness yet, but her vitals are strong, so I'm optimistic. You can go see her if you like. She's just down the hall.
How are your medical supplies holding up?
We're well stocked. We've posted guards on our reserves. War profits.
Keep up the good.
I thought she might be the one who could use that. So let's just take a quick look. But they said I could see her.
When can I get back to the front?
You're not. What? You have extensive nerve damage. Once we remove the leg, we can't install a prosthetic for at least 5 weeks.
I told my squad I'd fly back next week.
I'm sorry, but that's impossible.
Well, if somebody needs this Metagel, they're not in the hospital right now.
He got out of that farm and into the hills. He pulled the farm girl after me. All I wanted to do was live through the night.
Nobody else could have done more.
But morning came with no shuttle. Afternoon and then night, hiding from husks and those Turian things.
The file says the evacuation team thought your position was overrun.
So after 2 days, I still don't have a gun, because those Turian things, you can't use theirs. I realize that shuttle isn't coming. Not unless I get back to the farm and my radio.
And the farm girl?
She was with me. Even killed a few husks. With a stick.
Recent intel suggests that the entire Batarian hegemony has been destroyed by an unknown force.
Welcome back to Huerta Memorial Hospital, Commander Shepard. How may I help you?
You can really cover treatment for any kind of species here.
Huerta Memorial surpasses all requirements needed for any multi-species medical facility. This facility's attendant levels can also replicate the living conditions needed to accommodate other, more exotic species. Aquatic environments, for example, are available on short notice.
What about the medical staff? How do they deal with so many species?
All personnel are required to undergo mandatory and regular psychological evaluations, as well as refresher courses. Hospital administration understands how difficult it can be for staff to deal with such a wide variety of patients. It is imperative they be offered the support needed to retain their current high standards.
So I suppose there's the possibility that because this is the well-equipped area, I need to give the nanogel to someone else. There's also a side of me that just wants to go to the ambassador to, I mean, if it comes to special items, presumably he's going to be able to do all the bargaining anyway. Mind you, I'm going to go anyway because it's not like there's too many more options for places for me to go.
Good morning. I'm not sure why. There was something important I had to do.
Oh, are you looking for someone, ma'am?
Maybe. I have these papers, but I'm not sure why.
Here, why don't I take care of these for you? Would that help?
Yes. Yes, please. You know, you remind me of someone. My son. He's dating an Asari. She looks remarkably like you do. He's so very happy.
Thank you. That's wonderful, ma'am.
Commander Shepard. Hope the Citadel's been treating you well. I'm still just trying to keep things in order. Feels like I'm fighting a losing battle.
We both have jobs to do, Bailey. I suggest we do them.
Yep. Good talking to you, Shepard.
Shepard?
What's your read on the counselors? Any angles I could pursue?
Tavos is a diplomat. Valern is out of his... Inspiratus,
I was just trying to see if the
I should go.
The artifact might count as leverage. I think the journal probably had something specific on the... All right. So, either we haven't unlocked the people we need to give this stuff to, or all of them are in the docking area.
Welcome, Commander Shepard. Please select a destination. 1 moment, please. Now arriving at docking bay D-24.
Listen, honey, please. This is how it has to be. Everyone's going through this.
I know, and I'm sure you'll be fine. It's just so damn inconvenient. It's like we're pre-space flight all of a sudden.
Pretty much. You should see what they've got us using for heavy munitions. It's all mass-produced LCOS Combine crap.
Wait, munitions? Explosive munitions? I thought you weren't going to be on the front lines.
Not in hot combat zones, no, of course not. But sometimes, they need us to breach enemy fortifications.
Goddess, you said you were just going to be building emergency outposts.
Organized invasion plan.
This is where it came in. I thought there might have been another branch to this, but that's wrong. Okay. Again, it's possible that there's something really obvious that I missed, but I don't want to spend too much time. I mean, I've already taken quite a bit of time doing not mission things, and I'm already an hour over the time that I would normally take. So let's do a main mission, and then I'll decide how I feel after that. One of the things here, I actually don't feel specifically bad about doing some of the ancillary activities in the early streams, because of course the idea, like, the fact of the matter is that for most games, the story's really going to ramp up when you get to the end. And so to me, there's something to be said for there's something to be said for kind of getting the intro out of the way, getting all the sort of side stuff that I would want, plus the fact that, I mean, it's all stuff that helps the war effort. But reading the codices and whatnot, if I can make it so that I'm reading things as they emerge, like, to me, that's a little bit preferable, because then when we get to sort of the big finale, there isn't the same sort of it's a lot of guys. When we get to the big finale, there isn't kind of the same break in momentum. But I do realize that it probably comes off as a little indulgent to spend so much time on. To spend so much time on things that are not sort of the core experience. Daguerreus, a hospitable world home to dextroamino acid-based life, this Turian colony was famous until recently for being the site of the bloodiest battle in Turian history. During the Krogan rebellions, a warlord named Graken Dahl took the fight to Palavin's home cluster, bombarding the modestly defended Daguerreus. When reinforcements came to intercept him, Dahl's navy put their rear to Daguerreus so that stray shots would hit the planet. The Turians won despite the severe handicap, using countless fighters and cruisers to take down the Krogan dreadnoughts. Today, the Turian fleet holds Daguerreus in a stalemate. The Reapers, concentrating on Palavin and elsewhere, sent a relatively light force to take the planet, which the Turians repelled. The Turians stand guard at Daguerreus, while the Reapers travel throughout the system, destroying targets of opportunity until reinforcements arrive. Interesting. So that says 40% assets recovered. There doesn't seem to be any consequence for me pinging the hell out of this spot, so So, I mean, there's the possibility that there's something on Minea. But it makes me think that that other... That's weird, though, because there's... really... Oh, hang on.
I found something.
There it is. Oh god, this is going to be hard. Phyros is an asteroid towed near the Class B Blue Giant Gemma to serve as a terrestrial military base in a system devoid of planets. A vast array of solar collectors absorb energy from the star and beam it to the receptors near the tidally locked asteroid terminator zone. Beneath the surface, dozens of particle accelerators generate antiprotons for starship fuel. The Reapers sent a substantial force to Gemma's system, but found the Turians were capable and prepared to defend their armada's fuel source. Warning messages say the Reapers are still present in the system awaiting reinforcements. At present, the Turians can still refuel, but only because they committed forces here that would otherwise have defended Palvin. Okay. So I gotta... This is going to be the tricky part. So there's like a Reaper already on top of me. I have to run, try and pick up one of the items, and then come back and get the other one. So let's see if I can pull this off. Oh god, no I can't. Well, maybe. Or no. So I think they're going to get a little too fast for me.
Evasion successful.
God, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off. Yeah, just... Oop. Whoa! No, I didn't want to do that. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do here is I'll get the fuel right away.
I found something.
Ugh, this is going to be gross. Yeah, they screwed me. I don't know if there's any way for me to be able to pick up both, and I technically don't really need the fuel, but...
I found something.
Ah, crap. That investigate button's really hard to land correctly.
Evasion successful. Reapers eluded.
Take 10. You can figure out why.
I found something.
So the catch here is that I don't actually really need this fuel. It's more I just really want to see that 100%. All right, I'm gonna try something really reckless and stupid. No, I can't pull it off. It seems like it gives me a random start point each time, but
Reapers eluded.
this isn't. So one of the reasons why, I mean, I realize this may not be the most exciting thing for people to watch, but I am a little interested in seeing if I can get some tricks with the Reapers.
Evasion successful.
So like this approach is pretty much impossible in my view, because I don't have any way of sort of jumping around on time. I'm also trying to see if there's any kind of keyboard commands for the activities. Looks like there isn't. But Yeah, so I'd have to figure out... Alright, well, this is going to be a slightly cornier way of doing it, but...
I found something.
I think that might have got me. Maybe not. But then it raises the question how I'm going to scan the other planet. Oh, I can't believe I made it. So I'm going to have to be quick on the draw, but I'm pretty sure I can make it. Oh! All right.
I found something.
I just blew it. It's neat how they make them speed up. Oops, didn't mean to do that.
I found something.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, that I think that would have worked, except for the fact that I fat-fingered the investigate button. Yeah. Yeah, so there's the one thing that I think I feel... Okay, so I mean, maybe the game just doesn't want you trying to do these... I
found something.
You know, do these runs, but I think the fact that the Reapers move while you're transitioning into that... menu, I feel like that's a little bit of a cheat. I think I'm dead, but we'll see if we can pull this off. That's really my only complaint about this system, but let's see. So I'm just gonna shoot straight up. Oh, close. Yeah, I mean, I will say I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this relative to the other system that was already in like Mass Effect 2. The being hunted is kind of a neat touch. Yeah, they've already caught me. I'll do the scanner just in case I can do a sudden escape, but I think the only catch here is I'm just not fast enough on the moves. Yeah, so it's the fact that they move in between screens that I don't actually think it's, at least the way that I do it. The best I can do is kind of keep my mouse in the corner here, but the fact that I need to move back up to the planet sort of ruins that for me here. Oh, and I'm not in investigation range.
I found something.
Oh no! Yeah, that doesn't matter. They already got me.
I found something.
Oh no!
Evasion successful.
Hitting the right button for the investigate is a real struggle. Yeah, so this isn't going to matter because they've already caught me.
Faster than light jump successful.
Fascinating. I did not think that was going to work. So they'll probably catch up. Yeah, that's game over. Now I wonder if they'll count Damn.
I found something.
Knew I could get it. And again, the entire purpose for that was actually just so that I could get the 100% and not have to worry about it again. That is the worst possible reason for me brute forcing that, but I bet when it matters, I'm going to be a lot better at those chase sequences. Palaven's largest moon has been shrouded in secrecy since the dawn of the Turian space age. During the Krogan rebellions, the hierarchy classified nearly all data on Minea and its sister moon Nanus because they feared the Krogan could use the moons as weapons by smashing them into Palaven's surface. However, some information is leaked out. Images of Turian bases where personnel walk without envirosuits indicate advanced infrastructure, likely a network of subterranean tunnels with powerful Mass Effect field generators that retain heat and atmosphere over swaths of the surface. The Reapers' plans for bombarding the bases were met with fierce resistance by the Turian fleet and the moon's anti-aerospace defenses. With their easy victory stalled, the Reapers deployed a variety of ground units to take the bases one at a time. The Turians have the advantage on the moon, but the Reapers have the patience to slowly grind them down. With every base captured, the Reapers deny the Turian fleet another place to repair or refuel. Okay, Javik is not available, so... I kind of feel like I want to just go with the same loadouts as last time, and I'm actually really bad at... I am really bad at dealing with... with allies' weapons. Oh, I've made a little progress, huh? Okay, so I think I'm going to do Operational Mastery. So increase power damage and duration by 25%, or increase sniper rifle damage by 15, or I don't mind going for the extra headshots. Okay, so then the question would be what I want to... Fitness isn't terrible, seeing as it does increase my survivability. But I do rather like the disruptor ammo. So here's what I'm going to do. We'll put the points in disruptor, ammo capacity by 30%, or headshot damage. Let's go for max headshots. And then I'll finally put a point into sticky grenade just so I can deal with those. Okay, so I get to actually start upgrading some of my main ones. So repair any part at an molecular level, stop targeted enemy from regenerating health and weaken armor. Kind of feel like Singularity is the signature here. So increase Singularity's hold duration by 30%. Additional enemies can be lifted before Singularity fades. Definitely, or increase the radius. I definitely like the idea of taking more targets. So we just need to be more precise with that one. And Big McLarge Huge. Let's do area of effect for that one. And who knows, I'll maybe eventually learn how to use the abilities regularly. I mean, it's really interesting to see the space battles in Mass Effect play out a little bit more.
No. Palaven.
We have an old friend there.
Holy hell. They're getting decimated.
Strongest military in the galaxy, and the Reapers are obliterating it.
Was it like this on Earth?
Yes.
Shepard. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Commander, the LZ's getting swarmed.
James, open that hatch.
The one thing is, because I've got the cat and mouse game with the Reapers, it's a really weird disconnect between... Oh, wow. The sniper is probably not the tool here, but... Just trying to think if this is a job for incinerator ammo.
All right, get in, get out. Let's move.
As you can see, I was trained well in the Stormtrooper Academy. It's also possible this is like an infinite horde that that comes up.
Command, it's around the corner, past the first barricade.
But yeah, so the fact that when I visit these planets, it seems a little empty. This has been true about pretty much all the Mass Effect games that I've played. When I encounter them from space, they seem kind of static. There doesn't seem to be anything there, even though it's sometimes... Oh, this is a really nice little bit of business in the background. It's... it can describe a really thriving economy, but unless I actually visit the planet, I always kind of assume I'm the only person there. I think that might be because the first Mass Effect game did that. Like, you would occasionally run into like a mercenary band, but the planets, for the most part, sort of seemed abandoned. So it's a little jarring to see something that you sort of see as not necessarily being inhabited because of the way it's portrayed in the Galaxy menu, to then seeing like a big space battle going on outside of it. But again, it's just kind of it's what's going on in the back of my head versus what's actually in the game. Ground report: knowledge of the terrain is our only advantage here, and it's not going to last forever if they keep throwing their forces at us. We'll hold this area as long as we can. I'm linking my transponder to the life signal monitoring system of the unit's suits. If it goes out, send another unit here ASAP. All right. You know what? Let's give this a shot. I don't have any mods for it, sadly, but... Guess I do. Of course, nice of me to loot the stockpiles as the war's going on.
Domestic, get your men up on that north barricade.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Bartis, find a way to get that comm tower operational.
Sir.
General?
Commander Shepard. Heard you were coming, but I didn't believe it. General Corinthus.
I've come to get Primarch Fedorian.
Primarch Fedorian is dead. His shuttle was shot down an hour ago as it tried to leave the moon.
That's gonna complicate things. How bad is it, General?
We just lost about 400 men in half an hour. We set up camps on this moon as an advanced position to flank the enemy. A sound strategy. Just...
irrelevant.
Exactly. The sheer force of the Reapers seems to make them immune to that sort of tactic. The Primarch and his men found that out the hard way.
I'm sorry. I hear he was a good man.
And a friend. He would have been an outstanding diplomat.
So what happens now?
The Turian hierarchy provides very clear lines of succession.
Right. General Corinthus?
With such heavy casualties, it's hard for me to be certain who the next Primarch is. Palaven Command will know. However, at the moment, contacting them is impossible. The comm tower is out. Husks are swarming that area. We can't get close enough to repair it.
Don't worry, General. I'll get your tower operational.
Thank you, Commander. I'll take care of things on this end.
All right, let's go.
So the danger that I've just put myself in is if this weapon doesn't turn out.
See the comm tower to the left of the main barricade in front of Palaven.
Let's go.
If the damage is a little too light, then I basically equip myself with 2 light weapons when we're going to be facing the Reapers. But I'll do my best given what I've got. Commander Hexnar, supplies. They sent us winter gear. Not sure what they thought we'd do with that kind of gear here, but I suppose we should thank the spirits nonetheless. Power sources can be cannibalized and converted to power or combat gear filtering units instead, at least. It'll be nice not to have those clogging up anymore.
Husks at the tower overwhelmed us. Good luck.
Ah! Only took 3 bullets on that one. Alright, so it doesn't seem to be too much of a challenge to take these things. They're admittedly husks, so it doesn't give me much prediction about how this is going to go against a more serious threat, but... Okay, guess I can't climb on that. Just want to know if I can loot you. No. All that effort for nothing.
We can't repair it from this panel. James, you're up for tower repair.
On it. Might take me a while, but I'll do my best.
Here they come.
Ready, Liara?
You bet. Let's take these monsters.
So one of the appeals of keeping Liara for this is that she's got the AoE, that thing. Although I do actually need to kill the thing in the vortex.
General, do you read? The comm tower is now operational.
Much appreciated, Commander. I'll contact
got something. I'll help your men till I hear from you.
Understood.
Shepard out.
So I'll admit, I've never quite found the use for cover when going up against husks like this. In the case of melee, it's not like cover protects you from a fist. But on the other hand, it's also kind of nice to just move around an environment. So.
Commander Shepard, come in.
Go ahead.
I have information from Palaven Command. Please return ASAP.
On our way.
None shall pass.
What have you got?
As your partner said, succession is usually simple. But right now, the hierarchy's in chaos. So many dead or MIA.
I need someone, I don't care who, as long as they can get us the Turian resources we need.
I'm on it, Shepard. We'll find you the Primarch.
Garrus.
Vicarian, sir. I didn't see you arrive.
At ease, General.
Good to see you again. I thought you'd be on Palaven.
If we lose this moon, we lose Palaven. I'm the closest damn thing we have to an expert on Reaper forces, so I'm advising.
Ah, so you're why we're losing.
James, this is Garrus Vicarian. He helped me stop the Collectors. He's a hell of a soldier.
Lieutenant, good to see you too, Liara.
Good to see you in one piece, Garrus.
General Corinthus filled me in. We know who we're after.
Palaven Command tells me that the next Primarch is General Adrian Victus.
Victus. His name's crossed my desk.
Know him, Garrus?
I was fighting alongside him this morning. Lifelong military, gets results, popular with his troops. Not so popular with military command. Has a reputation for playing loose with accepted strategy.
What do you mean?
On Tatris, during the uprisings, his squad discovered a Solarian spy ring about the same time the Turian separatists did. Rather than neutralize the ring, he fell back. He even gave up valuable fortifications which the rebels took.
Then the rebels attacked the Solarians, and when both groups had worn each other down, Victus moved back in. Didn't lose a man.
Bold strategy, but wild behavior doesn't get you advanced up the meritocracy.
Primarch Victus. That should be something to see.
Yeah, so I think I think pretty much the connection with what we're trying to do with the Reapers is established there.
Get the job done?
We both know conventional strategy won't beat the Reapers. Right now, he could be our best.
In case you didn't figure out the implication.
Okay, let's get him on the shuttle and get out of here.
Commander! Shepard, come in!
Can this wait, Joker? We're in the middle of a war zone.
We've got a situation on the Normandy, Commander. It's like she's possessed. Shutting down systems, powering up weapons. I can't find the source.
I need the Normandy standing by. We may have to bug out.
Should I go back and take a look?
Do it. Garrus, you said you were with Victus this morning?
Yeah, but we got separated. He went to bolster a flank that was breaking. Could be anywhere out there.
We're trying to raise him, Commander.
Incoming harvester, headed for the airfield.
Oh, I've never seen one of these things. This is really neat.
General, tell Primarch Victus will rendezvous here. meantime, let's go take care of whatever that thing dropped off. Coming, Garrus?
Are you kidding? I'm right behind you.
I really do like the design of a lot of the Reapers in this.
James, that you breathing so hard?
Atmosphere's a little thinner than I'm used to, is all. Adrenaline's better than oxygen any day.
Oh, come on. That isn't exactly what I wanted to do, but... I'm so glad I took the extra headshot damage.
You're right, take two.
I gotta see where I'm getting the damage from. What is doing that? Ah. Okay, well, that doesn't matter. Yeah, I didn't see that thing at all. I should take a minute to see if my scrambles work on those. All right. So if I want, yeah, you know what? So one thing I'll say, I don't know if this is true for the other classes, but the inclusion of melee really actually sells me on how the infiltrator's supposed to work. The idea of sort of cloaking, coming up behind someone with a heavy melee hit, I think is a touch that, I mean, I know there's kind of been melee in the series, but in this particular case, it sort of feels a little bit more, I don't know, credible. So it's definitely a touch that I like. It's saying the airfield in general Corinthus, but I feel like I'm missing something here.
Shepard, come in.
Go ahead.
Still trying to raise the Primarch, but we've got trouble back here at the main barricade. If the Reapers breach it, we're done.
On my way.
Ah, nice.
Taking them off. Maybe I can do 3 at a time. Okay, come on. Who's next? Like fish in a barrel.
Heads up! Here comes the... What?
All humans say, like fish in a barrel.
I do like some of the dialogue in the background of this, but honestly, I'm a bit of a sucker whenever they just give me a big gun and let me mow down some easy to damage enemies. It makes me feel very strong and powerful.
Holy hell! What is that thing?
Maybe not one for melee range. Alright, so let's start with... okay, we don't have Carnage, and Garrus doesn't have anything. Fun! Oh, wrong ammo. Okay. My bad. I thought Incinerate was something a little different. I got an achievement for that.
Okay, I'm going on foot. Shepard out. Garrus, take me to the last place you saw Victus. How far?
Should be pretty quick, unless we find trouble.
Hello, Irrepressible 32 Tal. It is Mass Effect. I feel a little bad about not doing Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, because I've been really enjoying doing that on Fridays, but now that my Wednesday was free, I've been meaning to play this for a while.
That's rough. Still have family there?
Yeah, but this is a really nice touch.
A sister.
How bad is it?
3 million lost the first day. 5 the second.
How's your military holding up?
Look around. That should give you some idea.
Are you putting up a good fight?
For now. But how long does it take before the fight's kicked out of you? If they'd only listened to your warnings about the Reapers, we might have been ready.
Maybe. Hard to figure how you prepare for something like this.
Irrepressible's fine, thanks. But yeah, so I've been meaning. I never played the original Mass Effect, so I did that for the first time on stream. Mass Effect 2 was one of the first games that I played when I got back into gaming, and I've never played the third one, and I decided once I sort of knew that I was going to be. Once I sort of knew that I'd have a few more extra days.
Crawling with the creepy bastards? I never should have left Earth.
It's gonna be bad all over.
Leaving the fight just pisses me off.
But you're here asking Victus to do the same thing. Leave the fight to make nice in some boardroom.
This summit is the only chance we've got. None of us is beating the Reapers alone.
Anyways, I'm trying not to talk over the game too much. But once I knew that I'd have some time to sort of really dedicate proper time into a playthrough, I knew I wanted to pick up.
Have you seen General Victus? Half hour ago. South. Okay, good luck. Yes, sir.
I knew this was the first thing that I wanted to play. So never played any of them, but I've seen them played mostly on Giant Bomb. I didn't know Giant Bomb did playthroughs.
In that crash, 50, 75.
Not sure.
Sounds
Yeah.
right.
Hard to see a beautiful ship like that go down.
Not to mention the men serving on her.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should go.
They said the Primarch was headed south.
That was a little closer than I'd like.
I'll say.
So Irrepressible, one of the things I've been talking about, one of the games that inspired this series called Starflight, and there's a few features in the first game that really show how that game was an influence. And oddly enough, the more...
You really think this summit will work? I mean, Asari? Solarians? Where's the Krogan and Batarians? Where's the meat?
It's not that easy.
The Batarians took the first hit when the Reapers arrived. Not much left of them. And the Krogan have never forgiven us for the genophage.
Right. Turians sterilized them.
Solarians came up with it.
And the Krogan hate them both for it.
So they won't be joining us.
Too bad. I fought with the Krogan. They're tough sons of bitches.
But yeah, so the more refined elements of the later games actually tend to be the more they remove some of those things that were sort of them paying homage to the game that they really liked and that inspired them. I think, you know, I was able to kind of get past the things that frustrate people about the first game.
Okay, double time. No Reaper's taking this Primarch from me.
Right behind you.
Sorry, gameplay keeps getting in the way. Do you like my sniper rifles?
Moving to the compound.
Moving. Right behind you.
Nope. I just want to steal stuff. There we go. Hey, another one of these guys. All right, no chance to go Olay on that one. Oh yeah, Starflight. So Starflight was an old, I say an old PC game, but I suspect it was probably on stuff like Commodores and Amigas and, well, Amiga's just an older Commodore. Like it was on some of the older, also ran computing platforms. But there's a Genesis version of it. So, oh. Noisy cricket. Two, all right. I'm trying to get the headshots, but it's not the easiest thing when it's facing the wrong way. But yeah, so with regards to people's sort of perceptions about the relative quality of the two games, I kind of think this is true for a lot of games. So when you make a movie, the only thing you can really rely on in terms of I can't believe I missed that. So yeah, I'm a little worried about the fact that I'm not sort of one-shotting stuff when I get a headshot now. I might have to switch to the old sniper. It's nice to have it's nice to be able to do shots in rapid succession, but when I'm dealing with heavier enemies, what are they shooting? I mean, something's shooting. There we go. It's nice to be able to take out the lighter enemies right away. I'm just going to shut up for a little bit.
General Victus?
Yes?
I'm Commander Shepard of the Normandy.
Commander, I know who you are. I can't wait to find out what brings you out here. Vicarian, where did you go?
Heavy Reaper unit on the right flank. I believe your exact words were, "Get that thing the hell off my men."
Appreciated.
General, you're needed off-planet. I've come to get you.
It will take something beyond important for me to leave my men or my Turian brothers and sisters in their fight.
Fedorian was killed. You're the new Primarch.
You're needed immediately to chair a summit and represent your people in the fight against the Reapers.
Another really nice shot.
I'm Primarch of Palaven, negotiating for the Turian hierarchy.
Yes.
I've spent my whole life in the military. I'm no diplomat. I hate diplomats.
What makes you think you're not qualified?
I'm not really a by-the-book kind of guy, and I piss people off. My family's been military since the Unification War. War is my life. It's in my bones. But that kind of passion is deceptive. It can make you seem reckless when you're anything but.
War is your resume. At a time like this, we need leaders who've been through that hell.
I like that. You're right.
And honestly, uniting these races may take as much strength as facing the Reapers. See this devastation, Primarch? Double that for Earth. I need an alliance. I need the Turian fleet.
Give me a moment to say goodbye to my men.
Without him down here, there's a good chance we lose this moon.
Without him up there's a good chance we lose everything.
Look at that. And they want my opinion on how to stop it? Failed CSEC officer, vigilante, and I'm their expert advisor? Think you can win this thing, Shepard?
Yeah. I don't know, Garrus, but I'm sure as hell gonna give it my best shot.
I'm damn sure nobody else can do it. For whatever it's worth, I'm with you.
Welcome aboard. Are you ready, Primarch Victus?
One thing. Commander, I appreciate your need for our fleets, but I can't spare them. Not while my world is burning. But if the pressure could be taken off Palaven...
That's a pretty tall order.
We need the Krogan. I can't see us winning this thing without them. Get them to help us, and then we can help you.
The Krogan?
Looks like your summit just got a lot more interesting.
It's a nice touch. Or twist.
The Asari have been down this road before, Commander Shepard.
But Madam Counselor, let me...
I tried to smooth things over with the Salarian Dalatras. To say she's upset would be a monumental understatement.
Some of these issues are hundreds of years old. Time to let go.
Sad to say, but any effort to ally these disparate groups seems doomed to failure. And I'm sure you understand that we cannot afford to waste time with the Reapers knocking at our door. This must be my final word. I'm sorry, but the Asari will not be at your summit.
Our alliance would be stronger with the Krogan. You need them. We all do.
I wish you luck, Commander. Goodbye.
Commander, Admiral Hackett's available on VidCom.
I'm just going to take a minute here. I'm streaming later than I thought I would, so there's a chance for me to update some activities on the Galactic War app. Yeah, I think I was saying this before. I think this one in particular has done... So it's not to suggest that the previous Mass Effect entries didn't have a nice touch as far as... as far as the sort of visual elements in that, but I feel like this one is a little more... I think it's fairly regular in terms of its nice little visual touches. And again, I'm probably not the right audience for games like this sometimes, because I tend to find, like, the best example I can give is, I like games like Civilization. I like games where I'm, it's all about me. I generally don't always align very well with games that are sort of watched more than played. Again, that's not to say I don't appreciate Telltale, or I don't, some games where I get to watch it a little bit more. It's a little bit more like a movie, but it's not my first choice. But I don't know. I think Mass Effect does its thing very well. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm never going to be able to turn off the cameraman in me. But I mean, one thing that's kind of interesting, I was talking about Mass Effect 2 and sort of the sight lines. So one really common problem in games, and I think this is just because you can sort of move the camera around whenever you want, and if you're making a cinematic, you don't necessarily have to, like, you're not physically constrained. So if you're shooting a scene of two people talking in a movie, chances are both people are going to be in the room, or at least available, and you're going to be shooting it the same day. And if it's a really long or a really elaborate scene, you might do it over a couple of days, but generally everything's in the same place. And so we talked about this. Like, let's say that I'm talking with, the two little indents in the pillar. If I put the camera, here or here, Shepard's looking left to right, and the person I'm talking to is looking right to left. And basically, as long as I keep the camera here to here, those sight lines are going to be kept consistent. As soon as I move the camera over here, all of a sudden I'm talking into the back of the other person's head. The worst in games is when you're locked in dialogue, but they let you turn around and jump everywhere. Yeah, that's funny to see. So one thing I tend to notice in some game dialogue scenes is that they do actually jump over this line quite frequently. And I mean, some movies use this for great effect. So for those of you who've seen the movie Whiplash, or at the very least, you might have seen this really famous scene where J.K. Simmons is yelling at this drummer for not playing at his tempo. There's partway through, when he's trying to get him to count time, he starts slapping him and saying, is like, am I rushing or dragging? And each time he slaps the kid, they jump over the line. And again, like, it's clearly intentional, because it's creating this disorientation that comes from being actually hit by a teacher. So, I really like Mass Effect 2, but if you look at some of the dialogue scenes, they do sort of jump over that, sight line a couple of times for seemingly no reason. And I think the reason why games are a little more prone to this is that, you're in a virtual environment, you can put the camera anywhere, and depending on what your day is, you're not even necessarily going to be working on some of those things, or you might come back to it and change it around, and you're not necessarily going to be thinking about keeping that continuity. And again, it's not like the greatest cinematic sin you can commit, but it's just one of these things. One of the things that I think it does show is a little bit of consistency and intention behind the editing of a given cinematic. And what I notice is that they really haven't done that in Mass Effect 3 yet. And again, it might just because I'm in early, but like, this is nothing to do with the overall quality of the story or the game, but it is a little signifier of polish that kind of seems to show just a small improvement on a detail between the two games, which I respect. Like, it's kind of an example of people improving their craft in something that you don't necessarily consciously appreciate as a player, but it does kind of create for a slightly more polished and improved experience overall. No, again, I mean, it could just be that there's a couple of cinematics that do that, and I just haven't run into them yet, but it's a nice touch. I'll try and point it out. I hope you guys kind of understand what I was saying. It's hard for me to do when I'm not facing someone, but I think you'll get the idea. It's much better if I have like editing software in front of me and I just show you what it looks like, but There are movies that break this, by the way, usually really bad ones, but like there have been more than a couple of times I've seen like Hollywood movies where characters are basically talking to the back of each other's heads.
Commander, have you retrieved the Primarch for your summit?
Yes, sir, but the Asari are staying on the sidelines.
They'll regret that. The time for unity is now.
The Solarians will be there, though.
You don't sound very optimistic.
We expect the Krogan will be joining us, too.
I see. Well, then you've got your hands full, Commander. Was there something else you needed to discuss?
I really like the line, the time for unity is now, today, when Unity was publicly listed on the New York Stock Exchange.
Have you pieced together how the Reapers hit Earth?
It wasn't all that complicated, really. They surged through the relays and hit Arcturus Station before we knew what was happening. From there, it was a short jump to the Sol system. Earth didn't stand a chance.
Sending us to the Mars Archives was a good call.
Still doesn't make up for the fact that the Reapers nailed us to the wall. I sacrificed the entire Second Fleet to provide cover for the Third and the Fifth to retreat. Hell, I presided over the most devastating military defeat in human history.
How do you see us winning this war, Admiral?
By making you the tip of the spear.
I'm flattered, but the Normandy is just one ship.
And a fast one. You can move quickly, hit a target, and leave before the enemy has time to react.
That's an advantage, but can it win a war?
It's the larger principle that matters. We'll never defeat the Reapers in a full frontal assault, Shepard. The battle against Sovereign 3 years ago took everything we had, and that was just one Reaper.
I haven't forgotten.
So I'll find their soft spots, avoid them where they're strong, and hit them where they're not. And when I find gaps in the armor, I'll hammer them with every soldier, ship, and bullet we've got.
How long can we keep that up?
As long as it takes. The reality is, Shepard, everything I'm doing is a delaying action for you. I'm buying us time, keeping us in the game while you gather what we need for this Prothean device. So keep at it.
Has your analysis of the Prothean device turned up anything?
The R appears to be right. It's a weapon of some sort. A big one. Beyond that, we really can't say, other than it's going to be a hell of a thing to try and build.
Do you think it's risky, building something like this when we don't even know what it does?
To be honest, the thing scares the hell out of me, but the Reapers have forced our hand. 2 centuries ago, scientists faced the same problem in the Second World War. They weren't sure what the atomic bomb might do. Some thought it could even ignite Earth's atmosphere, but they did it anyway.
That's really funny. I was avoiding, because I'd already gone on a big rant about some other stuff before, but when they were talking about, we need to study the Prothean device, I was going to mention the idea that it might have even been Oppenheimer himself who allowed for the possibility that it would be like the chain reaction wouldn't be limited just to the explosion, but it would be something that could potentially destroy the Earth. I don't recall exactly who raised the objection, but the game made the subtext text. Games always act like some general character is inventing maneuver principles for the first time. Yes.
Any updates on Cerberus?
There's still the wild card here. Hitting the archives on Mars suggests they're after the same thing we are. A way to defeat the Reapers.
It didn't seem as if the elusive man was suggesting we appease them. Not like Saren did. You'd think we'd be on the same side now more than ever.
Cerberus has never played by the rules as we know them. I don't know what their agenda is, but it has nothing to do with humanity's best interests.
The elusive man talked about controlling the Reapers. He seemed to think that's how we win this.
He's wrong. Dead Reapers are how we win this.
Doesn't mean he won't try.
I saw your report on that Cerberus soldier you found on Mars. If the elusive man is good at one thing, it's finding new ways to subvert science. It's never worked for him before, and it won't now.
Nothing more, sir.
Keep me posted. Hack it out.
Eureka! I've got it. We'll hit their supply lines. All right. 103rd Marine Division. The old saying, every Marine as a rifleman, still holds true in the Alliance. Every Marine enlistee, from clerk to sniper, goes through a period of infantry training. As a result, the 103rd Marine Division is Earth's largest collection of Special Forces soldiers. Officers from notable battles such as the Skillian Blitz and the First Contact War run harsh training exercises in a variety of environments, insisting the Marines be prepared to storm any beach on any planet. This training has been useful in the Reaper War, as the 103rd can be fighting in an Arctic desert one week and crawling through the jungles the next. Updated, nicknamed the Bridge Burners, Team Zeta are combat engineers who specialize in destroying enemy fortifications and hostile territory. This tight-knit group of men and women are respected for their knowledge, renowned for their tenacity, and infamous for their enthusiasm. Admiral Hackett dispatched Marines to the planet Erato? To rescue a deep cover agent, Dr. Amanda Kenson. The teams were killed in an explosion that wiped out both the colony and the system's relay. The Alliance spent weeks piecing together scattered radio transmissions, learning that Marines felt they had no choice but to send an asteroid into the relay to prevent an invasion by the Reapers. While it bought the Alliance some time, the men and women lost on the mission were a severe blow to the 103rd Marine Corps. The First Fleet... and I'll just read it all the way through. The First Fleet was stationed near the Charon Relay when the Reapers invaded the Sol system. By the time Admiral Hackett issued the order to retreat, its size, once the largest in the Alliance Navy, had been cut by half. Commanding Admiral Innes Lindholm made the painful decision to use a tenth of the fleet's remaining vessels as cover so that the remainder could escape. Her gamble paid off, and the First Fleet limped out of the relay to rally with the rest of the Alliance forces on the run. This is very random and indulgent, but I'm curious, after a long work week, you've picked up through the YouTube that you're an econometrician. What do you do exactly? You're a half-trained economist yourself. I have a bachelor's. Yeah, so I only have my master's. I do actually work as an economist. And it's one of the, it is like, it's an analysis role. So, I go through the last couple of things I worked on would be Canadian provincial productivity. I have a preference generally for going as micro as I can. So, national estimates are interesting and all that, but in the end, I think people really care about what's happening locally. The fact that wages are up nationally is very cold comfort if you happen to be in the one province where wages have gone down. So there's that. I did some work on patents. I will admit in school I did political economy, which I find much more interesting, more difficult, but the challenge is that there's a pretty clear there's a pretty clear instruction not to do policy stuff or anything that could be perceived as partisan. And so, I don't necessarily think, I think political economy that's partisan is kind of dumb. Like, everybody's read and everybody's wanted to write the paper of people who vote my way do so for this reason, and people who don't vote my way are irrational. And that paper's never been convincing when people write it. And then obviously political economy is not political science. So if you're thinking of doing that, you're probably in the wrong discipline anyway. But it's a question of perceptions, right? If somebody's paying me, they do get a little bit of a say in terms of what kind of papers I'm producing. So lately it's been provincial productivity and patents. I will probably be doing a bit of things about digital economy, use of digitalization. It's a bunch of surveys which we're waiting on the results for. So to be honest, I like it when it's a big panel and it's like all the tax data or all the business data or something like that. But yeah, it's one of the rare cases where you get a degree for something and then the job title on your business card is the same as what your major says. So I have a degree in economics and my job title is economist. And yeah, in this case, it's either, sometimes there'll be a product that we want to make that people will be using. And so I'll help develop that. But the other part is just, doing some level of research or doing some paper or, just trying to be informative and useful to people. Move a bit south, and it will quickly disabuse you of any notions that it matters whether voting a certain way is irrational. Yeah, it's a tough one, right? And obviously, I'm talking about rationality as defined in economic literature, rather than whether or not I think somebody's making the right choice. But it's very hard to see why people vote a certain way in the States. Although it's not my country, I'm sure people, I try to be open to people explaining their reasons for voting the way that they do to me. But I'll admit it's become a little more difficult for me to sort of follow it. Like, it's kind of to a point now on both sides. I'm hearing the same thing sort of repeated. So it's like, I know which of my friends are either reading the New Republic or read someone who does read the New Republic. And then, I kind of get the same set of talking points from the other ones. And it's something that discourages me just because, I sort of wish I would know a little more about what people think as opposed to what they have inherited from the Twitter feeds that they read. Because, I don't know, it's just one of these things where, I like, so on the topic of economics, like, I like carbon taxes. I think they're a good idea. That is actually not, that doesn't have to be a particularly partisan viewpoint, because Greg Mankiw, who has long been an advisor to Republican presidential campaigns, was Bush's guy, advised Mitt Romney's campaign, John McCain's. He's a huge proponent of that. I mean, you probably could not get somebody with more established Republican credentials to be in favor of something like a carbon tax. And then obviously, I'm in Canada, so clearly Justin Trudeau is very fond of that, and I suspect he does not have a lot in common with Republican policy advisors. So some of the things that have become what are perceived as partisan positions need not be. But obviously we're at a point now where somebody's stance on a carbon tax kind of gives you a prediction in terms of where they stand on, say, abortion, right? Like, you'd think that they'd be orthogonal, but one kind of predicts the other now, and I'm not entirely sure that's the healthiest state for us to be in. I've read the New Republic and Nation. I've learned to take every view. Yeah, there was something I was going to say otherwise. But yeah, it's like there's an empirical. I definitely don't do a lot of theory. I do. It's more empirical work, but I think that's also true even in the academy. Like, I think most people who are trying to get tenure are very much focused on doing applied work. And I mean, I think the really satisfying applied work does build a model around it, and it's not that theory is ignored. But I'm not sure how viable the kind of career of just like sitting down and thinking, really abstractly without some kind of an application really gets you that far. I don't know if it quite is the level of like the academic equivalent of being like the quote unquote the ideas guy. But it definitely seems to be like if you want to advance in it, you need to. You kind of need to actually throw some data at the problem and show that what you're talking about is the case. All right. The SSV Agincourt was one of the many alliance. If you have specific questions too, I don't mind answering them, but I know when I go off on tangents, I sometimes lose folks. So If you dipped a toe into political science, they would tell you the first past the post voting forces voters into two opposite poles that take diametric views on conventional issues. Yeah, I mean, so I actually have a lot of thoughts on first past the post because, like, to a certain extent, you're right. Like, in most cases, when you have a first past the post system, you do ultimately wind up with two strong parties. One of the things that I think is funny is the one argument for proportional representation I hate is when people take the results of the previous election and then they recolor the map under the rules of the proportional system and say, this is what would have happened. And I'm like, well, no, because people are voting knowing the system that they're voting under. And, you know, while you have these sort of these big, you know, monolithic parties, generally they're also sort of being, you know, they're moving generally towards the center. Obviously there's exceptions to that. Whereas, you know, in more proportional systems, you tend to see these very like single issue parties or these fairly extreme ones that have like their really dedicated base. And I'm not necessarily opposed to electoral reform. I've really not liked the conversation in Canada about it because it tends to just be that it starts with the premise that electoral reform is required, or that first past the post is bad. And I kind of think that you actually need to establish it. Because like the problem is most of the time this conversation just comes down to, it's like first past the post is bad because my side doesn't win. And generally, I think when you change an electoral system in order to achieve particular results, this is a proposition you should be very suspicious of. But I'm not inherently opposed to it. I just sort of think, you know, again, my econ side, it should be costs and benefits, right? What sort of social outcome are we missing as a result of the first past the post system? And, you know, obviously the composition of parliament would be different. But, you know, the proposition is Canada less free for not having that system, or is Parliament less functional? These are a little bit harder to answer. And one of the things I find so interesting, like I'm from BC originally. BC, I think, has had 3 referenda on proportional representation. And then I know there was one in the Atlantic provinces. And when the question is actually put directly to the electorate, they never actually seem to say that they're okay with it. It always winds up defeated. And I think in the case of BC in particular, the vote share of the yes side keeps getting lower. So it's almost to a point where, you know, the electorate is sort of saying, you know, did you not hear us the last time? You know, so it's, you know, it's one of these ones where I'm actually rather well versed on the faults of the first past the post system. I just sort of think that there's this assumption that it's because, you know, that is the reason why we wind up with, you know, with politicians we don't like. And I'm sort of of the opinion that maybe we don't need better politicians, we need a better electorate. So, yeah, no worries. Well, I'm close to wrapping up anyways, Irrepressible, but it's interesting stuff, right? I think people should be, like, I think it is possible and highly advisable when people say that, you know, something's political, it's definitely taken on this very negative connotation, and it shouldn't be that. You know, in the end, I always like giving the example, for the longest time, I couldn't pay for utilities with my credit card. That's a political thing, right? That's a municipal political issue. There are people who have specifically decided whether or not to allow credit cards to be used to pay utilities. And if they enabled the ability for me to pay for my utilities with a credit card, that would represent an increase in my welfare, you know, an improvement in terms of my my utility, specifically through the fact that I don't have to waste time with like the checking account or anything like that to send it out. So there's nothing, like there's no reason to be screaming at someone over that issue. But clearly it is a small way in which life can be made a little bit more convenient. Then there's like the bigger stuff, like the allocation of resources, right? Like, you know, you've got cities, there are these centralization of, you know, factors of production. Generally, you want to have kind of, you know, public capital is this collection of things that allow us to go through our day-to-day lives. So if you live in a city with a hospital, that is better than living in a city without one. Having well-maintained roads, you know, things like this will allow businesses to operate and flourish in a way that not having them will, you know, will sort of stagnate everything. And in the end, you know, elected representatives are going to be making some decisions that will affect, you know, will affect how that gets shaped out. You know, do you spend a lot of money to revitalize the water treatment facility, or do you push that off for another year? Because at some point, that money is going to need to be spent, and ideally, you do that in a way that keeps the city's finances in order. But like, water treatment facilities are expensive. Like, it's very easy to see how that stuff gets put off, especially when people don't want to see their taxes go up. So, I think, you know, I have to deal with the language as it is. So when people say don't get political, I sort of know what they're saying. But on the other hand, like, we do have to live in the countries, the cities, the provinces, the states that we live in. And being able to, you know, to express a preference, you know, to do so at the ballot box. And in, you know, insofar as it's desirable to talk about the issues of the day, to be articulate, and perhaps I would like to think sympathetic to the other party's point of view. Like, it would be nice if people were a little more charitable in their interpretations of what other people said. I think there's a lot of, I do think there's a lot of time for people to have discussions about politics, because in the end, if you don't hear out the other side, it's, you know, I'm not entirely sure how you're going to see them as anything other than an enemy. And we are ultimately talking about fellow citizens, you know, our neighbors potentially. And I really don't like the idea of seeing a neighbor as an enemy. The threat of Turian firepower once kept entire armies in check. Now the hierarchy's vast fleets and numerous soldiers are needed to win the largest war in galactic history. The 79th Flotilla, the Turian 79th, that is huge. 79th Flotilla distinguished itself during the Krogan rebellions when they clashed with the Krogan warships above Dgeris. The 79th sacrificed themselves in great numbers to bring down Krogan vessels attacking the colony. Centuries later, the flotilla continues to rely on speed and stealth to harass the enemy. They run interference, divert fire, and make bombing runs on enemy ground units until anti-air defenses can manage to target them. And looks like my my refresh of the app came through, so we're now at 85% readiness. Oh, that's really neat. Okay, so when you go to the war map, it refreshes it. So this is actually this is a nice touch. So I finally kind of get how this app works. So the idea here is that when you put the galactic readiness up, essentially what it is, it's applying some penalty to the resources that you build. So it seems that you can, you know, your total military, your effective military strength, like you can go without doing that app. But you just simply need to, you know, you need to amass more material to be able to accomplish what you were looking for. I like this touch. So I know you guys have been hearing me talk a lot. I don't think I have another mission in me. I'm about 5.5 hours in, so I'm going to do at least a little bit of dialogue, maybe on this deck, and then I'll maybe do a couple more codices. But if you were looking for another bit of the cover-based shooter, I don't think I have that in me tonight, but I would appreciate if you stick around. I'll try and keep the reading maybe not brief, but some, you know, I won't do an extended run of it, and then we'll find somebody to host. So
Commander, thank you for allowing me the use of your ship, and for going along with this plan. Garrus said he had to attend to the Normandy's weapons systems. Something about calibrations.
This sounds like Garrus. I'm sorry to say the Asari Counselor won't be joining us. She thinks there's too much bad blood with the Krogan.
She may be right, but there'll be a lot more blood. Real blood, if we don't try.
When you put it that way.
The sooner we have this summit, the sooner we'll know. Is there something else I can help you with?
I understand this is a difficult time for you, Primarch, but Earth can't survive without reinforcements. Can I still count on your help?
If the Krogan help us on Palaven, then I give you my word.
How is it being the Primarch?
Not what I imagined. The battle of all time is happening on Palaven, and I'm light years away, reading casualty reports in the millions. If I'm going to die, I want to be with my men, so there's no doubt we fought to the last soul.
I understand. Leaving Earth to save it. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done.
I'm not surprised. Garrus speaks highly of you. You never asked to be a leader, yet your people will die if you refuse. We find ourselves in similar circumstances. Let's hope the spirits grant us the strength to see it through.
It's weird. It seems like the focus on the Primarch is just a little off, but I'm probably just tired.
How are things on Palaven?
The casualty reports are staggering. The Reapers are using our own tactics against us. Destroy the enemy with overwhelming force.
I've seen the same on Earth.
The strategist in me admires their brutality. The Turian in me knows I'm watching the destruction of 15,000 years of civilization. My civilization.
So this is actually a really good example of what I was talking about there. We've had several like changes of position, but at no point when the eye lines are reestablished have they actually jumped over. That was not true of Mass Effect 2. So it's just an example of a little level of polish or a little bit of improvement in terms of their ability to handle
Thank
these
you, Primarch.
These scenes.
My thoughts are with Palaven.
And mine with Earth.
That show, I don't know, just shows some improvement. I think this was the thing I was meaning to say a little bit earlier when people talk about, you know, the first game seeming rough around the edges. Compared to movies, I think games have a better chance or a more reasonable expectation of being better than the predecessor. The best you can sort of rely on in terms of a movie is that people have seen the entry before. And so when so if you watch The Terminator and then you watch Terminator 2 Judgment Day,
Commander, Edie just went offline.
What do you mean offline?
I don't know, she's not responding and I can't access the AI core diagnostics. You better get down to Deck 3.
all right, maybe I do have another mission in me.
Commander, comm systems are going haywire. Whatever's happening is centered on Deck 3.
Yeah, let's go for it.
See
So
if you can get to Edie. I'll check the AI core.
Here's what I'll do. I'll finish the thought. I'll go to Deck 3. I'll read a couple codices, and then we'll find somebody to host. So what I was trying to say is, so in terms of a movie, like, you know, best you can kind of hope for is people have seen the preceding movie. So if you watch Terminator and then you watch T2, you have some expectations about how Arnold Schwarzenegger's character is going to behave. You have a backstory between Linda Hamilton's character and his character, and some expectations in terms of what their relationship is going to be like. But one of the things that keeps movies from really being able to capitalize on this is that these are very expensive commercial ventures. It would be nice to say that, you know, all art is created completely independent of commercial concerns, and that there are all these, you know, beautiful works of pure genius. But the fact of the matter is that these things are very expensive and they don't get made if there isn't a reasonable expectation of a return. And so in the face of that, a movie is not going to be able to simply use the, you can't use, if you're making Terminator 2, you cannot use the Terminator as like a 2-hour prologue. You have to put enough in there so that somebody unfamiliar with the previous title is not lost watching your current movie. Maybe the exception to that would be, like the Lord of the Rings trilogy. But you'll notice that this trend of like shooting back-to-back sequels has definitely died down. It's not that it doesn't happen. I think the Avatar sequels are being shot this way, but like the whole idea of like, shooting multiple Pirates of the Caribbean movies back. I don't know. I watched Starship Troopers 3. It did seem very expensive. Fair enough. But with games, this is a little bit different. So story-wise, it depends. I mean, first of all, it depends on how much story there is in the game. Civilization sequels don't necessarily have quite the same problem of trying to see whether or not the player base is familiar with the events of the previous games. History is history. But in the case of games, the one thing you can sort of rely on is the infrastructure that you've built to be able to make the game. At least some portion of that is going to be able to be used again. If you make XCOM, you're going to just generally have an idea, even if you just completely transform it. And obviously they still used Unreal Engine 3. The turn-based elements are not that different. Obviously, it is a much more polished game and is a much larger scale game, but it's not like they had to reinvent the wheel. And better still, in the case of a game, one really important thing is the people making that game have learned all the lessons from the previous one. So, hey, this thing with the, like the Mako, that didn't really turn out the way that we wanted. Maybe we shouldn't spend a lot of time on that. This is something that actually took us a lot longer to make than what we wanted. So let's reallocate the time appropriately. And maybe because we've already done rendering, let's say. I mean, that's already going to be covered by Unreal, I guess. But, take some bit of plumbing that is necessary for the game to work. Again, you might already be able to take some of that and put it in. I know, like, the gamers TM are always going to say, oh, they reused assets, that's a bad thing. I'm like, no, actually, that's a really good thing because it means they get to focus that attention on something that makes a better game. But it seems like games either go some kind of looping or alternate reality explanation like Zelda or Bioshock, or they just softly reboot the story after a sequel or two. Yeah, well, I mean, I think the biggest thing I need to say is I actually don't think story matters as much. I know that's heresy when I'm playing Mass Effect, but the big thing is that you can sort of make these arguments for filmmaking. Obviously, a filmmaker, if it's the same director or same writer making the sequel, they obviously have the experience of having made the first one, and so they'll be better at what they do. But there are sort of limitations to that. In the end, you need to build the sets again. In the case of TV, it's a little less likely because I know, like, one of the things about working on Stargate, it was like each new season they would like build a whole new set. They'd like take over another soundstage and you'd get a new planet. And sure, like, I'm pretty sure, I haven't actually watched the series, but I'm pretty sure if you were to watch Stargate, you would notice that each season you could probably tell which was the new set that they built. Because I could certainly tell it by walking around the environments. Not that I like randomly walked into soundstage. That's a really good way to get in trouble, but like, I think it was pretty clear which ones had been there for the longest. But yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing here is that my expectation generally is that sequels should be better, because in the end you get to, I mean, that's not a universal statement. Clearly there are going to be sequels that don't meet the expectations of the original. But generally, you have many lessons learned from the creation of the first thing. More importantly, you've got the foundations of the core game that people are into that you can build on. Code is substantially easier to replicate, whereas, even if you get the same actors, even if you get the same writer-director, you still have to shoot those scenes. You still need to run the film through the camera. You still need to bring those performances out. And there's very little that you can reuse compared to movies. I mean, maybe, but what I'm trying to say about this is that, so the reason why I'm trying to, if it sounds like I'm dismissive of story stuff, it's this. If the best that games can hope for is to be interactive movies, they're going to be inferior to movies. And I wrote an article on that a while ago, so I won't go into the full elaboration on it. And I've been pretty open about what my preferences are. I like Civilization. I like the fact that Civilization makes me the center of attention. And I enjoy Mass Effect, but Mass Effect is different from the sort of thing that I normally like, because Mass Effect involves a lot of periods of time where I'm sort of sitting and watching the game as opposed to playing it. And I think the majority of things that you can reproduce fairly easily in games are those interactive elements. So like I said, XCOM, you don't need to reinvent your tile system. Civilization, you can come up with a better algorithm for producing maps, but you don't necessarily have to produce from scratch the ability to generate new maps. If you're saying that my tastes in games is biased, of course. Look, I'm not going to tell anybody what games they're allowed to make. That's stupid. But I'm also not going to sit here and pretend that I don't have opinions about what games I like. That is a personal taste, and it's my broadcast, and I think if I'm going to talk about tastes, it's probably better for me to talk about tastes rather than other people's tastes. So, do you think TV's better comparison due to length? I mean, definitely now TV series have taken advantage of the long form. So, it's not Friends, where each of them can be watched in isolation. Okay, I actually haven't seen Friends, but from what I understand, you could watch them in any order and it would not be you wouldn't really lose anything out of it. Obviously now a lot of TV series have taken advantage of the fact that you can do longer form stories. I mean, I really like the Beginner's Guide. The Beginner's Guide you can get through in under 2 hours, but I get your point. A video game you're probably going to be playing over multiple sessions, much the same way that you'll experience a TV series. I just sort of think that, in the end, even too, so I was talking a bit about working on a TV series and how you can reuse certain sets. You are saving in terms of costs of not rebuilding the sets each time, but you're still going to need to produce that 30 to 60 minutes worth of footage, and the risks of getting the bad shot, or the risks of having the mag get flashed, or the risk of just somebody not feeling it that day, or maybe you're losing the light, or just generally not getting the stuff that you needed. I just think that's present in just about every minute of footage that you're producing. And again, your general expectation would be going from Civilization 3 to Civilization 4, you're gonna suffer the wrath of your audience if they feel that you put out a sequel that didn't involve enough changes to the formula that they like. But again, I just sort of think that a lot of the experience of producing a sequel to a video game tends to be improving on the foundations that you've created in the prior game. And whether it's film or television, I just tend to think that there's a lot more reproduction of the basic elements. And that's just by necessity. Like if you make a TV show using footage from the previous season, like people are going to know it's the same shot. So yeah, I mean, but even if it's heavy, like extremely cutscene heavy, like it's not like they're sitting down and they're setting up the shots again each time. Like there's very clearly a whole set of systems that are present in here to realize the scenes going on. Now there's a ton of stuff that goes into the voice acting and whatnot. I don't mean to suggest that it's trivial to knock out a sequel to these games. But just as a whole, like you can rely on the existent, like this whole business of going around the ship, having an environment that I can move around in, or being able to have systems in place so that like the lip syncing is working, let's say. You're able to sort of rely on that stuff existing, and ultimately your choice in making the sequel is which of those systems you want to improve. And which ones you want to sort of take as established, so that you can focus your attention elsewhere. Yeah, well, I mean, also the DLC thing is just the fact that you're able to more effectively use your staff. So instead of firing the team after the game gets made, you have this group of people who are understanding, like you get a process in place, first of all. So you get technological improvement in the sense of people just understanding how the company makes its product better. But in addition to that, you've got a more efficient allocation of resources, which says, we're not going to be able to get all of these things done. So this is obviously where the problems are coming from. I'll skip that for a bit. Being able to say,
Shepard, what's happening?
Something's in the AI core.
Edie, you'd better go quickly. I'll check on my own computers.
Running safe mode diagnostics. Please stand by.
Yeah, so like basically you've got a group of people whose work is done. You're saying, this is a feature we would like to put in, but we know it's not going to be ready for release. Or maybe it'll potentially be ready for release, but we can't guarantee you it'll be bug-free. The ability to be able to parcel out these little bits of content, first of all, it's now financially viable. You can afford to keep those people on staff because you're going to be seeing a return for the extra work that they're doing. The funny thing is, once upon a time, in fact, this game I can remember specifically, and I know I brought up Total Biscuit before on this thing. I remember specifically him pissing and moaning to no end about the fact that there was a Prothean character behind DLC and how it was so important to the Mass Effect universe that it had to be put out for free. All I can say to that is cry some more. Like, I don't go to the fish and chip shop and they say, halibut and chips, please. And it's like, okay, that'll be $12.99. I'm like, nah, that's more of an $8 halibut. It's like, I either pay or I go somewhere else, right? It's BioWare's, it's EA's job to tell me what they think their product is worth, and it's up to me to decide whether or not I am willing to pay that much for it. But yeah, like, the illusion that some of this material would have existed in the game had there not been post-release support in the form of DLC is laughable to begin with. But on top of that, the fact of the matter is now that there's a bunch of people who are saying, like, I think it was Chimera Squad. I had somebody coming in and saying, it's like, yeah, it looks okay, but it doesn't seem like they'll do DLC for it. So, it's a dead game. And I'm like, what a long way we've gone from like, you know, this game is bad because I had to pay for DLC to this game is bad because they're not releasing stuff for me to keep spending money on. Like, there's just no way of winning. But I don't know. All right, so we can get ammo capacity or weapon damage. I do tend to really like doing extra weapon damage, but in this case, I think I'm going to do ammo capacity because I'm going to be switching back to my really heavy sniper rifle.
Shepard, what's happening?
Something's in the AI core.
Edie, you'd better go quickly. I'll check on my own computers.
Running safe mode diagnostics. Please stand by.
I'm not sure what to make of Javik. I approached him while we were traveling to a different system, but he wasn't very inclined to talk. What little does he say concerns the Reapers and our possible failure? Is he simply a soldier mourning his people, or is it a fundamental difference in our cultures? Alliance interrogation records, Cerberus operatives. Alliance interrogator 1. Ugh, check out the implants she's got jammed into her face. Interrogator 2. Shh, she's awake. Cerberus operative unintelligible. Hello, do you know where you are? Unintelligible. You know how much goddamn trouble you're in? Hey, ease up. Listen, you're in trouble. I'm not going to lie. But that doesn't mean we can't work something out. If you help us, we can... Explosion. Ah! Cough. You okay? I'm okay. Cough, but holy hell, she's dead. What? The whole front of her face is gone. Some kind of ocular flashbang? Well, shit. Is everybody in Cerberus rigged up like that?
At your service.
Sorry, I'm at the end of a 5-hour cast. I'm not... Oh, 6-hour cast now. I'm probably not in a good state to do voice acting.
The problem isn't here. Systems all look green on my board.
You sure? Maybe something was miscalibrated.
You do know who you're talking to, right?
Yeah, just had to check.
Yeah, actually, irrepressible.
Shepard, tell her to get over to the AI core and figure this out.
So irrepressible. Actually, that's another article that I've...
Gareth, didn't waste any time getting to work, I see.
Whatever's wrong with the Normandy isn't down here. Besides, after what I've been through lately, calibrating a giant gun is a vacation. Gives me something to focus on.
We're gonna need you for more than your aim.
Oh, I'm ready for it. But I'm pretty sure we'll still need giant guns. And lots of them. Sovereign didn't go down without a fight. I doubt 1,000 more of his friends will be any different. Still not convinced I should have left Palaven behind.
Yeah, so there's a article that I wrote on that. I did I applied the CPI to game prices, and sort of showed the price of gaming in real terms. And I also sort of talked about some of the, you know, the hidden improvements that aren't going to be realized even when you apply, you know, the changes to the price level to that. So yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I won't, as a consumer, I'm obviously not really wanting to see price increases. As a whole, I think it's about time for game prices to increase. I also think that the impact that a lot of consumers are going to, I think a lot of consumers won't even necessarily feel that impact because, again, I'm playing this on EA Play Pro. You know, I pay the same price for EA Play Pro. I mean, I do annually, but you know, if the price of Squadrons goes up, I'm still paying my subscription fee. One thing I suspect may happen is that it's just at the top end where those price increases happen, and so independents are still going to be underpricing their games, and so the improvement that I would hope to see as a result of a change in game prices, that may not materialize. So in the end, it's just, you know, large publishers are going to see the advantage from it, or they're going to see a shift into their subscription services, which again is probably good for the publishers. Whereas the smaller end isn't necessarily gonna see that. Hey, Gaster Two Soul, thank you very much for the host. I should let you know you have no clue what Mass Effect is. You're just here because you're smoking a blunt, making a cheeseburger, and you're stoned as shit. All right, well, thank you very much. I'm probably going to be wrapping up fairly soon. Have you never played the Mass Effect games? I highly recommend them if you haven't. I mean, unless you hate science fiction. What were you playing tonight, though?
There was a boy back on Earth. Couldn't have been more than 6 or 7. I watched him die as the Normandy escaped the attack. Somehow I'm still alive, and he's not.
Being right about the Reapers has never felt much like a victory, has it?
We both knew this fight would be tough. Damned if the Reapers haven't delivered.
At least my government listened to me. Or pretended to. They finally gave me a task force as a token to shut me up.
So, you're their expert advisor now?
Just followed your example, Shepard. Yell loud enough and someone will eventually come over to see what all the fuss is about. Not that they'll actually do anything about it.
Until hell shows up at their door. Then they put you in charge.
Not like the old days, is it? Rogue Spectre and C-Sec agents running and gunning outside the lines, making it up as we went along. We're actually respectable now.
Yeah, it's funny. We were actually just talking about that. Like, for me, I tend to like playing games like Civilization, where I'm in control. That is definitely not the universal opinion in chat. I think a lot of people really do like these story-based games. I kind of enjoy the space opera. Like, I can accept having kind of a TV show on my screen. But it's funny. I almost kind of say it's like a Telltale game with a cover-based shooter in between. What do you normally play then? When I'm not streaming, I actually really like playing first-person shooters. But
yeah. I have a feeling that respect comes with a lot of sleepless nights. I can't even count how many lives are depending on us, Garrus.
Well, interesting.
When things are looking grim, and I'm pretty sure they will, just remember, a certain Turian friend of yours isn't sleeping any better, and he'd be more than happy to meet you at the bar and drink you under the table. Something else you want to talk about?
Did he just ask me on a date? So yeah, Elder Scrolls Fallout, games without too much dialogue. So it sounds like you particularly like a lot of the Bethesda titles. I'm only finally just getting into the Elder Scrolls games. I'm playing Morrowind now.
You mentioned you still had family on Palaven.
My father is there. Sister, too.
How long's it been since you heard from them?
Long enough to be worried.
I'm sure they're okay.
That's the thing about getting old, Shepard. The platitudes get just as old. What about you?
Nice.
Any word from your family?
My mother's in the Alliance. Haven't heard from her since Earth got hit.
I'm sure she's okay.
I really do like that little bit of writing. Like, this is the thing, like, just because it's not something that I normally play. There is some really good writing in this.
I know you don't have any illusions about what we're up against, Garrus. How do you rate our chances?
I know it looks bad now, but I think we can win this, Shepard. For the first time since we met, we're not alone in the fight. It's something I learned long ago in C-Sec. An imminent and painful death has a way of motivating people. Instead of questioning your every word, whole civilizations are going to be begging you to save them.
After what's happened to Palaven, you still believe that?
I didn't say there wouldn't be casualties. It's something Turians are taught from birth. If just one survivor is left standing at the end of a war, then the fight was worth it. But humans want to save everyone. In this war, that's not going to happen.
So what's this Reaper task force you've been running?
After the Collector base, I knew time was running out. For all of us. The Citadel Council was a dead end, so I did something I never thought I'd do. I went to my father.
He used to work for C-Sec, didn't he? I seem to remember that the two of you didn't see eye to eye.
To put it mildly. But he still had heavy pull in the Turian government. The Primarch, well, the old one, was a friend of his. So I went to my father and laid out everything we knew about the Reapers, from Saren all the way to the Collector base.
I'm not sure even I'd believe it.
I had to admit that parts of it sounded crazy. Meeting Vigil, talking to Sovereign on Vermeer. But my father just listened. It's what he did in his days at C-Sec, putting together all the pieces. If the connections were there, he wouldn't deny them. And he saw what we always knew. The Reapers were coming.
I'm glad someone finally agreed.
He did more than agree. He took it to the Primarch.
I like his style.
Except the Primarch wasn't as convinced. My father kept pushing and finally got him to commit some token resources. And if you call them a task force, it sounds like you did something about it.
What'd you do with it?
As much as I could get away with. And a little more. We hardened our lines of communications, expanded emergency stockpiles across the colonies, improved our early warning detection protocols.
You think it helped?
I'd like to think it bought our fleet some extra time. We'll know when this war is over.
Yeah, and I mean, Gaster I have to admit, like, I'm obviously playing the game here. This is my first time playing Mass Effect 3. I think one of the reasons why I've been able to enjoy this series is that I do like the idea of having a story that's happening. I'm invested enough in how this is going to turn out. And I do sort of like the fact that I can slightly nudge where things are going on a particular path that I have. And one of the reasons for that, when I play an RPG, and I'll say that this sort of counts as that, although it maybe doesn't have the same sort of stats that you might see in something like Tyranny or Fallout or what have you. I have a little bit of an idea of who this character is, who Shepard is. And I try to pick dialogue options that I think are consistent with who that person would be. And so in that sense, I kind of get a little bit of a response from the game in terms of the type of person that I think they are. But it's, I mean, it's really funny that you're bringing up a lot of this, because the like just before you hosted, a lot of the discussion, my ranting basically, was about sort of watching as opposed to playing games. And I mean, in the end, I kind of think it comes down to gaming's gotten big enough now that there are, there's room for lots of different tastes. I haven't quite found many visual novels that really, sell me on the genre. On the other hand, I haven't played something like Had a Full Boyfriend, which is supposed to be quite the ride. And obviously, being able to the fact that people who do enjoy that sort of thing have them available doesn't keep me from being able to play the stuff that I enjoy. As it is, I'm still trying to find out whether or not Mass Effect is a good thing for streaming, because in one sense, if people like watching it, well, great, we've got Mass Effect. Although I suppose people have to decide whether or not my rants like this really enhance the experience at all. But on the other hand, I sometimes get worried a little bit that I talk over the important dialogue, and so I have to shut up a little bit more.
So you can vouch for this new Primarch?
Well, even if I couldn't, you go to war with the army you have.
Will he live up to his word?
I've never known Victus to lie. Play fast and loose with strategy, maybe, but betray an ally. Not his style. And if he did try, well, we'll just find another Primarch.
I noticed generals saluting you, Garrus. How far down the line of secession are you these days?
Let's not go there.
Primarch Vicarian, honored war hero. Somebody's gonna have to rebuild Palaven when this is over.
Yeah, somebody who knows how to hold a hammer.
That's all for now, Garrus. It's damn good to have you back.
Wouldn't miss this fight for anything. Now, I'm sure somebody screwed up something down here. I want to get the old girl back in fighting shape.
Is everything okay?
That's what I'm gonna find out.
Automated systems have the fires contained. It should be safe to enter. We'll follow your lead.
Joker, what's that sound?
Fire extinguishers, Commander. Could be an electrical fire, or something.
They both get to go in with masks. I go in without. That's why I'm a hero.
EDI, talk to me. Is there a particular topic you wish to discuss, Shepard? Edie? Yes. You're in Dr. Eva's body. Not all of me, but I have control of it. It was not a seamless transition.
I do not have a blog on that topic. I don't actually have a strong opinion on it.
A transition? You blacked out on us for a while there. Correct. When we brought this unit on board, I began a background process to search for its information on the Prothean device. This eventually triggered a trap. A backup power source and CPU activated, and the unit attempted physical confrontation. Fortunately, I was able to gain root access and repurpose it as I saw fit. During this process, it struggled. Thus the fire. Edie, you need to alert us about incidents like this. You shouldn't have done this alone. Bringing the crew up to speed would have been counterproductive. All attempts to help would have been limited by reaction time. So if you're in there, are you still in the ship? I exist primarily within the ship. For optimal control, this unit should remain within Normandy's broadcast or tight beam range. Are you planning to take that body somewhere? Normandy's weaponry is not suited to every combat situation. This platform could provide limited fire ground support. You mean you could come with us? Correct. This body could accompany you to areas the Normandy cannot reach.
Did they do this so that you can get a romance option with Edie?
Before we do that, I need you to guarantee this mech doesn't have any more surprises in it. Run whatever tests you can, then we can talk about using it in combat situations. One moment. I am running trials. Complete. I can send you a full report if you wish. However, my first step should be restoring functionality to the Normandy to reassure the crew that all is normal. Just don't be surprised if the crew's a little wary of your new body. It was shooting at them a little while ago. An excellent point. I will take it to the bridge. Joker will also want to see it. On that, we can agree.
So yeah, Irrepressible, with regards to morality systems in games, it's interesting to do a contrast between two games by 11-bit. So this War of Mine seems to make a very specific decision not to comment on the rightness or the it doesn't put some kind of moral value on the decisions you make. It is up to you, the player, to feel bad if you take the medication from the old couple, or if you have to kill someone. It's up to you to decide whether or not you did the ethical thing. The particular, the individuals in the game that you are controlling do have a view on what they have done. So if they lose allies, if they have committed a murder, if they can't feed their addictions, so if they're a smoker, that will affect their psychological state. But even then, that's still a sort of there's still a distance there from the game specifically commenting on whether or not you're, whether or not you did the right thing, as in the morally correct thing. But on the other hand, if you consider a game like Frostpunk, they do a very interesting thing with Frostpunk. If you get to the end of Frostpunk, it will give you a list of the decisions that you made as laws. I'm not particularly good at this War of Mine either, but what's interesting about that one, that game is also really grim. But what's interesting about the morality system in Frostpunk is that you'll have sort of the list of decisions that you made, and sort of at the end it will tell you, whether or not you crossed the line, and you can sort of consider that to be the good or the bad ending. Now, these are the same developers, and in this case they're putting a very specific moral judgment in the game. What I also find interesting is if you go on like Reddit, or if you take a look at like player communications on the game, it seems to be that nobody actually quite understands how that morality system works. I don't think people have like a guide to reliably get a particular outcome. I mean, I have to imagine that there's a series of things that you can do that somewhat reliably produces certain outcomes. It would be weird if you did the same set of actions in the game and it didn't, and it told you that you crossed the line at one point and it didn't on the other. But it seems to be that nobody quite understands what specific combination is going to produce it, other than maybe just recreating their previous playthrough. And I think there is something very interesting about that, because as you say, in some cases, you do the renegade or you do the paragon thing, and maybe, it sort of, I mean, I'm actually not, I should be careful about this. I think there is one thing that is very helpful about the renegade and paragon system, and that is it can create an enforcement mechanism for behaviors. So if you do the wrong thing, it is much easier to cross that line again. And it's maybe, you never really know how somebody's going to behave in a moment where everything is on the line. But, it's fair to say that moral behavior or selfless behavior is one of these things that you can sort of develop with practice. I try to be generous when I tip. I try to be very, I try to be very giving. I like giving gifts, and I do my best to be thoughtful in the gifts that I give, in hopes that maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll be an actually generous person in the future. And I think there's something to be said about locking, highly virtuous actions behind a track record of behaving that way, and truly deplorable actions behind having established a series of, of maybe minor actions towards it. Because I don't know, I just think there is something useful about doing that in a game, that your character is able to do certain things, having, I guess basically the thing is like, if Commander Shepard cannot pass the test of stealing a candy bar because they wanted to keep the credit so that they could buy their new gun mod, I'm not entirely sure that they're going to do the virtuous thing of, returning the wallet with 100,000 credits in it. And that in the background, if you do that, they actually give you an upgrade to your ship or something like that. I just sort of think that there's, some people get annoyed by it. I actually think it's a worthwhile system to have in place. As a player, I find it a lot more interesting when those moral decisions are a bit like this War of Mine, or not this War of Mine, Frostpunk. And just simply because I think it's very interesting that being caught up in the fog of war, it's like a moral fog of war, right? You don't necessarily know when you've crossed it. You know that it's there, and you know that there are things where you're towing the line. And, just like in life, you're never really going to have that moment where some moral arbiter is going to come down and let you know that what you did was objectively wrong. There's always going to be sort of a justification that you give yourself in terms of why you did it.
The Enhanced Defense Intelligence, or EDI, serves as an information source and cyber warfare defense system on the rebuilt Normandy SR-2. The ship's crew can access EDI at any terminal or through radio contact. During an attack from a collector vessel, pilot Jeff Joker Moreau gave EDI full access to the Normandy systems, allowing the ship to escape. Although EDI retains the control that Moreau gave her, she is usually content to advise the organic crew members who fly and maintain the ship.
There's a really good little moment in that one where Edie tells a joke. Actually, so I particularly like the fact that Edie told the joke in a crisis. It's one of my favorite moments in Mass Effect 2.
Admiral Stephen Hackett. Garrus Vakarian is a noted Turian sharpshooter and combat engineer. He was born on Palaven and became a Citadel security officer like his father, but left the Force when superiors shut down his investigation into the rogue Spectre Saren Arterius. Vakarian eventually discovered that Saren had been indoctrinated by the Reaper known as Sovereign. Vakarian eventually found his way to the criminal haven of Omega and assumed the name Archangel. There, he and a small group of operatives worked to disrupt the settlement's powerful mercenary groups until Shepard recruited him. The Turian narrowly survived the Second Normandy's attack on the Collectors. More recently, Vakarian has become the head of a Turian task force focused on preparing for the Reaper invasion.
All right, I'm gonna try and do a couple of codices, but I'm starting to feel tired, so not too many. Krogan, Ancient History. The lack of adequately preserved archives presents a significant obstacle to research into ancient Krogan history. Nevertheless, recent archaeological discoveries have shed new light on the topic, revealing a society once rich with cultural, architectural, and artistic accomplishments. Newly discovered ruins reveal that the Krogan had particularly advanced understandings of structural and geotechnical engineering as compared to other cultures at similar stages of development. Old Krogan architecture demonstrates seismic loading techniques that would have both resisted earthquakes and diffused the small-scale vibrations from vehicles in their sprawling cities. Curiously, however, Tuchanka has little natural tectonic activity. Instead, researchers believe that the ancient Krogan were concerned with safe cohabitation with one of the planet's apex predators, Kalros, mother of all thresher maws. Prior to the genophage, Krogan population growth was limited by predation, disease, and war. Even so, the birth rate exploded once the Krogan achieved industrialization, leading to wars over resources and living space. Other species on Tuchanka suffered greatly as Krogan expanded. When the Krogan ran out of land, they settled into an arms race that ended in nuclear devastation. Tuchanka's relatively short golden age was at an end. But this ancient history may yet aid the modern Krogan. Some of the techniques and technology discovered in the ruins could be used to improve standard colonization equipment, signaling economic renewal for the Krogan at last. Krogan rebellions. After the Rachni War, the quick-breeding Krogan expanded at the expense of their neighbors. Warlords leveraged their veteran soldiers to seize living space while the Council races were still grateful. Over centuries, the Krogan conquered world after world. There was always just one more needed. When the Council finally demanded withdrawal from the Asari colony of Louisa, Krogan Overlord Kredak stormed off the Citadel, daring the Council to take the worlds back. But the Council had taken precautions. The finest STG operatives and Asari huntresses had been drafted into a covert observation force, the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. The Spectres opened the war with crippling strategic strikes. Krogan planets went dark as computer viruses flooded the extranet. Sabotaged antimatter refineries disappeared in blue-white annihilation. Headquarters stations shattered into orbit-clogging debris rammed by pre-placed suicide freighters. Still, this only delayed the inevitable. The war would have been lost if not for first contact with the Turians, who responded to Krogan threats with a prompt declaration of war. Being on the far side of Krogan space from the Council, the Turians advanced rapidly into lightly defended Krogan rear areas. The Krogan responded by dropping space stations and asteroids on Turian colonies. 3 worlds were rendered completely uninhabitable. This was precisely the wrong approach to take with the Turians. Each is first and foremost a public servant, willing to risk his life to protect his comrades. Rather than increasing public war weariness, Krogan tactics stiffened Turian resolve. The arrival of Turian task forces saved many worlds from Warlord's marauding fleets, but it took development of the genophage bioweapon to end the war. There were decades of unrest afterwards, rogue warlords, and holdout groups of insurgents who refused to surrender or disappeared into frontier systems to become pirates. And I'm not going to do a full raft of planets, but let's see. Yeah, I'll do at least Rakana, because then that'll give me the page from Sanctum to Vermeer. All right, the Drell homeworld of Rakana once teemed with life, its arid plains home to spectacular insect and reptile analogs. The Drell took to industrialization early and did not realize the extent of the environmental damage that they caused until it was too late. With their topsoil depleted and oceans too acidic to sustain life, the Drell were situated for a massive population crash by 2025. It was then the Hanar stepped in, mounting a large-scale rescue operation to bring the Drell to the Hanar homeworld of Kage. As wars erupted over the resources that remained on Rakana and billions began to die, approximately 375,000 Drell escaped in the Exodus. To repay their debt, the Drell entered into an agreement with the Hanar. Called the Compact, it states that the Drell would assist the Hanar with tasks the Hanar cannot physically perform. Today, the high-ranking Hanar are often inseparable from their Drell attendants. All right. So, I'm sorry that there was so much talk at the end. I appreciate those of you who hung around for that, but I think I need to call it a night. I've got, it's about 15 minutes until 2 o'clock. And I feel I should probably just host someone and call it a night. I'm enjoying Mass Effect 3. I don't know if the side rants are adding a whole lot to the game, or if it's something that people are tolerating for love of the BioWare classic. But like I said, I mean, I'm probably overstating the case in terms of liking games I have a little more control over. It's a little bit of everything, right? I generally just like games. It is just one of these cases, though, where, I don't know, my favorite gaming moments come down to ones where they were things that I did. That may not be what other people think, but if I had to like tell someone, you know, why is this a hobby that I still get excited by after doing it for a few years? A lot of it has to do with the time that I pulled off something I was very proud of. The enjoyment of a game like Mass Effect usually comes from something that I get watching a good movie. There's a surprising twist to the story, and that is enjoyable in its own way too, but that's a very different kind of entertainment for me, and it's one that I don't always normally associate with games. The Mass Effect series is really enjoyable. There's a reason why I'm doing the third one, and the reason I'm enjoying it. And so I'm part of when I bring up these kinds of topics is being able to express it out loud is a way that I can try and sort these thoughts out for myself. When I play a game like Stellaris and I have a fairly elaborate backstory for my species, and I write the story of that species through the gameplay, that's interesting to me. In some ways, I play Mass Effect the same way, that I had a pretty clear idea of who Shepard as a person was. I made a couple of adjustments, or I maybe discovered a couple of things that I hadn't planned. It's not that I like sit down and write it all out. I just have a pretty clear idea. I don't know. For some reason, I just kind of have a vivid imagination for these sorts of things. So I had some pretty clear ideas about what kind of person Shepard was. And it's sort of been interesting to uncover some of the things that I didn't think about through dialogue choices and whatnot. But in the end, I always know that I'm going to be writing the game in that. I'm never actually going to be the one who is fully expressing the personality of that character. Maybe another way you could think about it is that Cultist Simulator. Cultist Simulator gives me the building blocks in the forms of the cards, and it gives a number of states where the game can end. But ultimately, how I get there and what type of character is revealed through the decisions that I make there is definitely quite a bit more interactive. And so whenever I talk about these differences, a large part of it is just me trying to sort out for myself why I enjoy a game like this that is so different from my preferences. And I mean, in the end, like, a good story is a good story. That maybe it's just as simple as that, but playing a game like this is always a chance just to sit down and have a moment to reflect on what I think games are, why I think they're interesting, and talk about some things I like about this one and things I don't like. I think one of the things I have noticed is that every time I get frustrated about the cover-based elements, it makes me sort of feel like, the emphasis really kind of comes down to the dialogue scenes, which means that, the gameplay isn't as big of a priority, and it always makes me feel a little uneasy in those cases. All right. I am going to also, sorry, Irrepressible. I've not been ignoring you. I've just been trying to wrap up. I've been doing a very, very poor job of trying to wrap up, actually. But tell you what, Rainbow Lightbright is streaming Among Us. Now, I've finally gotten a chance to see Among Us. If you guys have not seen this, this is kind of the big new. This is the new like social deduction game that is kind of taking the web by storm. And actually, Rainbow Lightbright is a really interesting caster. I found her through Apocalypse, and I think she's a former Mixer broadcaster. I think she's done some really good streams and has seen some really interesting games. So I'm particularly interested in seeing how she does Among Us. So if you guys haven't seen this game, I highly recommend sticking around. If you have seen the game, I think Rainbow Lightbright is going to do a fantastic job with it. So I'd love it if you guys would stick around for the raid. As far as me, I've got a few things on my plate for this weekend. So I've got another Morrowind episode to record. I need to get some of the Cultist Simulator stuff I'm going to be doing on YouTube. I need to get that in the can. Obviously, Morrowind, if I didn't mention that already. I want to try and bring Surviving Mars back, so it's potential that I've got about 3 or 4 things I need to record this weekend, and then that's on top of all of the things I want to do. There's a few. I've kind of let the apartment be a little unattended, so I need, I've got some boxes I need to like dismantle and take out to the recycling. Just little chores I've been putting off, and I've gotten to a good reading habit again, but I've fallen off the wagon, so I want to make sure I put some time into that. So. I'm going to do my best to keep things the way they should be. But again, Monday we'll be back to Age of Wonders Planetfall. And then probably Wednesday and Friday it's going to be more Mass Effect with a Morrowind episode on Tuesday, I hope. But as always, if those plans change, I'll announce that on Twitter. So I'm going to stop yammering. Please enjoy Rainbow Lightbite's channel, and we will see you in a couple days.